The core, the heart of our planet. Its movement creates the conditions for life on Earth. But every 12,000 years, the planet's core fails. It's hard to imagine that such a massive dynamo as the core could fail. But now, the world's scientists are watching with horror what's happening in the bowels of the Earth. The red hot magma, awakened by the vibrations of the core, is bursting to the surface. The real nuclear threat. What is it actually? What affects our core every 12,000 years? What do changes in the magnetic field cause? What happened to the atmosphere of Mars? And will it happen to the Earth? Will the moon fall to Earth? Can the destruction of the planet's core be stopped? Will we be the last people living on Earth? It's time to bring the truth back to people. On December 13, 2022, watch this and much more in the Kaleidoscope of Facts. Earth's core, how can humanity survive? Initiated by participants of ALLATRA International Public Movement from Israel and Australia.
Critical destruction of the Earth's core is an undeniable fact. Hard times are coming for us and our planet. That's why the topic of today's episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts is dedicated to the heart of our planet, the Earth's core. We have collected the facts known to date, interviewed scientists in order to better understand the processes occurring in the Earth's core at the micro and macro levels. We want to understand how these processes affect humans and our planet. This conference is organized by members of the ALLATRA International Public Movement from Israel and Australia, with the support of volunteers from all over the world, and is being simultaneously interpreted into many languages. In preparing this episode, there has also been used information from videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and books by Anastasia Novych.
Yes, Anna, changes in the core are already negatively affecting the climate, causing many crises and becoming a severe trial for modern mankind. What should we expect in the near future, and what is the way out of this situation? We need to understand what actions each of us can take to avert the disaster. After all, despite all the clear signs of increasing cataclysms, we're being deceived by the false causes of global climate change. As a result, we're taking the wrong actions, wasting precious time in tackling this problem. Our attention is being deliberately diverted to secondary issues, away from the threat of global extinction of humanity through climate change. Public mass media play an important role in distorting reliable information. People are used to believing the mass media without checking the facts by themselves. And when the truth emerges in the ocean of lies, it is very difficult to explain to people that they have been deceived for a long time. So let's watch a video.
It's easier to fool people than to prove them that they are fooled.
We're actually doing well. We have nothing to worry about.
And the cataclysms, the skyrocketing number of earthquakes, hurricanes, and floods.
Once again, they're trying to scare us. How many times have they promised that the world would end? And what? Where's your famous Armageddon? I already have a lot of problems. I have a loan to pay, utilities to pay, a lot of work to do, and you're making me worry about the climate. The climate problem is a scenario invented by pseudoscientists. They have been hammering into our heads since high school that the Earth is round. Turns out, go to TikTok. Everyone there already knows that the Earth is flat, and you can even see the edge of it. It's a good thing there are normal scientists who have proven this. According to experts, if we reduce emission of CO2 and reduce the average temperature by 1.5 degrees Celsius, then everything will be normal. And maybe in 100 or 200 years, the level of ocean will rise and something will happen. But it won't affect me anyway. And then, if we're really threatened by something, we'll be warned about it by qualified scientists and those who govern us, because they care so much about us, people. They constantly gather at summits, congresses, conferences, and decide how much more money to collect from us to make our lives safer and better. It's amazing because even in such a hard time for humanity, economic turmoil and energy crisis, climate delegates have found domestic reserves and came to the COP27 climate summit in Egypt by 400 private jets.
Alright, and what about the processes happening in the Earth's core? In the ice cores confirming that cataclysms are cyclical, and now we are just at the end of one of the cycles.
Oh please, why should we care about that core? It's almost 6,000 kilometers down, and we don't know when we will be able to figure out what's going on there. Anyway, we got plenty of time, and the ice cores are all fiction. What can you tell from them at all? Scientists have nothing to do. Science has reached its limit and hit a wall, so they all sorts of nonsense, invent all this nonsense, first some ether, then cataclysms.
So your opinion is that there are no discoveries and inventions in modern science?
Not exactly. For example, the Large Hadron Collider, the iPhone, the tricolored toothpaste. These are the greatest achievements of humankind.
Okay, let's look at it from a different angle. Do you think that the elite are stupid enough to build bunkers for themselves just for fun?
Sure, rich people are throwing money down the drain on the building bunkers. They have a lot of money, they have nowhere to put it, so they're doing nonsense. No cataclysms will happen. If there was a real threat, our elite would surely warn us, common people. They do care about us, don't they? Everything will be fine, as always. It's just temporary difficulties, which will soon be over, and we will have a lot of important things to do. Everything will be fine, just the way it used to be.
That's what sounds in our heads. It's easier to fool people than to prove to them that they are fooled.
В этот глобальный обман попали даже
Even
представители.
the elites have been caught in this global deception because the fact that they are building underground bunkers shows that even they are not aware of the real causes of climate change.
What are they wrong about? Why is that by investing billions of dollars in building bunkers, people are just throwing money away? Why won't it help them now? What are they building? The Ark of Salvation or expensive coffins? I suggest us watching another video.
Did you know that humanity has been living underground for 12,000 years, and every time the living conditions underground get better? Right now, the richest people in the world are building comfortable bunker mansions underground. Maybe they are getting ready for something. They know exactly what's coming. And do you know? Do you think there's a place for you in their cities during global cataclysms? You know the answer to that question. Billions of dollars are going underground, but this time it won't help. Now the planet is being destroyed from the inside. The planet will suffer the fate of Mars, the destruction of its core, the absence of an atmosphere, destruction of all life on the surface and underground. Do you have any idea how you, your family, and your children can survive? We have nobody to count on except ourselves, and this is our strength. There is a way out.
Да.
Yes, there is a way out. What is it? And what can I personally do in order to live not underground, but in comfortable conditions, provided with everything one needs, with a full guarantee of safety?
Да, Аня. Это хороший
Yes, Anna, these are good questions, and today we will hear the answers to them. A lot of people who already understand what's happening to our planet want to find out what are the causes of the climate change. The fact that the climate is changing and it's changing all over the world is no longer a secret. We have conducted a social survey in different countries and asked simple questions about the climate. Let's listen together to what people say.
Do you think the climate is changing now? Of course it's changing, and it's been a very long time. Of course you feel it, absolutely.
It's changing quite noticeably.
Yeah, of course
I think the climate today has changed a lot, because I'm 32 now, and I remember when I was a little kid, we had a real winter, a real hot summer, fall and spring, and now it's early November, and I'm still walking around in a t-shirt.
The climate change itself is that it's happening now compared the weather now and maybe 20 years ago is completely different around the world.
Yes, I think it's changing. We see that there used to be grays, and today there are not so many of them left, so there is a reduction. In other words, a change. Yes, it's getting hotter, then it's getting colder. We especially feel it when we exercise, both in the morning and in the evening. You can see there is a change.
Well, I think it's in very bad condition, because you can feel the global warming by the weather that we have now. By the way, everything is shifting, so we no longer have 4 seasons, we only have 2 seasons, and everything that goes with that. So I think it's very bad.
What do you think this climate change is related to? What is the cause of climate change? We think that most often we talk about in Antarctica, about pollution, about ozone layer. There are different versions. Over-consuming, I think. Over-consuming, extracting too much minerals, oil, materials from the earth. So we are consuming much, too much. People don't think ahead, perhaps only about tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. But what happens next? And that's what we are stumbling over as a species. I believe that in a few decades we will have to struggle even more with the consequences. We as humanity will probably face famine and migration even more than we do now. Do you think human activity affects climate change? Yes, of course. We are practically destroying our own world because of pollution, plastic and factories.
I think the climate is changing at its own pace. But humans are speeding it up and act on it all. A negative one. I think that's the way it is.
In the event of a climate disaster, do you think there is a safe place on the planet? Safe? No, well, there are rumors. I have heard versions that world's millionaires build bunkers, caves, but in effect I think in the event of disasters, very few will survive.
I think we're safe in Germany. We don't have the sea. There is nothing threatening around us.
Probably off the grid and as far away from humans as possible. Now it's difficult to say which ones, because everything affects the whole world, even the sea, so nowhere will be safe. Safe place on Earth? I don't think there is one. Can do something to stabilize the climate change? I think yes. I've heard that yes. We need to love our planet, take care of it, not pollute it. But that is a job that I don't think has been done, and it's not been done because we are irresponsible. I think we can. Yet we need information, really the right information, to be able to decide and make decisions that could save our planet.
I couldn't figure it out, but perhaps you know what each of us can do.
As we have just heard, people see that something is happening, but they do not have a clear understanding of the causes and consequences of the increasing catastrophes. Today we are going to try again to get to the bottom of the question: what is climate change related to? Why again? Because the scientists in charge started talking about global climate change in the late 90s. And in 2014, there was released a report on the problems and consequences of global climate change on Earth, effective ways to solve these problems, which warned us of the coming catastrophes. Unfortunately, this message has not been heard and understood by humanity.
Yes, Anna, we missed the time and opportunity to prevent these catastrophes and save people's lives. And now, our planet has entered a period of global cataclysms with a cycle of 12,000 years, which humanity is unable to avoid or control. These changes lead to a rapid increase in the number and strength of earthquakes and floods, a sharp increase in volcanic activity, greater frequency and intensity of hurricanes and tornadoes, numerous cracks and sinkholes, and new continental rifts. Let's watch a video.
Climate change is now happening due to a 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms. We are not talking about global warming, supposedly caused by human activity. We are talking about the destruction of the planet from within and the death of all life on it. This is not a joke and not a script for a new disaster movie. It is already happening right before our eyes. Why do those who should have been the first to warn us of the impending doom keep silent? The scientists whom we entrusted with the responsibility of warning us of the disaster are divided. Instead of figuring out the real causes, they fight against each other. Some argue that climate change is caused by human activity, namely, the emission of CO2 into the atmosphere due to the burning of hydrocarbon fuels. In their opinion, this is the reason why the climate situation is catastrophically worsening. Other scientists believe that modern climate change has nothing to do with human activity. It is caused by normal variations in natural factors, just as it always happens in nature. And so there is nothing unusual about climate change on the planet right now. Yet, both groups of scientists are blind. They lack complete information and are very much mistaken. The climate is changing critically. Deaths and destruction are covering more and more territories every day. But it is not because of humanity. It is time for us to speak frankly.
Why do you intimidate people and make up some scary stories? The climate has always changed for natural reasons, and there's no catastrophe. And there's no catastrophe.
Is a person who wakes you up by knocking at the door when your house is on fire, scaring or saving you. And if it's not just your house that is on fire, but the whole planet, should you be warned about that? What is happening on the planet right now is abnormal for the last 11,000 years. Let's face the facts. Over the entire millennium, the planet hasn't experienced such a drastic climate change as in the last 30 years of our lives. Overall ocean heating has increased by 450% in the last 30 years. Evidence of heating of deep ocean layers suggests that the ocean is warming from the bottom up. The ocean warming provokes an increase in the strength and number of hurricanes. The year 2020 has broken all records for the frequency of hurricanes and tropical cyclones on the planet over the entire period of observation. Due to increased humidity and rising temperatures, the intensity and number of tornadoes is increasing. Since the 1990s, the number of tornadoes in Europe has increased tenfold and continues to grow. Tornadoes and hurricanes can destroy entire residential districts, and they don't care if they're hiding there or not. Over the past 33 years, there has been an increase in the number of storms, wind speeds, and wave heights in the oceans are rising, and a significant acceleration of sea currents has been observed. According to NOAA, the number of floods in the U.S. has increased by about 100% over the last 30 years. At the same time, they began to occur synchronously, hitting several countries at once. Since 1998, floods have affected more than 2 billion people worldwide. The rate of loss of the Greenland ice sheet over the past 30 years has increased 20 times and exceeds the maximum rate of the last 12,000 years. Numerous studies indicate that the cause of melting of glaciers is the increase in geothermal flow. That is, heat from the bowels under the Greenland ice sheet. Over the last 30 years, the rate of ice melting in Antarctica has increased by 65%. Moreover, this is happening only in the western part of Antarctica, where there is a huge magma chamber and 104, the heat of which melts the ice from the bottom up. Despite the fact that high mountain glaciers are melting, lakes and rivers around the globe become shallow, and water escapes into the depths through cracks. According to research by American scientists, water levels in the world's largest rivers have dropped significantly over the last 50 years. Around the world, thousands of water bodies disappear, but at the same time there are powerful downpours. For example, in China, despite frequent floods, more than 28,000 rivers have disappeared in the past 20 years, roughly half of all the country's rivers. The number of extreme fires is growing, and they do not cease even in winter. Nowadays, on average, 7 times as many large wildfires occur in the western United States every year as there were 40 years ago. Even the Arctic is already burning. With 2019 seeing the largest and most destructive fires in the northern hemisphere in 10,000 years. Fires occur in areas where the Earth's crust is fractured and where hydrogen, methane, and other combustible gases emerge from the subsurface. Because of that, fire cannot be put out. It incinerates cities, leaving scorched areas for years. More and more often, people lose their lives in fires or suffocate from the smoke.
Yes, our planet is experiencing challenging times of global cyclical change. And we people are an inseparable part of the planet, like the crew of a spaceship that is roaming the universe. But do we know how our ship is set up? Let's watch the following video.
We often look up into the sky and dream of flying to the stars, not even suspecting that we are already rushing with a great speed in a spaceship called planet Earth. The Earth is not only the inner depths, and surface on which we walk. It is also the sky above us, or rather the multi-layered atmosphere or the skin of our ship. The entire Earth sphere, from the core to the outermost layer of the atmosphere, is a single interdependent system. Each layer is an integral component of the planet. The engine of our ship is the core. Lately, we have been seeing malfunctions in this machine. Alarms flashed on our ship's control panel. Magnetic field is weakening. Natural disasters are becoming more frequent. Ocean heating and accelerated melting of glaciers from the bottom up. Increasing frequency and intensity of earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis and hurricanes, deterioration of health of the inhabitants of the planet, and much more. This all is a consequence of the malfunction of our engine, the Earth's core. The core is the hottest part of our planet. The processes of radioactive decay of substances take place there. They release a tremendous amount of energy that the human mind cannot imagine. The heat flowing out of the depths of the Earth is equivalent to the heat that 50,000 nuclear power plants can generate. So far, science does not know how the Earth's core actually works. In fact, all studies aimed at studying the structure of the core and its properties use only indirect methods. To date, scientists assume that the Earth's core consists of two parts, a solid inner core and a liquid outer core. The core forms the magnetic field on the principle of a dynamo. The essence of this principle is that the rotation speeds of the inner solid core and the outer liquid core are different. As a result of the friction between these two structures, an electric charge is generated. In outer space, everything moves at enormous speeds. Our planet rotates on its axis and orbits the Sun. The Earth moves in an elliptical orbit with an average speed of 30 km per second. Our solar system moves around the galactic center at an average speed of 200 km per second.
Warning: dangerous displacement of the core detected.
Thanks to satellite observations of the Earth's center of mass in 1998, scientists registered an abrupt bouncing of the core. As a result, the core abruptly changed the direction of its drift by 90 degrees and shifted northward toward the Timor Peninsula. According to scientists, this caused changes in the Earth's upper and lower layers, but changes in the Earth's core had been observed even earlier. Phil Livermore, an associate professor at the University of Leeds, was surprised when a trio of swarm satellites detected signs of a fast-flowing river of molten metal in the Earth's outer core. Researchers indicate that this jet stream is moving from Canada to Siberia and now wraps halfway around the planet. This jet stream is also accelerating and is also expanding. Since 2000, its width has increased in 420 kilometers. It is moving at about 45 kilometers a year, faster than typical outer core speeds and thousands of times faster than the speed of the tectonic plates. The reasons for the acceleration of the jet stream are still unknown, but according to the researchers, this jet is critical for the global magnetic field. Meanwhile, the speed of the North Magnetic Pole drift over the past 20 years has increased almost fourfold and amounted to 55 kilometers per year. Along with this, the planetary magnetic field, which has already been mentioned, has strongly weakened.
Warning: formations at the core mantle boundary detected. Leakage of the liquid core into the lower layers of the mantle detected.
The interaction between the mantle and the Earth core plays an important role in the life of the planet. In the mantle, streams of hot material move upward, while cold streams of mantle matter go downward. This movement of the mantle is called convection. It causes continental drift and, as a consequence, triggers earthquakes and volcanism.
Threat of mantle plumes activation.
The top layer of the mantle and the Earth crust form the lithosphere. When we walk on the Earth's crust, we get the impression that it is solid, very reliable and sturdy. But it breathes and moves. The Earth's crust is only 1% of the mass of the entire planet. It can be compared to an eggshell. Beneath the oceans, its thickness does not exceed 15 kilometers and is up to 75 kilometers in the continents. The thinnest crust is in the area of the Mariana Trench and the San Andreas Fault, where its thickness varies from 5 to 10 kilometers.
Instability of the Earth's crust is detected. Deep faults. Threat in the Mariana Trench. High probability of hydraulic impact.
The top layer of the mantle is called the asthenosphere. It's the layer where rocks now melt, now cool and solidify. The substance of the asthenosphere is more plastic and serves as the lubricant on which the entire Earth's crust slides.
Deep focus earthquakes are occurring more frequently.
This movement is due to convection in the mantle. Convection is the mechanism that brings chemical elements like carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen to the Earth's surface. These are the elements that are part of the atmosphere, without which life on Earth is impossible. The atmosphere is a gaseous envelope that rotates along with the Earth as a single whole and regulates the flow of heat and cold, creating comfortable conditions. Its role is to protect living organisms from the destructive cosmic impacts. It is like the protective plating of a ship. It consists of several basic layers. Each layer of the atmosphere performs a different function. The troposphere is the lowest layer of the atmosphere. Because of its properties, the near-surface layers of the troposphere are the main habitat for all living organisms, plants, animals, and humans. Clouds and all meteorological phenomena are formed here. The height of this layer is about 8–16 kilometers.
Warning: troposphere is heating. Extreme intensification of airflows, increasing intensity and frequency of hurricanes and typhoons.
Stratosphere. The stratosphere is where the ozone layer is, which protects all life on the planet from harmful ultraviolet rays. The thickness of the layer is 1150 kilometers. Therefore, planes cannot fly above this layer.
Warning: depletion of the ozone layer detected. Ozone holes are forming. The stratosphere is cooling.
The mesosphere is the layer that protects the Earth from being hit by small celestial bodies, meteorites, and asteroids. The thickness of the layer is 50 to 85 kilometers. Every day, dozens of tons of meteorites enter the Earth's atmosphere, but thanks to the mesosphere, they burn up before they reach Earth. This phenomenon is seen as shooting stars.
Warning: abnormal temperature drop.
The thermosphere absorbs extremely dangerous ultraviolet radiation from the Sun and protects the Earth from the harmful effects of cosmic rays. Because of the impact of solar radiation on the atmosphere, we observe a phenomenon called aurora borealis. The thermosphere is the hottest layer, where the temperatures can reach up to 3000 degrees Celsius, depending on the solar activity. In this layer, the air is rarefied, so aircraft in the thermosphere are not heated. Interestingly, it is in this layer that astronauts fly. Space stations and satellites are located. Due to the high radiation exposure on humans, the altitude limit of spacecraft is 500 kilometers. The height of the layer is from 85 to 6,090 kilometers.
Warning: abnormal decrease in density. chemical composition of the atmosphere is changing. Friction from high-energy particles is weakening.
The upper layers of the atmosphere, mesosphere and thermosphere, form a common layer, the ionosphere. Ionosphere has high electrical conductivity. This is where ionization processes and lightning generation occurs all the time. Thanks to the ionosphere, radio waves travel long distances.
Warning: anomalous dysfunctions in the ionosphere. The number of lightning strikes has increased greatly.
The outer boundary of the ionosphere is also the outer part of the Earth's magnetosphere.
Warning: magnetic field is weakening. Dramatic shift of the magnetic North Pole.
The exosphere is the highest and largest outer layer of the atmosphere. It is the gateway to outer space and extends for tens of thousands of kilometers. The planet's extended exosphere is often called the geocorona. It is composed of hydrogen atoms escaping into space. This layer is Earth's first line of defense against the flow of charged particles that come from the Sun and are destructive to all life. Only unmanned satellites can fly in the exosphere. Solar radiation significantly compresses the geocorona to a height of about 60,000 kilometers, raising its density to about 70 particles per cubic centimeter. On the night side of the planet, the exosphere spreads out, becoming much more rarefied, and the geocorona reaches up to 630,000 kilometers away, 100 radii of the Earth itself and much farther than the lunar orbit. The layers of the atmosphere and the layers of the Earth are a single system that works as a coherent mechanism. This work depends on the magnetic field that permeates all of the Earth layers. Without the magnetosphere, all life on the planet would die and the atmosphere would be blown away by the solar wind. A huge amount of cosmic radiation would bombard the Earth. It was the disappearance of the magnetic shield that caused the destruction of Mars, once a flourishing planet.
Warning: malfunctions in the Earth's core. Systemic malfunctions in the entire planet's mechanism are detected. Threat of the destruction of all humankind is imminent.
We, the people, we all live on one big spaceship. Our task is to preserve our home for us and for future generations. So far, our ship has been flying on autopilot, but there is less and less time left. We can combine our efforts, understand the cause of the malfunction, and take all measures to restore the planet. We still have a chance to repair our ship and continue our journey in order to explore outer space and populate new planets.
How beautiful our planet is. It is alive. And just like us, it has a heart, the core of our planet. Anastasia will tell us about the functions of the planet Earth.
Good afternoon, friends.
Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья.
Не тот канал.
What is happening to our planet's core right now that we decided to dedicate Kaleidoscope to this topic? Let's look at the functions of the Earth's core. The first and most obvious function of the core is heat generation, which scientists don't pay much attention to right now. Let's look at the function of the Earth's core. And the first is heat generation. We're used to thinking that the only source of heat for our planet is the sun, but the internal heat emanating from the core plays an equally important role. According to recent studies, the temperature of the inner core may be close to 6,000 degrees Celsius, about the same temperature as the surface of the sun. Why is the Earth's core so hot? According to the modern scientific understanding, this heat has been stored since the formation of the planet, when the Earth was molded from the primary material. Also, the inner and outer layers of the core rotate, and according to scientists, it creates additional frictions and heat. Besides the primary heat of the core, an additional source is also the radioactive decay of elements in the various shells of the Earth. It is assumed that clusters of radioactive elements warming the core are on the surface of the inner core. There are also researchers who hypothesize about thermonuclear fusion, which is triggered by the rotation of the liquid core. However, it's currently unknown to the science exactly how this heating actually works. How is the heat of the core transferred to the surface of the Earth? The core, like a huge internal furnace, the red-hot core hits the Earth's next layer, the mantle. Due to so-called mantle convection, in other words, temperature mixing of matter, heat from the core rises to the Earth's surface everywhere. There are also additional local channels of heat rise. Molten red-hot magma flows rising in the form of mantle plumes. When they break through to the surface, they are poured out by volcanic eruptions. Through such local zones, heat from the core is transported directly to the surface of the Earth's crust. Geothermal subsurface heat is the warming of the Earth's crust by two sources: heat from the mantle, heated by the core, or from magmatic sources. At the surface where we walk, the temperature of the rocks matches the climatic zones, but with depths, the temperature begins to rise. Miners face the phenomenon. It's always hot in the deep mines. At a depth of 1 kilometer, it's usually 30 degrees heat. On average, the temperature rises by 3 degrees Celsius every 100 meters. Of course, temperature changes in different areas and at different depths are not constant and are determined by the composition of rocks, their physical state, and thermal conductivity. And what is most important for us during this period of cycling cataclysm, when magma rises, geothermal heat starts to increase significantly. Geothermal heat is known to be consistently high in volcanic regions where magma has been at the surface of millions of years. Why did we tell you so much about geothermal heat? Because now there is an increase in the number of zones with anomalous heat flow in different regions of the world due to the rise of magma. And it's precisely such thermal anomalies that are now causing the melting of the glaciers of West Antarctica, Greenland, and the melting of permafrost in Siberia. Even climate change in Siberia, which is 2-3 times the rest of the world, is caused by such geothermal heat, which comes from rising magmatic melts in the depths. Geothermal heat hits not only the rocks, but also the groundwater. And hot springs are usually found in volcanic regions or in areas where magma is very close to the surface. Hence, the boiling of water in wells in Siberia. Now the changes in the core manifest themselves in an increase in geothermal flux from the interior and have a direct impact on the Earth's climate. The next important function of the core is the generation of the Earth's magnetic field. So, magnetic field. It's believed that the main reason for the formation of our planet's magnetic field is the flow of huge masses of liquid iron in the Earth's outer core. The flow of liquid metal in the core generates ionic electric currents. The Earth's rotation around its axis causes these currents to form a magnetic field which spreads around the entire planet. In turn, the magnetic field organizes the currents. As a result of the reciprocal feedback, the process becomes self-sustaining. This mechanism is also called a dynamo process. Advanced researchers know that the Earth has two magnetic fields, a weak one and a strong one. You will learn more about this later in the Kaleidoscope. The Earth's magnetic field extends from the core to the upper atmosphere for several thousand kilometers, bounding an area known as the magnetosphere. It represents invisible lines of force flowing out of one pole and into other. The magnetosphere is a kind of protective bubble around the planet, which keeps it safe from solar and cosmic radiation. If there were no magnetic field, all layers of the atmosphere would simply be blown into outer space. Therefore, the geomagnetic field, as well as the internal warming up of the core, is necessary condition for existence and development of life on the Earth. The magnetic field protects the biosphere from energetic charged particles, affect the course of some chemical reaction, cellular processes, the state of the human body, and migration in the animal world. It should be noted that if there is magnetic field, that is the sign of a living planet. If we look at other Earth-type planets, even having a nucleus, they remain without a magnetic field. For example, the planets Mars and Venus. In addition, it is the core that generates the Earth's gravitational field. Today, in Kaleidoscope, you will also learn more about this. Another function of the Earth's core that scientists pay little attention to is the centering of the planet. To better understand the centering process, we can compare the rotating of our planet to the process of balancing a wheel. If the wheel is not balanced, it begins to spin and break the chassis. Therefore, balance is very important to the wheel. You can imagine how important balance is to the planet when the core is 31% of the planet's mass. When the core shifts, it imbalances all the other spheres of the planet. Displacement of the core causes changes in all geophysical parameters, such as the velocity and axis of rotation of the planet. So now we have listed the main function of the Earth's core. They are thermal, magnetic, gravitational, and centering. And now all these functions have failed. So what happened to the heart of our planet? Let's watch a video.
We believe that we can control a lot of things, but we forgot that there is a huge mass of molten substance bubbling beneath our feet. At the very center of this red-hot ocean is the heart of our planet. And like ours, it is beating. But now, serious problems have begun inside the core. It could soon destroy our civilization. The core of our planet has a radius of 3,500 kilometers, which is comparable in size to the planet Mars. Previously, it was believed to consist of two layers, an outer liquid layer and a solid inner layer of iron and nickel. However, new findings have puzzled the scientific community. In 2015, researchers from the University of Illinois and Nanjing University in China discovered a strange behavior of a seismic wave traveling through the inner core. Thanks to this discovery, scientists concluded that there is an inner core, and it either consists of a different type of crystal, or the Earth's core is still evolving and is gradually crystallizing. This is confirmed by the research of Australian scientists led by Joanne Stevenson.
What I observed is a very small kind of change, but it's got big implications for what's happening in the inner core.
Recently, scientists made another staggering discovery. For some unknown reason, the Earth's inner solid iron core appeared to be asymmetrical. A new model proposed by seismologists of the University of California, Berkeley, suggests that the Earth's inner core grows faster on the east side than on the west side. According to the lead study author, Daniel Frost, the movement of liquid iron in the outer core carries heat away from the inner core, causing it to freeze and grow on the east side. Phil Livermore of the University of Leeds and his colleagues were surprised when a trio of satellites called SWARM detected signs of a fast-flowing river of liquid metal in the Earth's outer core. Researchers indicate that this jet stream moves from Canada to Siberia and now wraps halfway around the planet. The vast jet stream, about 420 kilometers wide, has accelerated threefold since 2000. It remains a mystery why the speed of the iron stream has increased. But the anomalous phenomena don't end with that. Geophysicists at the University of Maryland have analyzed thousands of recordings of seismic waves traveling through the Earth and discovered two strange structures at the Earth's core. One beneath Africa and the other one deep below the center of the Pacific Ocean. These structures are features of very dense, hot matter at the boundary between the core and the mantle, and are known as ultra-low velocity zones at the roots of deep-seated mantle plumes. Notably, each of these two giant blobs has an area comparable to that of a continent, and the height of each is 100 times higher than Mount Everest. In the year 2020, scientists discovered that the patch of hot material beneath Hawaii is even larger than they previously thought. A recent work by Maria Sekamestrenko, a seismologist at the University of Oxford, confirms these so-called blobs as a source of the hot mantle plumes, and those plumes can trigger devastating supervolcanic eruptions when they surface. The mantle plumes caused massive volcanic eruptions that formed Iceland and continue to drive the rumbling activity beneath Yellowstone.
There is a high correlation between these events. Climate changes and mass extinctions over the past few 100 million years.
The results of recent studies of the Earth's core and the structures around it are alarming. And while only scientists know about this threat now, it will soon become apparent to all inhabitants of the Earth. Another important evidence confirming that abnormal processes are taking place in the core is the drastic acceleration of the North Magnetic Pole's drift by 3.5 times over the past 20 years. Together with the extreme acceleration of the North Magnetic Pole movement, a mysterious anomaly weakens the planetary magnetic field, which protects us from dangerous galactic and solar radiation. Scientists have been able to calculate that the Earth's magnetic field has weakened by 9% over the past 200 years. As a result, an area of weak magnetic field known as the South Atlantic Anomaly has been formed between Africa and South America. Moreover, in the last 5 years, another such area has developed southwest of Africa, and it is actively growing. The electromagnetic field is generated by the dynamo mechanism in the Earth's core, and therefore it is evident that changes in the magnetic field indicate changes in the core. Another proof of the anomalous behavior of the Earth's core is the appearance of a powerful neutrino emission from the bowels of the Earth, which was also registered in the year 2015. An even more anomalous event occurred in the year 1998. Scientists detected a sharp bouncing displacement of the core by observing the Earth's center of mass using satellites. As a result of the bounce, the core shifted sharply northward toward the Tamir Peninsula. At this time, scientists at the Medicina station in Italy detected a gravity burst. The velocity of the planet also increased as well as the centrifugal force. Concurrently, there was a dramatic change in the shape of the Earth. As measured by a laser rangefinder system from the US satellites, the planet began to expand abnormally along the equator, whereas before that, the trend had been the opposite. Because of the increased centrifugal force, magma plumes began to rise closer to the surface, which increased the geothermal heat flow and the number of earthquakes. As a result, new faults and cracks began to form, through which water from the surface began to escape deep into the Earth. In the same year, there was a sharp increase in the speed of the North Magnetic Pole's drift. The bounce of the Earth's center of mass became the key factor of the system's imbalance. This event led to a dissonance among all the Earth's shelves, which caused a dramatic increase in many natural disasters: earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, hurricanes, tornadoes, and so on. It is worth noting that during the same period, there was also synchronous bouncing changes in natural processes on the Sun, Moon, Mars, and other celestial bodies of the solar system. And this also occurred because of the displacement of their core. Led scientists to believe that such synchronous bounces may be caused by the influence of external factors on the solar system. In the year 2010, NASA scientists, together with French meteorologists, established a correlation between the increase in average annual temperatures and the rotation of the Earth's core. The fact that the core affects the climate has long been known in science. Back in the 1980s, a group of French scientists discovered that the movement of liquid material in the core directly affects the rotation of the Earth, which in turn affects the oceanic and atmospheric circulation. The bounce of '98 led to major changes on the Earth's surface. But this started even earlier. It is no coincidence that the New York Times published an article in 1985 about the leading role of the core in climate change. The core pay taxes on gas emissions, while you can make people pay. So now everyone has forgotten about these studies. But over the past 50 years, our planet has continued to accelerate. Since the year 2016, this trend has intensified even more. July 19th, 2020 was recorded as the shortest day in the history of observations. Even seemingly insignificant acceleration of the huge mass of the Earth will cause catastrophic consequences in the near future. It is clear from all the facts that the processes now taking place in the Earth's core are the cause of climate change. According to many researchers, such drastic global changes in the planet's core are caused by immense energies coming from the depths of space. Our planet is exposed to this radiation every 12,000 years. And right now, we are on the verge of a catastrophe. Scientists have yet to answer many questions, but it is clear that extreme changes are taking place in the core. The core bounces accelerate the planet's rotation and increase its centrifugal force, which brings the magma inside the mantle closer to the surface. This causes an increase in the power of volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, the number of which is increasing. Also, the process of magma uplift heats up groundwater, causing glaciers to melt from below, which leads to catastrophic floods. The situation is progressing rapidly, and very soon we will face supervolcanic eruptions and global floods that will make conditions on the planet incompatible with life. How can humankind survive cataclysms of this magnitude? Each and every person must be involved in the solution to this problem, and we must act with full commitment. Now there is no time to shift responsibility to someone else. The heart of our planet is already beating faster. This is causing catastrophic changes. Only by admitting the truth about the real causes of climate change will we be able to grasp the full extent of what is happening and unite the entire scientific potential to ensure the survival of all humanity.
What a complicated mechanism is the core of our planet. Changes in its work is a serious problem for the entire organism of the planet. Geologists Natalia and Yelizaveta will tell us more about changes in the inner solid core and the catastrophic consequences it leads to, not only on
геологи Наталья и Елизавета.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья. Здравствуйте. Сейчас мы предлагаем вам
We
разобрать
invite you to explore a whole range of topics that are of key importance for all of humanity in the period of cataclysmic cycles of 12,000 years. We will begin to examine changes in the depth from the core to the surface of the Earth. Let's consider what the inner solid core is like. This is the deepest sphere of the Earth. It is believed to consist mainly of an alloy of iron and nickel, in which there is a small amount of other light elements. The inner core is believed to be solid because, unlike the outer core, it consists of nickel, which has a higher melting point
чем железо.
than the iron. The fusion in the core is at extremely high temperatures and pressures. Interestingly, the inner core is constantly rotating and also shifting within the planet. This phenomenon is called the centennial drift of the core. That is a small shift or bouncing of the core that occurs over hundreds of years. This change is recorded by changes in gravity, which are observed at many gravimetric stations around the world, but this process possesses no danger to life on Earth. However, in 1998, a number of scientific organizations and scientists from more than 30 countries announced in their reports a catastrophic event, namely a sharp bouncing of the Earth's inner core. This was determined by observing the Earth's center of mass using the DORIS, D-O-R-I-S satellite system. This jump, this bouncing of the core occurred in 1998 in an anomalous phenomenon. It is an anomalous phenomenon because the core sharply changed its trajectory by 90 degrees to the northeast towards the Taimyr Peninsula. And such a drastic shift, bouncing of the core with its enormous axis mass of about 17 masses of the moon had a huge gravitational impact on all the spheres of the Earth. The satellite system is used to monitor such parameters as changes in the shape of the Earth, changes in the gravitational field, and the speed of the Earth's rotation. It was in 1998 that sudden changes in all these parameters were registered. The number of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions has increased as well. One of the interesting indicators caused by the bouncing of the core, which did not mention earlier, is the change in the levels of the world's oceans. Interestingly, these changes coincide in time with the beginning of dramatic change in the shape of the Earth. In other words, the bouncing caused a sharp change in shape, which entitled a change in the mass transfer of the ocean, oceanic waters. In the graph, we can see that the level of the Western and Central Pacific and Indian Ocean decreased sharply, but on the opposite side, the level of Eastern Pacific and Atlantic Ocean increased sharply.
Let's go back to the changes in the core. Earlier in the video, you saw that according to California seismologists, the inner core is now asymmetric. Interestingly, after the bounce, the core became asymmetric, growing faster on the east side than on the west side. According to the assumption, the core became so asymmetric exactly after the bounce in 1998. And also, you heard in the video that the flow of liquid iron in the outer core accelerated. We also assume that this occurred during the bounce when the solid inner core disrupted the flow of the outer liquid core. However, it is important for us to understand that the bouncing of the core was only a consequence of the changes that began in the core ever earlier. It was possible to register these changes by the changes in the planet's rotation rate and the acceleration of the North magnetic pole drift, which began approximately in 1995, 3 years before the bouncing of the core. For more details on what also happened in 1995, you can watch the climate report presented at the forum Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity on November 12 this year. Before the 70s, the planet was slowing down, but in 70s, it began to spin up faster in a leaping way, and then it accelerated sharply in 1995. And after the bouncing of the core in 1998, this acceleration continues to increase in galloping way as well. This pushes magma from deep centers to the surface as centrifuge-like process. And the magma being pushed out by the acceleration of the planet's rotation is coming from the greatest depths.
Scientists from Denmark and the United States published an article in 2020 suggesting that iron from the liquid outer core is leaking into the mantle, and as a result, in the interface of the core and mantle, huge areas of more molten matter form inside the mantle. Just imagine the outer core, like a broken egg, leaks into the mantle, and in these places hotter, more mobile flows are formed at the core mantle boundary. You saw them in the video too. The core has two main places where these flows come out. If you do a projection, one is under Africa and another one is under Pacific Ocean. As they rise up, ascend, they branch out like a tree and feed with magma plumes and volcanoes. In 2020, scientists discovered that a large spot of hot material at the core mantle boundary beneath Hawaii is even larger than their previous estimates. These areas of liquid core leakage seem to be growing.
The peculiarity of this phenomena is that heavy iron isotopes leak out of the liquid core, while the lighter isotopes remain in the core. Laboratory experiments showed that the lighter atoms were more likely to stay inside the core, while the heavy iron-57 began to rise to the upper layers of the melt, where the temperature and pressure were lower. This is how the centrifuge effect works. Just imagine the liquid core seeps into the mantle, forming regions of red-hot mobile matter in the mantle, which remains at the boundary of the core until it loses stability for some reason. After it loses stability, it begins to rise upward in the form of the so-called plume, a super hot and fast vertical flow of magma. For example, the lava of some underwater volcanoes off the coast of the Hawaiian Islands and the archipelago of Samoa contains an unusually large amount of heavy iron, the same iron 57 isotope that leaked from the core. In this way, fragments of matter in the core can rise to the surface of the Earth, and now, during the cycle of cataclysms and after the changes in the core, this process has an avalanche-like nature, and to our great regret, next we will see more and more red-hot and mobile magma rising from the bowels during eruptions.
В 1995
In 1995, changes in the underlying dynamics of the planet began. We saw a spike in the number of earthquakes and acceleration of the drift of the magnetic North Pole, and glaciers began to melt. 27 years have passed. How many years do you think it takes for magma to accelerate enough to start breaking through to the surface? Let's take a look at some places on our planet where enough research has been done to allow us to somehow assess the dynamics of the magma rise process. Bransfield Strait near the Antarctica is a place of strong tectonic activity in the Earth's crust, and earthquakes regularly occur here as tectonic plates collide. Until 2010, it was thought that all earthquakes that occur here are related to plates movements. There were 3,900 earthquakes in 2 years. However, as early as 2014, seismic activity was found to be caused by magmatic intrusions. The number of earthquakes and magnitude increased. In 2021, the magnitude of the magmatic intrusions had already increased so much that the number of earthquakes had risen to 85,000 in 6 months, with magnitudes rising to 6. The team of researchers who observed the phenomenon were amazed at the scale and power of the intrusion of magma into the Earth's crust. The crust in the area is 15 kilometers thick, and localization of the earthquakes showed that 10 kilometers of the crust had already been eaten by the active magma.
What does it mean that the crust is eroded by magma? Let's take La Palma as an example. The eruption occurred in September 2021. After the third explosion, a few hours later, mobile, active magma started to rise. Volcanologists have recorded this. Just 10 years ago, there was a major eruption on the neighboring island of El Hierro. That eruption was investigated by dozens of scientific teams. It turned out that during this eruption, the lower boundary of the Earth's crust had risen by 4 kilometers. Imagine, right at the time of the eruption, the crust thinned by 4 kilometers in just 3 months. The La Palma eruption was already much more powerful, and magma was bursting out just in the place where the crust had thinned. And most tellingly, this lava was superfluid, the most fluid of all historical basalt eruptions. We can surmise from the superfluidity of the lava that this is the same magma coming from the Earth's core that we talked about earlier.
A similar situation is currently observed in Iceland, for instance. A recent study of the volcano Fagradalsfjall, which erupted in March 2021, showed that during its eruption, magma from deep areas of the mantle plume entered the volcano chamber. According to the study, the speed of change in the key chemical indicators of lava at Fagradalsfjall volcano in 2021 was more than 1,000 times higher than during other eruptions. And in 2014, the Borgarkrón volcano erupted in Iceland as well, during which it took just 10 days for magma to rise from a magma chamber that is 24 kilometers deep to the surface. And this happened just 8 years ago. Now magma is rising from even greater depths. But these examples are where the magma channel has already been exploited. These are active volcanoes that are erupting right now. But just imagine that magma now doesn't even need to the old channels anymore. It can break through in any point of the Earth's crust.
In May 2019, the birth of a new volcano off the coast of Mayotte, near the island of Reunion, near Madagascar, was recorded. A brand new volcano appeared right in the front of researchers' eyes, and it happened disastrously quickly. A year earlier, abnormal seismic activity was detected at the base of the lithosphere at a depth of 80 kilometers. And in just a year, magma covered this distance, and a volcano appeared on the surface in May 2019. To say that this is an anomalously fast rise of magma is to say nothing. It is also important to know that this eruption occurred just above the zone of the African molten matter anomaly, at the core mantle boundary. At that time, it was the largest active underwater eruption ever recorded.
A new record for the strongest recorded volcanic eruption was set on January 15, 2022 by the Hunga Tonga Hunga Hapai volcano. This eruption had an explosive character due to the water layer above the volcano. The plume from this eruption rose to 58 kilometers at its highest point. The gas, steam, and ash from the volcano reached the mesosphere, the third layer of the atmosphere. Know this for yourself. Next, you will hear more about how scary an atmospheric rupture can be when deep magma is introduced into the water. Researchers noted that lava of such a composition had not previously came during previous eruptions of Tonga in 2009 and 2014. In previous eruptions, magma got stuck in an intermediate chamber for some time, but this time the fresh magma rose quickly, wasting no time on chemical changes. The new magma had a large amount of bubbles in it. This is why the Tonga eruption became the record-breaking eruption. Even according to researchers, this is clearly not the last record we will see in the near future.
The same pattern of repeat magma ascent is being witnessed right now in Alaska. A seismic swarm that appeared in April 2022 near Mount Edgecombe volcano in southeastern Alaska suggests renewed activity of this volcano, which was last active about 800 years ago. This is the highest rate of volcanic deformation we are currently seeing in Alaska, said the lead author of the study, a professor at the University of Alaska. He says that deformation of volcanoes is not uncommon, but that activity at Edgecombe is unusual because reactivation of dormant volcanic systems is very rare. Now, unfortunately, we are going to see this phenomenon more and more often. It is enough to recall the science of the awakening volcano Lodge in Germany, which erupted 12,000 years ago. In this list of volcanoes that erupted in past cycles, there is also Elbrus in Caucasus, Fleet Field supervolcano in Europe, Sakurajima in Japan, and many others.
Such an example of an awakening record breaker in the past is Taupo volcano, which erupted 24,000 years ago, and it was not an ordinary eruption. It was one of the strongest eruptions in the last 70,000 years. Anomalous seismic activity is now being recorded beneath Taupo. Scientists have recorded about 700 small earthquakes beneath crater Lake Taupo. Scientists have found that the earthquakes are caused by volcanic rather than tectonic activity. The monster is waking up. In March 2019, a series of 64 earthquakes occurred in the Lake Taupo.
Что этот рой землетрясений был вызван вторжением дайки базальтового состава. Дайка — это плоская магматическая, которая рвет породы из
area. Scientists determined that in the Earth's crust before reaching the Earth's surface, a pressure pulse from the mantle must occur to give that much energy to the magma. The dike was embedded in the fragile crust at the depths of 8-10 kilometers and spread 2 kilometers towards the volcano in just 1 to 2 hours. It is the substance of the deep layers of the mantle which does not wait for the magma chamber under Taupo to gradually release. It rushes to the surface. Studies have shown that the former largest eruptions of Taupo were also accompanied by the introduction of dikes of basaltic composition. It is no longer no doubt that Taupo volcano is about to erupt. The question is only when. What is happening right now in the Taupo area? Just 2 weeks ago, earthquakes of magnitude greater than 4 began to occur beneath the Taupo caldera. The largest one was of magnitude 5.4 at the depth of only 7.8 kilometers. It's not an accident. These are signs of another magma movement. We have no examples of supervolcanic eruptions that are available for study. Therefore, all volcanologists agree that they have no reliable ways to predict the eruption of a supervolcano. Yet the paradox is that with no reliable tools to predict eruptions, scientists convince people with inflexible persistence that there is no danger. How much credibility do you have in the reassuring speeches of scientists who say there's no danger until a sudden eruption hits a few thousand people? In the consumerist format of society, scientists are not liable for the lack of warning, just as the regional authorities are not liable. And while the magma makes its way to the surface, we will hope that we still have some time to build a creative society where everyone's life will be the main value, because this is what will ensure timely evacuation and technology for all people capable of stopping the magma apocalypse.
Но времени у нас мало. Со времени форума 12 ноября прошел всего месяц, а за это время синхронно по всей планете.
But we have very little time left. Only a month has passed after the forum that happened on November 12th, and during this time, volcanoes began to erupt synchronously all over the planet, in many cases with 2 volcanoes nearby. Mauna Loa and Kaliyao in Hawaii, Shevelyach and Kulchevskaya Sopka in Kamchatka, Popocatépetl and Fuga in Latin America, Stromboli and Etna in Italy, Semeri and Kirenchi in Indonesia. All of these eruptions are likely to have an anomalous magma composition. All of the eruptions we have reviewed over the past 5 years show similarly anomalous rates of magma ascent. We would be happy to be wrong, but unfortunately, the above examples prove the model presented at the forum on November 12th. We'd like to remind you that the abnormal rise of magma is happening due to the changes in the planet's core as a consequence of cyclical external influences every 12,000 years, and this is undeniable fact. What we will tell you next will come as a shock to an unprepared viewer. Changes in the cores are now occurring on all planets of the solar system. You might think, how was this established? Yuri Vladimirovich Barkin, a doctor of physics and mathematics, professor at the Schmidt Institute of Physics of the Earth, of the Russian Academy of Sciences, was engaged in such research for many years. He was also one of the first to write about the jump in the Earth's core in 1998, and that this bouncing occurred synchronously on other planets of the solar system. The jumps were measured on the Earth as well as on the Moon, and on other objects that jumped were recorded by indirect signs. Laser reflections were installed on the Moon during the lunar missions. In 1997 and 1998, a jump bouncing in the coordinates of all 4 reflections were detected simultaneously in the same direction. Researchers assumed that there was a jump in the position of the Moon's center of mass by about the same distance as the jump of the coordinates of the reflectors.
It is also significant to note that the change in the radius of the Sun was recorded in 1998. In the same year, there was also a dramatic change in the level of solar radiation, and the rate of propagation of coronal emissions. In the graph on the left, you can see a red dot as a jump in radiation, and on the right, the increase in the rate of coronal emission propagation. According to scientists, the impact on the Sun proves that the spikes in planetary cores could have been caused by outside influences on the entire solar system. Barkin wrote, "We expected and expect similar shifts for other bodies of the solar system, Mercury, the Moon, the Sun, Titan, Mars, etc. Let's note that the mentioned jump-like geodynamic phenomena for the bodies of the solar system are synchronous and accordingly should have been observed exactly in 97-98.
The calculations of Barkin showed that the centers of mass of all the planets are displaced relative to their geographical positions, which indirectly indicates jumps in their course. For example, the Earth's center of mass is shifted relative to its geometric center by 1 kilometer, the Moon by almost 2 kilometers, Mars by 3, and the Sun by almost 300 kilometers. Barkin noted and predicted on different planets of the solar system the displacement of the core relative to the mantle by indirect signs such as anomalous gas emissions, increased melting of polar caps, increased storms, increased volcanic and seismic activity, and other external signs. The basic principle is that if the core of the planet is displaced relative to the geometric center of the planet, then the core will cause increased hemodynamic and geothermal activity along the axis of its displacement. That is just like on Earth, the glacier melting zones of West Antarctica and the warming zones of Siberia are located on opposite sides of the planet along the axis of the core shift. It is the same as on other planets.
Based on this principle, Barkin made predictions about the structure and geology of some space objects that had not yet been studied by spacecraft. Later, when studying these objects, Barkin's predictions came true. For example, in his 2002 paper, Explanation of Endogenous Activity of Planets and Satellites and Its Cyclicity, he predicted the high activity of Saturn's satellite Titan. Until 2005, the surface of Titan was hidden from observers under a powerful atmosphere. It is about 10 times as massive as Earth's atmosphere. Barkin predicted that there would be a high activity of natural processes on the satellite. The phenomena of displacement of the center of mass itself would be observed. That is, as we assume as asymmetric position of the core as on Earth. Barkin also predicted geological features on the satellite, particularly mountain ranges, faults and fractures, volcanic activity, rivers and seas of liquid methane. All this was clearly predicted 2-3 years before the arrival of the Cassini-Huygens space expeditions on Saturn and Titan in 2005. Already the first images and the first studies carried out by this apparatus started in 2005 have fully and accurately confirmed the predictions made. Similarly, the high activity of another satellite of Saturn, Enceladus, was established, and about 5 years after the publication of the scientists' work, an active Kaiser plume was discovered at the south pole of Enceladus with emissions of substances and gases.
Barkin's research made it possible to substantiate such difficult-to-understand phenomena as the activation of natural processes and geological tectonic activity in the polar regions of planets and satellites, that is, those changes that cannot be justified in any way by action of the Sun. These changes can come only from the depth. Examples of such polar activity include the growth of giant hurricane spots at the North Pole of Saturn and the polar emissions of geysers of its satellite Enceladus. So is the melting of Antarctica ice and heating of the Antarctic on the Earth. Climate change, atmospheric anomalies, and increased volcanic eruptions, earthquakes are occurring on all planets of the solar system, and at the November 12th Forum, Global Crisis or Survival is in Unity, a video was presented about this. Thanks to Barkin's work, we can see that these climate changes are due to the synchronous bounce of the planet's cores. Based on the geological evidence on Earth, such changes in planetary cores occur every 12,000 years, and you will learn more about it in detail during today's Kaleidoscope of Facts. And right now, I would like to pass the floor to Vyacheslav from Australia, who will talk in detail about climate changes on Mars.
Good afternoon, friends. Mars is now experiencing climate changes similar to those on Earth. Because Mars is relatively close to Earth, it is more studied than other planets in our solar system. Let's take a closer look at what is happening on Mars. As on Earth, Mars has recently recorded an increase in sand and dust storm. It means an increase in wind in general. This is despite the fact that now Mars has a very rarefied atmosphere. The pressure at the surface of Mars is on average 170 times lower than that on Earth's surface. According to NASA research, the dense atmosphere that Mars used to have was blown away by the solar wind. And yet now, even the rarefied Martian atmosphere, winds and turbulence are increasing as a result of changes in Mars climate. This is due to a general warming of the Mars surface. Researchers write that now an ice age is ending on Mars. How does it manifest itself? There is ice caps at the poles of Mars, just there are increased ice caps in poles on Earth. Both ice caps are equivalent to the Greenland ice sheet in terms of total ice volume. They consist of aqueous salty ice with admixture of dust. The polar caps are subject to seasonal changes. The observed seasonal changes in the polar caps are due to upper layer, less than 1 meter thick, consists of solid CO2, they so-called dry ice. This seasonal ice evaporates completely during the Martian spring, leaving only the permanent cap. Why is the dry ice on Mars composed of CO2? Because 95% of Mars' atmosphere consists of CO2. NASA research shows that from 1975 to 1996, Mars warmed by 1 degree. The warming of the planet causes glacier to melt just as it does on Earth. Planetary scientists have found that lines on the slopes of Mars going down have been formed by liquid water flowing down. On Mars, an increased level of methane was also recorded. On Earth, methane is emitted due to melting of the glacier. This process is also occurring on Mars. Landslides have recently been detected on Red Planet. In 2021, Trace Gas Orbiter captured a 5-kilometer long and 35 wide landslide in the area of Mount Aeolis. Melting ice caps and giant landslides on Mars are the clear sign of global warming occurring right now on the neighborhood planet, which has no anthropogenic CO2 emission at all. Mars' polar ice cap, which is located near the South Pole, is shrinking at an enormous rate, as the chief researchers of the Mars Orbit Camera, Michael Malin, said. All this suggested a global climate change on Mars and a general rise in the planet temperature. However, as for the permanent component of the ice caps, they were thought to be freezing to the ground. But recent research has found that the appearance of the channel of water under the ice and even sub-ice lakes. This research was carried out under the Southern Cap. Professor Neil Arnold of Cambridge Scott Polar Research Institute believes that Mars must still be geothermally active to sustain liquid water beneath its ice caps. Nowadays, we are watching the same thing under the ice of Antarctica and Greenland, that is subglacial lakes. have been found there, and numerous study proves that they are formed because of increased geothermal heat. Remarkably, the subglacial lake is found in zone of rising relief. What kind of positive landform would cause this ice to thaw from below? We know that the area is about 140 volcanoes underneath Antarctica. Analogically, the analogy suggests itself. But an even more shocking fact is the intensification of magnetic and seismic activity on Mars, which is happening right now in recent decades. A seismograph has been operating on Mars since 2018, and since then it has recorded 1,330 earthquakes. On 4th May 2022, there was a powerful Marsquake of magnitude of 5, which had been observed on Mars before, has never been observed on Mars before. According to scientists, Marsquakes are becoming more frequent. There are two types of Marsquakes: high frequency and low frequency. High frequency ones are caused by shattering of the shell of Martian crust, while low frequency ones emanate from deeper layer of the planet. That is why the analog of deep focus of earthquakes on Earth. And according to Domenico Giardini, a seismologist from Switzerland, such deep Martian earthquakes are now increasing on Mars. So that is just as on Earth, the number of deep focus earthquakes is now growing catastrophically. Volcanic eruptions on Mars are thought to have long case, but according to the latest data, they could resume at any time. Shaking in the Martian depth indicates that there is a pocket of liquid magma. Seismologists who study earthquakes on Mars believe that increasing seismic activity is precisely due to activation of magma in the mantle of Mars, just as it's happening on Earth now. A week ago, on December 5, an article was released in which planetary geophysic Adrian Brock and Jeffrey Andrews Hanna of the University of Arizona wrote that the interior of Mars is now geodynamically active and suggested that volcanism has caused by mantle plumes, which push magma upwards, causing Marsquakes, fault, and volcanic eruptions. Satellite photos have released evidence of 50,000 years old volcanic surface sediments in Mars' system of cracks. Beneath a wide plain called Elysium Planitia, a colossal 4,000 kilometers wide convection plume in the Martian mantle, 250 miles, can push out molten magma to surface. There have been several other strange observations. For example, the local gravity field of Elysium Plateau is unusually strong, which is consistent with some surface activity. According to the analysis, the mantle plume meets all the requirements. It is the rise of hot internal material that press on the boundary between the planet's core and mantle, pushing magma upwards and forming hotspot in the Martian crust and surface volcanism. This is very similar to mantle plume on Earth, which is being activated on Earth right now as a result of change in the core. So we see that as a result of climate change, dust storms are occurring on Mars, landslides are increasing, ice from below is melting, seismic activity is increasing, and magma in depth is being. All of this is occurring synchronously with increasing natural disaster and similar process of Earth, suggesting that, like on Earth, changes have occurred in the core of Mars. But the most surprising thing is that there is a lot of evidence that not so long ago, by geological standards, there was life on Mars, which was the same as on our planet. According to remote sensing study, there were rivers, seas, and very dense atmosphere, says Alexander Protnov, professor, doctor of geological and mineralogical science, geochemist, as well as the author of the book The Mars Apocalypse, The Real Space Tragedy. Alexander Mikhailovich studied images of Mars surface in detail and has an in-depth understanding of the process of the red planet. Let's watch the fragment excerpt of the interview.
So I got interested in space images of other planets, and the most interesting ones were the space images of Mars, because I saw a lot of processes in them that are typical of Earth. Earth's processes on Mars are widespread, and this does not agree in any way with NASA's view. They claim that Mars has been a dead planet for the last 4 billion years. First of all, Mars is red, and this distinguishes this planet from all other planets. The surface of Mars is not like the dark gray surface of Mercury or the Moon, or any other planet of the Earth group except Earth. Because if the Earth's forests disappeared, our planet would also turn red, because the main process on Earth is the constant oxidation of divalent iron, which is included in the rocks in large quantities, primarily the basalts. Basalts make up half of the igneous rocks on Earth. Over the past 2.5 or 3 billion years, basalts have been oxidized by the oxygen of the Earth's atmosphere. This is only possible because of life on Earth. On any planet where Earth-type life appears, we would see reddening of basalts and iron-bearing rocks, because divalent iron in pyroxenes, olivines, that is, in the main rock-forming minerals of igneous rocks, is unstable under Earth's surface conditions. In a warm climate, abundance of water and free oxygen of the atmosphere, these deep minerals of black, dark green color, falling on the surface of the Earth, within millions of years turn into loose clays and sand, covered with a red coating of iron hydroxides. All these deep rocks gradually change into iron lime and a mixture of iron hydroxides, which are generalized under the common name limonite. This reddening is abnormal and has been known to humankind for millennia. Yet until now it is paid little attention to. One can calculate how much oxygen it would take for a powerful red weathering crust to emerge on Mars. I have calculated this amount. It equals 4,000 trillion tons of free oxygen, which enter dark-colored minerals and transform them into kilometers of weathering crust and loose ferruginous and clay rocks on Mars. For comparison, Earth's current atmosphere contains 1,200 trillion tons of free oxygen. On Earth, those 1,200 trillion tons of oxygen are created by the process of photosynthesis alone. Photosynthesis is a global, cosmic process. It is developed on all Earth-type planets, and the emergence of life on them means photosynthesis, a reductive process. Through water and carbon dioxide, precisely through water oxygen. According to the isotopic studies, billions, hundreds of billions of tons of free oxygen are formed. The process goes on with great energy, with great force, which we do not quite understand, and within a few thousand years, this huge amount of oxygen that is in the atmosphere of the Earth is created. This process is created by the green leaf. That is what Timirazov once said, that the green leaf created the atmosphere of the planet, transformed it from a reducing one to an oxidizing one, and allowed all living beings to live. Because it is oxidation that our organism needs to exist. That applies to countless organisms on Earth. Of course, the same was on Mars. So the reddening of the planet is an indicator of photosynthesis, the transformation of the atmosphere on it. It is a stage of life. It begins to exist and develop in this atmosphere created by itself. If there is heat and water, of course. What do we see on Mars? Apart from the red color, a striking fact is that there is the same process taking place both on Mars and on Earth. On Earth, we see a fast, rapid, I would say, warming process. The ice of Antarctica, Greenland, and alpine glaciers is rapidly melting. It loses water in the form of ice, and the ocean levels are rising. We do not fully understand what is happening on Earth, how fast these processes can go.
Let's summarize what Alexander Mikhailovich told us. There was a life, an abundant vegetation on Mars, and the red color of Mars rocks tell us that. The surface of Mars consists mostly of basalt, which is usually black, but on Mars basalt are covered in iron oxide, in other words, rust. This is what gives the planet its characteristic red hue. To oxidize that much basaltic lava, a dense oxygen-rich atmosphere was needed, and hence the planet that produced it through the photosynthesis. But now there is no atmosphere on Mars. According to NASA research, it was blown away by the solar wind. The planet atmosphere and hydrosphere are held and protected by a magnetic field generated by the core. But now Mars has no global magnetic field, no north or south poles. Why Mars has lost its magnetic field? After all, according to experts, it was once there. It was the result of a terrible catastrophe. You will learn more about it later. Stay with us.
Every cataclysmic cycle of 12,000 years is a major challenge for all planets in the solar system. Unfortunately, we Earthlings, as negligent children, have brought the planet to the pre-infarction and pre-stroke state, and this cycle for Earth may become insurmountable. Now the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov will tell us what may happen to our planet.
Friends, you and us have a chance to admire the most beautiful sight, which happens quite rarely. Once it happened on Mars, and now we, as humanity, have a chance to see it ourselves with our own eyes and enjoy, perhaps for 2 minutes if we are lucky enough, to not be on the side where it will happen. Such a beautiful, I would say, a rare spectacle that rarely happens on living planets. So, when the main crust beneath the depths of the ocean splits, to put it simply, due to all these phenomena, and magma will meet, I mean billions of cubes of water will simultaneously meet with billions of cubes of magma, And usually it happens at the deepest points, where the crust is the thinnest. This instability, which grows, will cause a very powerful water hammer. There will be a tremendous release of steam into the atmosphere, which will sweep away, like a blanket. It will roll up our atmosphere within an instant. But the same hammer will also go back. Just to understand what kind of a water hammer it is, which will be directed into the magma from the contact of such a huge amount of water and magma, I would compare it, excuse me for the simplicity, but it will be evident. Pour some water into a basin, take a slipper, give a strong slap on the water, and you will see the water starting to spurt out, right? So exactly the same water hammer will go inside the planet. This will cause a rupture of almost all old places, old mountains, meaning old seams in our crust. It is unlikely that anything will happen where there are new formations, because everything is very thick and very strong there, kind of a strong bone callus. But on old formations, a thinning occurs. They used to be thick, but over time, these seams between plates will split. Why? Because when two plates come at each other, they collide, and mountains begin to form, and it grows both upwards and downwards. On new formations, there is such a tight, massive junction, whereas on old ones, there's still this very fold. At this point, the most serious catastrophe will happen, which will instantly turn our planet into Mars. Water will disappear from the surface, the atmosphere will disappear, and our, let's say, planet will change forever. It will turn into dead. Why? Because the core will stop. The electromagnetic field will disappear almost completely and almost instantaneously, and gravity will change. The first thing that will happen is satellites will start falling. Our main satellite, the Moon, will fall next. It will definitely fall on our planet. No one will have a chance to survive here. I'm sorry, this is a real scenario. Well, it's not utopian. Any specialist who really, let's say, has an opportunity to speak freely.
Greetings, dear viewers. Great thanks to Igor Mikhailovich for presenting the information which is crucially important for the whole mankind right now. Lifeless Mars is actually a monument to the planet's demise, a reminder, careless Earthlings, that the Earth may also perish in the same catastrophe. Let's find out what is the trigger for such a catastrophe. In the climate report presented on November 12, 2022, at the forum Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, there was outlined a mathematical model of the probable tragic future of our planet. According to this model, the growing imbalance of the Earth's core will lead to increasing of magma activity, breaking the Earth's crust in the area of the Mariana Trench, combining ocean water with magma, which will result in the decomposition of water into oxygen and hydrogen, and the explosion of the emerging gases will entail a hydraulic impact. You may ask, what is this phenomenon, a hydraulic impact? A hydraulic impact is basically the phenomenon of a shock wave characterized by an abrupt jump in fluid pressure. A hydraulic impact in the classical sense can occur in the pipelines, engines, or any other closed systems. Usually, a hydraulic impact is accompanied by a rupture of the walls of a closed system by liquid bursting out under high pressure. In the case of a hydraulic impact of an engine, for example, this is a pressure surge when a large quantity of liquid enters the insulated parts of the engine while it is running. Because of this, the engine suddenly comes to a standstill and stops with a characteristic impact, which results in the breakage of metal structures. In all these cases, water, when the pressure or temperature changes, becomes a powerful, uncontrollable destructive force. According to Professor Kulakov, who studies geodynamics and mantle processes, water is the most explosive substance on Earth. Because often, when water comes into sharp contact with lava during eruptions, explosions are far more powerful than if a volcanic eruption were to happen without water. An example of this would be the eruption of the Tonga volcano in January 2022. Even ordinary rain increases the explosiveness of an eruption. So, for example, rains caused the eruption of the Kilauea volcano in 2018. Let's examine the mechanism of a hydraulic impact if it happens at the bottom of the Mariana Trench as a result of the rise of hot magma. Cold ocean water combining with superheated red hot magma at the bottom of the Mariana Trench will suddenly break up into oxygen and hydrogen, creating huge explosions that will cause a shock wave. Why will be there a magma explosion at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, you may ask, despite the fact that there is 11 kilometers of water column, which is an enormous pressure. It is considered that water cannot boil at such depths because of the high pressure. But the thing is that during this process, there will be no boiling like the formation of a steam, but the decomposition of water into hydrogen and oxygen. This is a reaction that takes place at extremely high temperatures. The magma that rises from the depths is much hotter and has a different chemical composition than a magma that normally pours out into underwater eruptions. Plus, the explosion will take place precisely because the explosion will be trapped in the interior by magma pressure and an 11 kilometer of water, of column of the water. The water seeps through the cracks to meet the magma. Therefore, an explosion in a closed space will be many times more powerful than those explosions that occur in open spaces. So the hydroshock that could turn the planet into Mars is predicted to be in the Mariana, where the crust is the thinnest and the water column is the thickest. This hydraulic impact will occur due to sharp expansion of the bubble of decomposed hydrogen and oxygen, and will tangentially spread inwards into the planet. This will trigger a tenfold increase in magma volume through cavitation. This will tear the planet from the inside out. Magma will pour from all faults, cracks, and volcanoes across the Earth's surface. Because of the impact inside the planet, the solid core will bounce back to the boundary with the mantle and come to a halt. The planet will die within minutes.
An example that this process is more than real on our planet is the Mars perished is exactly the same way just 24,000 years ago during a cyclone of cataclysms. Professor Potnow considers the precisely eroded topography of modern Mars to be an indication of the fact that the Mars perished only a few tens of thousands of years ago. Because if Mars has perished 4.5 billion years ago, as commonly thought, then sandstorms, melt ice caps, and most importantly, meteorites would have left no natural landform on Mars at all. Now we can see the surface of Mars, which is sad spectacle. Relatively fresh lava, frozen and spilled all over the surface, several volcanoes, and enormous gorge Mariner. Mars has no atmosphere, no hydrosphere, no general magnetic fields, and its gravity is very weak. Let's take a closer look at magnetic fields on Mars. According to US Mars Global Surveyor orbiter, instead of a single field, there are now many local, sometimes quite strong magnetic anomalies. On the magnetic field map, they give a molded mosaic-like picture. The magnetic field zones are intensively commensurate with the Earth's magnetic field. The stopping of the dynamo of Mars could have been caused by powerful shock wave impacting the liquid core, and such a shock wave could have been produced a hydraulic impact. Hydraulic impact on Mars, in our opinion, occurred when the huge amount of red-hot magma broke through the crust and entered a huge mass of water. We can locate where the hydraulic impact of Mars may have occurred by examining a topographical map of the dead planet. In our opinion, this is place where the crisscross pattern of tectonic faults is observed. Mariner Gorge is the location of the thinnest crust on Mars. That is a Martian equivalent to Mariana Trench on Earth. Mariana Gorge and Mariana Trench, is this a coincidence? That remains to be sorted out. Supposedly, Mariana Gorge is the Mariana crust broke through the magma poured to the surface, forming the huge magmatic plateau and 4 volcanoes, including Olympus Mons. It's the tallest volcano in the The western part of Mariner Gorge is completely flooded with lava. Mars core rebounded from the explosive effects of the dynamo stopping working. Mars surface rock have had residual magnetization since the explosion. The picture of Mars' current magnetic field probably captures what it looked like in the moment before the hydraulic impact. Since the magnetic field of Mars may have been multipolar at the time, it can be assumed as Mars experienced a magnetic pole inversion during the 24,000-year cycle. On Earth, many individual poles also appear during the inversion. It is important to remember that our planet is now also going through the 12,000 and 24,000-year cycle of cataclysm, and we are already seeing the magnetic poles excursion. Another interesting aspect of Mars catastrophe is fallen satellite. Photographs of Mars' present-day surface show the huge crater, supposedly the impact of huge asteroid. Professor Alexander Mikhailovich Portnov believes that it's not an abstract asteroid that fell to Mars, but the third Mars satellite, Thanatos. In our opinion, Mars used to have single satellite, just like Earth, but it fell on Mars during the catastrophe. 2 independent research teams run a number of possible scenarios, varying the angle of impact, mass, and velocity of the celestial body believed to have collided with Mars. As a result of the simulated collisions, one part of breakage, thanks to gravity, remained on surface of Mars. Another part received a push strong enough to send it away to outer space, and another part remained in the planet orbit. Modeling has shown that the mass of the debris is sufficient to form Phobos and Deimos. That is, Phobos and Deimos are young satellites of Mars, which is why they have such a irregular asteroid-like shape, similar to melted potato. Hydraulic impact, Mars atmospheric collapse, and massive lava outpouring 24,000 years ago caused the death of life on the planet. By studying picture from the surface of Mars, Professor Fortnov suggested that there was a civilization before the catastrophe. By reconstructing the tragedy of Mars, one can assume that Martians were so foolish and careless, hoping for help from someone above and doing nothing to save their planet. There is a possibility that the history could be repeated. It could be repeated on Earth, whatever. Earthlings repeat the mistake of the Martians or choose the new path of uniting. Depends on everyone's choice.
Thank you, Alexander and Vyacheslav. We have heard some very serious information that directly affects every person on the planet Earth. Answer the question, do we want to repeat the fate of Mars, or shall we do everything we can to prevent it? After information about hydraulic impact has been made public, we're often asked, how is it possible? After all, at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, there is a huge pressure due to the water column of 11 kilometers. I hope Alexander's presentation helped you to understand this issue. Our planet is dying, and another factor that makes the situation worse is the environment. Why do you think that this time the Earth may not survive the climate disaster scenario? How is this cycle different from others? Why are the compensatory mechanisms on our planet not activated properly now? I suggest us watching a video on this topic with the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
We, humans, have been destroying our planet for many years. We have been cutting down forests. We have been polluting the ocean. We have been extracting billions of tons of fossils. We've been destroying our planet. We've been disturbing the balance. We've been disturbing the load on the plate. We've been disturbing the windrows. We have been heating our planet where we shouldn't. We, in the same way as parasites in a human body, kill it. So we, as parasites on the body, have literally killed it. Isn't that true? So now we have faced the reality when each of us has to become a doctor. Otherwise, we will become those who will simply cease to exist on this planet. This is no longer a joke. That's where everyone bears responsibility. And to shift it onto someone else, to wait for someone to come and save the world, someone whom we trusted, to rule over us, someone whom we believe, someone we hope for. Why do we do this? I'll repeat, friends, because for thousands of years we were being turned into weak-willed sheep who serve their ruler. Rulers change, ideology and ideas change, while we remain sheep. It is time, friends, to keep skins and become humans. The time has come. And it depends on each of us whether we will survive or not.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich. We will return to the topic of shifting responsibility more than once in our Kaleidoscope of Facts. And now, I'd like to describe in more detail the environmental situation on our planet and how it has affected the Earth. As we can see, a cyclicity of 12,000 years is the main reason for climate change. The Earth has been through such cycles many times in its history, and it knows how to react. After all, over millions of years, natural ecosystems have evolved with compensatory mechanisms to mitigate the effects of climate change. But even the presence of a healthy ecology does not provide 100% protection during cycles. There were many periods when no more than 10,000 people survived, but nevertheless, life on the planet was preserved. Then why do we say that now, in this cycle, the apocalypse awaits us, and not only humanity will die, but the Earth will return into Mars? Because the planet's immunity has been destroyed, and the ecosystems are no longer able to dampen the forces of destruction. We're cutting down forests with the speed of 3.5 million trees a day, and yet forests have unique properties that can balance the ecosystem. They participate in the circulation of moisture. Their root system absorbs water, preventing soil erosion and the formation of landslides and mudslides during heavy rains. Forests, thanks to the flow of evaporation, transport moisture inland and distribute precipitation. The lack of forests results in increased heavy rainfalls in some regions, and creates droughts in the places where they have never been before. Forests also act as a natural barrier to storms, hurricanes, and tsunamis, reducing their destructive power. And the most interesting thing is that even the few forests that we have managed not to cut down nowadays function differently. They started to emit more CO2 than they absorb. Scientists have found and recorded this everywhere, which means it is a natural mechanism in plants as a reaction to the changes taking place on Earth. Thus, CO2 increases regardless of human activity. It is the response of our planet to external impact. Contrary to the popular belief, CO2 does not heat up the atmosphere, it cools it down. It's just physics. And there is another important point. Where does the CO2 go? Into the atmosphere. The lower layers of the atmosphere heat up and the upper layers cool down. As a result of the temperature difference, the atmosphere thickens. In example, a kind of barrier is created, a bumper is formed, right? And this is one of the main protective functions of the planet. By destroying forests, we deprive ourselves of a natural shield against destructive natural disasters. And if we talk about mineral extraction, the construction of reservoirs with large volumes of water, technological explosions, and explosions during the testing of new weapons, all this leads to formation of cavities and voids, destroying the integrity of rocks, making them more fragile and prone to cracking, fracturing, and soil collapsing. These impacts can cause the destruction of crustal shells according to the Griffiths model, which states that even microcracks in the material can cause it to fail completely under certain stresses. Today, there are 36 megacities on the planet. That is, almost half of the world's population lives on 1% of the planet's surface. Just imagine 36 points of increased pressure on the lithospheric plates. It turns out we are creating additional point pressure on the lithospheric plates from top to bottom. And at the same time, as a result of processes occurring in the planet's core, magma pressure comes from the bottom up. Earthquakes increase in frequency and severity, and faults and soil failures grow in numbers. The world's oceans are the major source of oxygen and regulator of the Earth's water patterns. It is in the ocean that typhoons, tornadoes, and tsunamis are formed, and it is on the health of its ecosystem that the ocean's ability to mitigate the devastation that occurs depends. But today the ocean is dying. The ocean is heating up from the bottom up due to the processes in the planet's core. This is causing destructive natural cataclysms to build up. And by polluting it, we humans are speeding up the process of death of the ocean even more. Every year, about 14 million tons of plastic waste, 730 million tons of sewage, more than 10,000 tons of oil is released into its waters as a result of spills from tankers alone. Just think about, already now 88% of the surface of the ocean is already polluted, and the process continues to grow steadily, turning the ocean into a toxic solution. And even if you don't see plastic bottles or other debris while walking along the coast, it does not mean the water is clean at the moment. The microplastics that pollute the ocean is invisible to the eye, but just as dangerous. Microplastics, like a grocery firm, covers the ocean and interfere with the natural circulation processes between the ocean and the atmosphere. And this is another reason why the compensatory mechanism built in the ocean is not activated. The planet is like a living organism, and everything on it is interconnected. The destruction of even one part of it will cause a chain of destruction in the entire ecosystem. We've only described a few of the compensatory mechanisms, but there are many more. Our irresponsible actions have resulted in the planet's defense function not being activated, and it will not be able to survive the coming catastrophe. The Earth is like a gravely ill person who has to climb Mount Everest and come back down. There is zero chance of survival. But what is the key reason for this state of the planet's ecology? It is the format of society in which we live. Our habit of consumerist attitudes towards everything that surrounds us. We overuse the Earth's natural resources to produce huge amounts of goods, 99% of which are thrown away within 6 months. Technology is financed to maximize economic gain rather than protecting the environment and ensuring a good life for all people. In such a society, climate and environmental problems cannot be solved. But there is no time to save their environment now. The compensatory mechanisms that could mitigate the cosmic rays that are hitting us are no longer activated. If we want to live, we need to solve the climate problem first, because we have only 5 to 6 years of relatively stable climate left. And this is only possible in a creative society. Because only in the creative society will scientists from all over the world be able to come together to find solutions to this common threat. And once the climate problem is tackled, we will be able to work on ecological restoration. Thank you very much, Anna, for revealing the topic of the planet's immunity. And what's interesting, why did Mars die? Was it because the civilization on Mars also violated the immunity of its planet? This is a question that modern science has yet to comprehend. As you know, who does not know his history is forced to relive it again. All this time, they tried to hide the fact that global cataclysms occur cyclically every 12,000 years. Traces of global cataclysms are imprinted on artifacts and in the geological layers of our planet. Our entire solar system is subject to cyclical cataclysms. Thus, once a blooming Mars, inhabited by humans, could not survive another cycle and turned into a lifeless planet, reminding us, humans, Earthlings, of our past and common future. Today it depends only on us, people, whether we will repeat the fate of Mars on Earth or will we give ourselves a second chance. On April 22nd, 2023, there will be an international online forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. We invite everyone to participate in this forum actively. And coming back to cyclicity, I suggest you to watch another video.
Earth, our home, is part of the solar system, a group of planets orbiting a star, the Sun. It is located in the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy. Every 12,000 and 24,000 years, the entire solar system is exposed to a flow of a type of high-energy influence from the depth of space. Let's call it an external cosmic impact. The galaxy makes a complete revolution around its axis in 220 million years. This means that a cycle of 12,000 years is not a cycle of the rotation of galaxy. This means that we still do not know what it actually is. The question of what creates this impact is under study. Nevertheless, every 12,000 years, there is a very strong impact on the entire solar system. And every 24,000 years, it is an order of magnitude more powerful.
When you actually go back into geologic records, ice core samples, volcanic data, you find that not only has this cyclicity occurred very recently, but quite frequently and exactly lining up with that great year cycle, the cycle of the yugas, if you will, the 24 to 26,000 range of our crossing of a very interesting region of space.
Let's look at the consequences of the high-energy cosmic impact on objects in the solar system. All planets that have a core react to this impact. The planet's cores become disbalanced, which sets in motion of molten components inside of planets. As a result, hot internal flows begin to rise to the planets, heating them from within. As a consequence of these processes, abnormal phenomena begin to occur in the atmospheres of the planets and destruction builds up in the planet's interior. And this happens even with the gas giants, despite the fact that they do not have dense cores.
We're seeing this thing happen on other planets in our solar system. There's nobody there. They're not driving any cars.
On Uranus, Jupiter, and Venus, wind speeds and hurricane sizes are increasing. On Mars, ice caps are melting. Volcanic activity is intensifying on Venus and Mars. On Mars, subsurface Marsquakes increase. Habibulo Abusamatov, head of the Solar Cosmic Observatory of the Pulkovo Observatory, writes in his book that similar parallel warming as on Mars and Earth were also simultaneously observed on Jupiter, Triton, Neptune's satellite, Pluto, and several other bodies of the solar system. And only one of these planets is now inhabited by humans. During our lifetime, cosmic impact has critically affected the core of our planet. Why is this happening? This impact has a very high energy, due to which there are strong changes in the microcosm. For example, from 2003 to 2013, there was a critical decrease of 4% in the charge radius of the proton as a part of the hydrogen atom. This constant was previously considered stable. This information means nothing to some people, but for many who understand what this means, it was a terrible news and a serious harbinger. The number of hydrogen atoms that make up the planets of the solar system and the sun is huge. Changes in the charge radius of the proton may also be related to the magnetic properties of the proton itself. Consequently, changes in the proton parameters will entail changes in the electromagnetic properties of the planet's cores. The core of our planet consists of two parts. The inner core is a large solid mass. Around it is an outer liquid core of molten iron which is constantly rotating. The flow of molten iron in the outer core generates the electromagnetic field of the Earth, which in turn induces the gravitational field of the planet. Cosmic impact affects the core of our planet, disrupting the usual rhythm of our Earth's heart. In 1995, the magnetic field began to change anomalously as a result of the impact on the core. The magnetic North Pole, previously moving at a speed of 15 kilometers per year, has drastically accelerated by 3.5 times. This is due to the acceleration of the liquid iron flow in the outer core. These changes are enormous, just as exactly the same changes in the magnetic field, which occur every 12,000 years, were accompanied by devastating catastrophes.
Scientists are observing that the magnetic field strength is beginning to drop. This indicates that the poles will soon reverse. This has happened many times in the history of our Earth, and that's exactly what's happening right now.
The reason why this reversal happens has to do with a clock cycle that runs through time. By carbon-14 dating and other dating methods, it happens every 12,068 years. And there'll be more volcanoes, more earthquakes, etc., etc. So you'll know something bad is about to happen.
Each time, during a cataclysmic cycle, as a result of destabilization of the core, there were excursions of the magnetic poles. They are well studied and have their own names. 12,000 years ago, it was Gothenburg magnetic excursion. 24,000 years ago, Lake Mungo. 36,000 years ago, Mono Lake. 48,000 years ago, Lasham, and so on. Against this background, there is also a weakening of the magnetic field and an increase in the South Atlantic anomaly, which has doubled over the last 60 years. Now, as a result of the weakening of the magnetic field, we see northern lights penetrate to more southern latitudes where they have not been observed before. This is an alarming sign because it means that the Earth's magnetic shield protecting us from the cosmic radiation is weakening. Also, deep within the Earth's outer core, geomagnetic disturbances have appeared, and a new type of magnetic phenomena causes sudden death worldwide, which are medically defined as sudden death syndrome. The number of these cases is growing every year. The number of lightning strikes is increasing. The electromagnetic field is going crazy. All these anomalies in the magnetic field reflect critical changes in the core. Simultaneously with a change in the magnetic field in 1995, the geographical pole, the axis of the planet's rotation, began to shift sharply. Just imagine, it is as if the axis around which the globe revolves suddenly shifts to a different place. The Earth axis changed direction from southward to eastward and suddenly started shifting 70 times faster than before. Simultaneously with a shift in the axis of rotation, the planet's rotation began to accelerate abruptly. This can be seen in the graph of the reduction in the length of the day.
By the way, last year was the most anomalous year in terms of the Earth's rotational speed. The Earth's rotation rate is abnormally high. Why? Because the core has moved northwards. So, that has naturally increased the rotation speed. It's pure mechanics.
And in 1998, the core suddenly leaps significantly northeast towards the Tamir Peninsula. The subsequent abrupt acceleration of the planet's rotation increases the centrifugal force and, like a centrifuge, starts squeezing the melt from the depth towards the surface. Rising melt, which having relieved from the pressure of the rock mass, started to release gases dissolved in them very rapidly. Just as it happens in a diver's decompression sickness, the escaping gases behave like air bubbles in blood cavitation.
This is smelting, and now our research confirms that this smelting can happen quickly, like a boiling process. And as a result, if such a boiling process affects large masses of the Earth's crust and, consequently, large masses of this substance will simultaneously boil up, very catastrophic processes will take place when huge amounts of magma substance are to burst out of the surface and lava flow covers huge areas.
Magma expands when boiling, and gases are released from it. These gases explode in the interior, causing earthquake at a great depth. It was previously believed that the earthquake could not occur at a depth over 700 kilometers because the interior mantle is ductile and can't crush like that on the surface. But they do occur because of the gas explosions within magma. These explosions are equivalent to nuclear bombs exploding. And every year, the number of defocused earthquakes grows ever more. In 2022, there has already been an earthquake at a depth of about 800 kilometers. Magma rises, boils, and expands, making its way up to the surface. This process is self-accelerating. Magma starts pushing harder against a thin covering on the surface, the Earth's crust. This causes a planet to expand and crack in the thinnest part of the crust, along mid-ocean ridges and faults. Because of this, the number of earthquakes at the ocean floors has been rising since 1995.
Most was the fact that the number of earthquakes was starting to increase rapidly on the ocean's floors. And I said, gee, this looks kind of interesting because it sort of coincides with a large jump in temperature that we saw in 1995. And at that point, I started a research what I call the mid-ocean seismic activity. And sure enough, it's correlated very, very well with global temperature.
Rising magma increases the heat flux from the interior and the number of earthquakes. The boiling magma bursting through the thick continental crust creates a specific rumble, a series of earthquakes called swarms. These swarms appear in new places and last for many months. Earthquakes are getting more powerful and their number is increasing all over the Earth. Not only do they appear at depth, but they also get closer to the surface, making them more destructive.
The results of observations of major manifestations of the Earth's activity, such as volcanism and seismicity, show a substantial increase in both their number and strength. What is peculiar about this increase is that it's almost exponential, meaning the increase is quite sharp.
Due to magma ascent, seismic and volcanic activity increases. The number of new fractures and faults increases, and the old ones are activated. New fracture zones are opening up, allowing water from the surface to escape into the interior. Rivers and lakes all over the planet are drying up because of this. At the same time, the gases that escape from the magma during the cavitation rise to the surface along fractures and faults. These gases are easily flammable so that there are more and more fires along the faults.
Fire dangerous situations are correlated with the faults of the Earth's crust. Satellite maps show that at places of high concentrations of gases over the centers of earthquakes, fountains of methane appear in the atmosphere spreading for hundreds and thousands of kilometers. There is a tendency for an increase in the number of fires with an increase in the concentration of methane near the Earth's surface.
It's just that from cracks in the Earth's crust, hydrogen is emitted and it burns. Hydrogen and methane often go together.
Hydrogen degassing along the faults leads to the destruction of the ozone layer, causing increased UV radiation. It was the high UV radiation that caused the death of Neanderthals during the magnetic excursion of the Lachemp, according to researchers. This happened during the cataclysmic events 4 cycles ago. Increased degassing occurs every time during a cycle, which leads to gigantic fires. We know that 12,800 years ago, there were huge fires raging from Siberia and North America. And now, we're seeing the fires taking over more and more areas. The rising of gases and the heating from the magma lead to a large number of sinkholes. So, one of the signs of magma ascent is an increase in earthquakes as well as faults, fractures, and sinkholes. Another indicator of magma ascent is a heating of the lower atmosphere. One zone where temperatures are rising 3 to 4 times more than the global average is the Siberian territory. It was in this direction that the core shifted in 1998. Because of this, the magma beneath Siberia has rushed to the surface the fastest. Heating of the subsoil leads to the abnormal melting of permafrost and gas explosions beneath the ice. Winter fires beneath the snow have appeared in the Arctic. In areas above the faults, ice-cold water in people's wells is getting hot. The number and strength of earthquakes is increasing. Similar to the melting of the permafrost, glaciers are melting from below due to the heat of rising magma. For example, in West Antarctica, an active volcanic region, scientists have registered heat anomalies beneath 2 kilometers of ice. The Thwaites and Pine Island glaciers are melting from below due to increased heat flow from the subsurface. Underneath the thin crust of West Antarctica, a huge Marybird magma chamber is rising. A similar situation is observed in Greenland. A magma chamber rises beneath the central part of the island, increasing the rate of ice melt regardless of the season.
This is the trace of a hot spot that moved beneath Greenland. Therefore, this hot material has caused the temperature gradient, in this case, to increase. And the heat flux, the one that we're observing under Greenland now, is high. Well, naturally, the ice gets melted there. Naturally, this ice is moving faster, both in the central part and around the edge.
Increased heat flow from rising magma is melting Greenland's glaciers from beneath. The melting of the Greenland's ice is thought to stop the Gulf Stream. However, the countercurrent is incomparably small compared to the Gulf Stream and cannot stop it. The magma ascent in the Icelandic and Greenlandic plume heats the water at the bottom of the ocean, and the upward flow of hot water blocks the Gulf Stream current. The last time the Gulf Stream stopped was 12,000 years ago. It is not only in the Atlantic Ocean where water heated by magma is rising from the seabed. Giant volumes of water with temperatures 5 to 7 degrees Celsius higher than the surrounding waters have begun to appear in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. They were called blobs.
You can see a submarine eruption switches on hot seawater. Because of the lower density, they will come up to the surface. So sea surface temperature will rise. Total number must approach almost 1 million, and the number of active volcanoes about 5,000. So they all release heat, geothermal heat, changing the normal ocean circulation.
Magma rises, penetrating the ocean floor and heating the water. Overall, the entire ocean has heated up 450 times faster over the past 30 years than it did before over the same period. Both its middle layer and deep sea waters at depth of more than 4 kilometers are already warming.
The pressure inside the crust, just under the crust of the lithosphere, is huge. It's 10 to 30,000 bar. That's the highest pressure you'll get at the very bottom of the Marianas Trench, say, is 1,000 bar. So the effect of the ocean pressing down on volcanoes as far as the magma getting out is next to nothing. So the oceans are really a thin layer and are not going to have any effect or significant effect on magma trying to get out, even if it's at the bottom of Marianas Trench.
The rising magma is now not being held back by the water column. The ocean is warming up from below. The warming of the ocean increases the strength of hurricanes and storms. Also, the warming of the ocean floor is releasing CO2 into the atmosphere because it is ocean that contains 95% of the CO2. Also, due to the warming of the ocean, atmospheric humidity is increasing. The melting of the glaciers in Antarctica and Greenland, as well as an increase in humidity and the number of blobs in the ocean, have particularly intensified since the changes to the planet in 1995. Even sharper temperature rises occurred 12,800 years ago in the Younger Dryas. Temperatures then soared by 15 degrees Celsius. According to studies of ice core and sediment data, such drastic temperature spike occurred for 1,000 years. These periods are called Heinrich events. They indicate a magma ascent and warming of the ocean every 12,000 years. In addition, 12,800 years ago, there were extremely strong winds which formed the vast dunes of the Sahara Desert. Today, there is also an increase in the number of sandstorms. Let's recall that hurricane strength and wind speeds are increasing on the other planets in the solar system. Let's go back to Earth. As magma rises, not only does it heat up the oceans, but it also causes evaporation of groundwaters on the continents. This leads to more abnormal precipitation and flooding. 12,800 years ago, a global flood occurred on the planet, which was discovered based on Paleosoil deposits as the Usella Horizon in Europe and the Clovis Horizon in the Americas. They contain traces of fires, floods, and volcanic eruptions. The magma ascent in the past periods on Earth led to catastrophic eruptions.
That gives rise to the cyclical supervolcano cycle. And you can see it like clockwork. Exactly a half a great year ago, 12,500 years, Campi Felgari off the coast of Italy. Supervolcano, boom. Exactly 1 year, one great year ago, 24 to 25,000 years ago, Taupo in New Zealand went off. Exactly a great year and a half ago, Campi Felgari went off again.
The cycle we are entering is more catastrophic because it occurs once every 24,000 years. Furthermore, the cycle we are entering is more catastrophic because it occurs every 24,000 years. At this point, we have not yet entered the peak phase of the cycle when the Earth is under the direct rays of cosmic influence. But unfortunately, the planet's immunity has been destroyed by humans, and for this reason, the current destruction is already many times stronger than usual. The cosmic impact, not even in its peak phase yet, easily permeates perforated protection of the planet's immunity. That means that when the planet will be under direct impact, its core will be affected many times stronger than now. During past cycles, there have been severe extinctions, but humans survived. This time, however, is the first time when the planet's immunity is seriously degraded. Considering all the above, it is now clear to everyone that life on the planet will cease, unless we do something about it.
Very, very important information was voiced in the video. I want to make a few points. Climate change is not caused by human activity. It is purely cyclical, and this is confirmed by numerous studies of scientists from all over the world. The increase in CO2 levels is also related to climate change and is not influenced by anthropogenic factors. The increase in CO2 levels is one of the compensatory mechanisms that our planet is trying to turn on. All of the changes are related to the stabilization of the core. Jan will tell us what we already know about the radiation that has triggered the disruption of the core.
Secondly, a sharp change in the trajectory of the geographic North Pole happened in 1995. Thirdly, in 1997 and 1998, there was rapid displacement of the centers of mass of the cores of the planets of the solar system and the satellites of the planets, including the Earth. Finally, according to geological evidence on Earth, such changes in the core occur every 12,000 years, which is recorded in the traces of catastrophic volcanic eruptions, rapid temperature variations, and magnetic excursions. Let's watch the following video about changes in the microcosm, which also occurred as a result of cyclic influence of unexplored nature.
Have you heard that the charge radius of a hydrogen atom has decreased by 4%? You will say, so what? Why should I care? It's none of my business. Well, don't rush. Let's try to sort it out. Hydrogen is the most common element in the universe. The hydrogen atom is a window to the microcosm. With its help, we can find answers to questions that were considered unsolvable. Think about it. Hydrogen atoms make up 90% of all atoms, and the rest of the elements make up only 10%. The nucleus of the hydrogen atom proton is the dominant component of all visible matter in the universe. It is hard to imagine the amount of protons in the ocean or magma of the Earth. And what about the human body? It is a unique elementary particle that has a positive charge and is a part of all atomic nuclei. Starting from 2003, there was an experiment in which nuclear scientists worked with the hydrogen atom proton and recorded a strange pulsation of the proton particle. It shrank and then returned to its normal size. In January 2013, this process suddenly ended and an incredible discovery was made. The proton particle had shrunk by 4%. Another group of scientists considered this conclusion to be an error, and from 2009 to 2022, repeated numerous experiments with the hydrogen atom proton. About 10 leading institutes of atomic physics, which have reactors and laser equipment, cross-checked each other. But all the time, they ended up with the same new size of the hydrogen atom. The proton took a new amount, meaning it decreased by 4%, and it became a scientifically confirmed fact. You might think the proton has changed. It's nothing. But everything has changed. Its speed, rotation, direction, and diameter. And the whole organic matter followed it, as it consists of hydrogen. So what does this mean? The proton has shrunk, yet it is a part of all the nuclei of the chemical elements. Does this mean that all the chemical elements have changed? Researchers decided to do the same experiment with helium. It was experimentally established that the charge radius of helium-3 turned out to be smaller than previously recorded. Physicists also discovered a decrease in the charge radius of single atoms of the copper isotope element. The above results of scientific experiments confirm on the level of the microcosm, huge changes are taking place. Changes which were considered impossible according to the laws of the three-dimensional world. But this is reality. Our planet in the sun is in a habitable zone. If the planet were situated further away, then it would be too cold for us. If it were closer, it would be too hot. Modern scientists calculated that if the planet Earth moves 1.5 million kilometers closer to the sun, life on it will become impossible. And this is only 1% of the shortest distance from the Earth to the Sun, meaning the length of a perihelion. Now, let's conduct a mental experiment. Imagine that the proton increased to the size of the Sun, and the electron in its orbit increased to the size of the Earth. And let us now see how a 4% decrease in the charge radius of the proton Sun will similarly affect the minimum distance from the Earth electron to the Sun. Possibly the Earth will get much closer to the Sun, due to the change in the internal potentials and external changes of the Sun and the Earth. Such an example indicates changes will be at least 4 times greater than the critically acceptable changes of the Earth's orbital radius. The number of protons that make up the chemical elements forming the Sun is about 69%, and the number of protons making up the Earth is 48%. Presumably, these proton changes will affect the Sun more than the Earth. Changes in the charge radius of the proton can also be related to both the magnetic properties of the proton itself and those of the macro objects that it is a part of. Consequently, changes in the proton parameters are related to serious consequences from the micro to the macrocosm. In other words, they may cause changes in the properties not only of the Sun and the Earth, but also of other planets of the solar system. In the same way, changes in the protons that form the human body, the ocean, or magma have profound impacts and, as of today, unexplored consequences. These changes should not be. Why is this information so important? In her research, the physicist PhD in Technical Sciences Denisova N.A. draws our attention to a very important fact that polarized hydrogen is a carrier of vital energy. What could that mean? If the charge radius of the hydrogen atom has decreased by 4%, organisms lose vital energy. There are 48% of protons in different elements on Earth. Catastrophic processes are already taking place in all living organisms, and even in the planet itself. This also proves that all elements of which this world is woven are not a constant and can change depending on different conditions. What could cause a change of a hydrogen atom's charge radius, and how has it affected us and the world around us? Scientists have no answers to this question. Based on the geological evidence of the past, our planet undergoes dramatic changes in the core every 12,000 years. Researchers, the nucleus of our planet, just like the proton, is affected by high energy impact. The impact on the gravitational level has not yet been discovered by science, but may be discovered and studied by scientists in the near future. After all, recently, gravitational waves of dark matter were not known to science either. There are suggestions that this high energy impact works on the same principle as the connection between elementary particles and the quantum entanglement effect. We invite scientists to study the presented information and find the exact reason for the changes in the observed properties of the elementary particles. It is necessary to unite all the scientific potential to consider the problem holistically and globally. The already recorded impact of serious changes of people and planetary climate speaks of a global threat to the existence of life on the planet.
Let us make brief conclusions from this video. Paradoxically, since 2010, deviations from the known value of the proton charge radius have been observed in measurements, and already after 2016, most experiments showed a reduced value. The new tabulated value adopted in 2021 has become 4% less. Let us discuss what could be the reasons for such cyclical changes in the core and microcosm. Why do we believe that this is a new type of radiation or interaction so far unexplored by our modern science? Let's have a look why this new interaction is not one of the previously studied interactions such as gravitational, electromagnetic, acoustic, or the effects of cosmic rays or dark matter. Let's start with the gravitational interaction. Suppose the solar system as it moves through space is caught in a gravitational anomaly of objects. In that case, all objects in the solar system would be affected. This would mean that the trajectories of the Sun, all the planets, and their satellites as a whole would change. Gravitational interaction affects the planets as a whole, meaning that it would move the entire planet, not just affect the core. For the same reason, it cannot be the gravitational interaction of neighboring planets or gas giants, which periodically interfere and slightly affect each other's orbits. These interferences occur with cycles of only a few tens of years, i.e., they cannot be the cause of catastrophic changes in the core once every 12,000 years. Let us note that the observed changes in the Earth's core began with changes in the planet's magnetic field. The displacement of the center of mass was already a consequence of the processes occurring in the core. Therefore, the changes in the planet's core cannot be caused by the gravitational interaction of cosmic objects on the macro scale. In the astronomy and cosmology called dark matter. This is a matter that does not participate in electromagnetic interaction. It participates in the gravitational interaction and affects the motion of stars and planets. Since it acts through gravity, it also could not affect the state of the Earth's core, but only could change the trajectory of the entire planet. Therefore, it does not fit either. What if our solar system was hit by powerful electromagnetic radiation, for example, from a pulsar? Or a powerful emission of electromagnetic radiation occurred on the Sun? A pulsar is a cosmic source of powerful electromagnetic radiation in the radio, optical, X-ray, or gamma ranges, coming to Earth in the form of periodic pulses. To begin with, pulsars are not located along the trajectory of our solar system every 12,000 years, when there are global changes on the planet. So, okay, let's assume that some factor other than the pulsar is the source of the powerful electromagnetic radiation coming to Earth at this moment. What happens if it is in the hardest range, X-rays or gamma rays? This range is mostly absorbed by the atmosphere. If the flow of X-rays and gamma rays had increased in recent years, there would have been more ionization in the atmosphere and a slight increase in the temperature of the upper layers. While now, on the contrary, there is a cooling of the mesosphere and thermosphere, that is the uppermost shells of the atmosphere. Although satellites are used to study the cosmic radiation in the gamma and X-ray range, but no additional external electromagnetic radiation is detected by our instruments on satellites. Gamma radiation, in any case, cannot affect the core of the planet because it is absorbed by the atmosphere, that is, it does not penetrate under the ground. In the human visible range of electromagnetic waves, we do not observe changes either, and the light is absorbed on the surface. That is, it also does not pass deep into the planet and accordingly does not reach the core. Electromagnetic waves in the radio range reach the Earth's surface, however, they are also absorbed at the surface. Illustration shows the transparency of the atmosphere for all ranges of electromagnetic waves. It turns out that no electromagnetic waves from an external source could affect the state of the planet's core because they do not reach it. Another factor affecting the planet from the space are cosmic rays. Protons, atomic nuclei, neutrinos, and electrons, which move at speeds close to the speed of light. They are extragalactic, galactic, and solar. Many of them, under the influence of Earth's magnetic field, change their trajectory, moving around the Earth or heading to the region of the magnetic poles. The rest of the charged particles of cosmic rays are scattered in the atmosphere, causing elementary particle showers, so-called secondary particle showers. Of these secondary particle showers, most are absorbed in the atmosphere. Some of them can reach the surface of the Earth. There are only two types of particles known, muons and neutrinos, which penetrate below the surface of the Earth. Muons penetrate hundreds of meters before being deflected, decelerated, and decaying into electron and neutrino. That is still too few to reach the Earth's core. Neutrinos are the only known particles that can reach the Earth's core. However, they only rarely interact with other matter, according to modern science. Low-energy neutrinos usually pass through the Earth without interacting. High-energy neutrinos have a high probability of interacting within the Earth, but their flux is not large enough to transfer a significant amount of energy to the Earth's core. In fact, the changes are observed in the planet's core. However, as we can see, none of the known influences, either gravitational, electromagnetic, or cosmic rays, can directly affect the planet's core. The following speaker will tell us what this external influence, which causes cyclicity every 12,000 years, could be.
Thank you, Jan. So modern science considers gravitation as an influence of one micro-object on another. And it's based on the Einstein's theory. At the same time, at the micro level, these principles stop working. But why? Well, most likely the interactions of constituent objects of each level are not taken into account. It is theoretically proven that there exists the smallest elementary, indivisible, massless particle of the material world called graviton. And scientists have not yet been able to detect it. At the same time, there are suggestions that all elementary particles, such as photons, neutrinos, electrons, and so on, consist of gravitons. So let's imagine matter in a cross-section as a multi-layered fabric. So the lowest layer is packed with gravitons, which form the elementary particles on the next level. And the following principle will work here. So the more bound gravitons are in elementary particles, the stronger and tighter is their connection. So the stronger is their interaction as well. And the next level of atoms already consists of, respectively, of even more gravitons stacked in a certain order, and so on. So when we look at the fabric from the outside, we will see that it is very dense, sturdy, and due to a large number of particles, which are connected to each other in a special way, let's say layer by layer. Okay, and let's give an analogy for such a fabric. It's like a dense knitted sweater consisting of several layers. So the bigger the object is, the more constituent particles are in it, the more gravitons are bound together. It is this bonding on the micro level that forms gravitation. It is known that the splitting of an atom releases enormous amounts of energy, which is connected with the mass of the atom. And the released energy in the nuclear reaction is the energy of interaction between the gravitons. It is believed that gravity is caused by macro objects as a whole, but in fact, gravity is caused by the interaction of gravitons. So now an increased flow of geoneutrinos from the center of the Earth is detected at neutrino observatories in Italy, Antarctica, America, and Russia. Neutrinos are produced during nuclear decay reactions, and the enormous neutrino flux emanating from our planet's core indicates that the processes of decay in it are increasing, releasing enormous energy. This leads to an unbalanced and unstable core. Let's imagine that the lowest layer of matter at the level of gravitons is affected by a beam, and this breaks the loop. What happens next? So the fabric will tear and there will be nothing to patch it. And the beam will keep tearing the matter from the inside. So the process will only increase until we eliminate the cause. Perhaps it is time to reconsider our approach to studying and understanding the importance of microcosm and gravitational interactions. And this radiation we talked about is like a laser, only in a different range or spectrum, not electromagnetic. It is focused and coherent. And that said, it is something so small that it passes through atoms, molecules, and through elementary particles. We have an assumption that the answer to the question, what is this radiation, is to be found in the energy that provides quantum entanglement of the particles and their instantaneous coupling.
it has something to do with gravity caused by the gravitons. So the planet's core has a higher density of matter than the crust or the mantle, and it should react earlier and more intensely to this type of radiation. Although this radiation changes the state of all the Earth's shells. So the next speaker will tell us about how gravity manifests itself at the macro level and how the disappearance of the magnetic field during a hydraulic impact can cause the moon to fall on the Earth's surface, similar to what happened on Mars.
Thank you, Alexei. Hello, dear friends. I would like to talk about what gravity is and what the gravitational field is. But before we move on to this topic, I suggest us examining and finding out what the electromagnetic field is. Because as we know, the electromagnetic field is generated by the flow of molten iron, and electromagnetic fields and gravitational field are interconnected. So basically, this molten flow iron is a very strong currents flow that generated by the magnetic field. And scientists are well aware of this since 1950, but only now we are beginning to understand the enormous significance of this double field. Thanks to the videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, we know that there are two different types of electricity. A current flowing throughout a metal conductor is a strong current, and weak electricity occurs, for example, when we rub a stick with wool. In essence, it is strong electricity and weak electricity, which have different properties, but both are very important for formation of the Earth's magnetic field. After all, thanks to the strong magnetic field, which is generated by the core, basically created by in the center of the planet, it creates a high temperature there. A weak magnetic field is formed in the atmosphere. Atmospheric electromagnetic field is fueled by the sun, which brings charged particles that fall into the ionosphere, and here weak currents are formed. On the other side, there are tidal currents that lift air masses from below upwards and also contribute to formation of weak currents. Fractional forces that arise during transfer of air masses also contribute to formation of atmospheric currents. The atmosphere generates weak electricity, but in enormous quantities. In fact, we can imagine that the magnetic field of the Earth is formed on one side by the geodynamo, by strong electricity, and additionally, there is a weak electromagnetic field. Both of these fields are interconnected. Their mutual influence has been demonstrated using the ICON satellites, and it is natural that the strong field is directly related to the core. A weakening or failure of the weak electromagnetic field leads to a malfunction of the core. So a weak field is directly related to the atmosphere and essentially to the upper layers. Serious changes are now taking place in the upper layers of the atmosphere, and its protective functions are decreasing due to anthropogenic impact. The atmosphere, in fact, cannot withstand the impact of galactic radiation. And under conditions of solar minimum, when the sun does not protect us from different flows, the atmosphere becomes the first line of defense, but it is weakened. And first of all, galactic radiation affects the upper layers of the atmosphere, which means that the associated weak magnetic field changes. These changes are transmitted to the core of the planet. So we know that the electromagnetic field changed first, and then in 1998, the bouncing of the core occurred. Knowing how magnetic field works is the key to understanding the changes that are occurring on the planet today. But another key point is the correlation between the electromagnetic field and the gravitational field. Let's talk about the gravitational field. So everyone talks about gravity, however, no one knows its nature. Formal methods of describing gravity assume that mass itself has the innate property of attracting other masses and that stars fly in the void. What is gravity? Newton discovered this phenomenon when he saw an apple falling down, for the first time. The original theory states that all bodies in the universe, both celestial and those on Earth, are mutually attracted. This interaction is called gravitational, and the phenomenon itself, gravitation, from the Latin gravitas, gravity. In classical mechanics, gravitational attraction is described by Newton's law of universal gravitation, which states that the force of attraction between 2 points will be proportional to their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Here, g is the gravitational constant, and this interaction is carried out by a special kind of matter called a gravitational field. Such a field exists around any body, and Einstein's theory states that mass bends the space. That is, bodies caught in curved space are attracted to mass. Mass affects space by emitting gravitational waves at the speed of light. That is, it turns out that mass has the key point in explaining the gravity, but shocking to many scientists was the fact that some small bodies in the solar system have no gravitational pull. One example of this is the asteroid Eros, a huge boulder of 33 kilometers long that has almost no gravitational pull on itself. It was expected that a probe sent to observe this asteroid would be captured by its gravitational field and be able to follow it, but this did not happen. So the asteroid Eros has no gravitation on its own, and therefore there was no and could not be any capture of the probe by its gravitation. In the solar system, the sun, the planets, the moon have their own gravitation, and judging by the presence of the atmosphere, so does Titan. Dozens of satellites of the planets of the solar system and asteroids have no signs of their own gravity. So it turns out that not all bodies possessing mass are able to attract other objects themselves. And in the Earth attracted apple, it does not mean that apple attracts the Earth. Another important fact is that the gravitational constant was calculated based on interactions and experiments that were conducted on the Earth, and then the effect of this law was extended to the entire universe. The acceleration of free fall on the planets and the gravitational constant are interrelated. If we use this equation and calculate the universal gravitational constant using the refined acceleration of gravity on different planets from the NASA website, we get that gravitation constant is not a constant at all on different planets. So for example, for Saturn, it is almost 2 times less than for Pluto, which means that the law of universal gravity is not worldwide. In 2016, scientists announced their discovery.
Но любой волновой процесс может иметь место только в соответствующей среде. Пустоты не существует, и абсолютно пустое пространство
Space without any physical content cannot serve as a venue for the propagation of any waves. In Einstein's theory, the curvature of space near massive bodies also implies the presence of a certain interventing medium that fills that space. So it turns out that mass itself has no attraction, and in order for the force of attraction from planets and satellites to be transmitted to other bodies, the medium is necessary. This means that the force of attraction is not determined by mass, but by the properties of the medium. The medium is a critical concept for understanding many processes. In fact, we are talking about ether, but we will use the concept of medium here. Physicist Victor Pakulin offers the following understanding of gravity. Gravity is a manifestation of the energy of the world medium of the electromagnetic field. And he introduces the concept of homogeneous invisible medium which fills all space. The smallest particles of the medium, gravitons, continuously move with the speed of light. And gravitational force is created as a consequence of the medium's pressure. In fact, it is a pushing force that pushes objects to each other. When planets move in the environment, vortices are formed around them. In fact, these vortices form gravitational and electromagnetic fields of the planets. That is, the gravitational field is its own vortex flow attached to a material body. Due to formation of these vortices, the pressure distribution of the medium changes. And about how the vortices affect the pressure in the medium, we can use this simple experiment. So here, water plays the role of the medium, and the mixer nozzle plays the role of the rotating earth. When the body is immersed in the medium without rotation, the pressure of the medium does not change and the level of the liquid remains the same. But as we start rotating the body, we will see significant changes. There is a vortex around the rotating body, and the stronger the rotation, the more obvious the changes in the medium. The vortex is very interesting, and near the nozzle itself, the pressure is small. The vortex accelerates the medium near itself, and we get the region of rarefaction that is low pressure. And at the same time, at a small distance from the body, the liquid levels rise, and a kind of wave arises, a region of increased pressure. In fact, this vortex is how the electromagnetic and gravitational field will look like. And a similar situation is observed with the Earth. By rotating in the medium, the Earth creates a vortex around itself. Due to the rotation of the planet and its core, vortices arise in the medium, which are essentially the rotation of the medium to the rotation and motion of the planet. A region of rarefaction appears near the Earth, and we see the minimum of the pressure curve in this picture and near the Earth. And if we put a body near the Earth, it will be sucked into a vortex towards the Earth's surface. That is, the body acquires gravitational force. And this is the reason for the attraction of the objects to the Earth. And as you move away from the Earth, the pressure of the medium increases. And let's turn to the Earth-Moon system. So if there are no bodies near the moon, and when the power does not act there, the pressure of the environment around the moon will look like this yellow line. What happens in the system if we add the moon to the Earth? If we superimpose the pressure curves of the Earth and the moon, we get this picture. That is the region of rarefaction of normal pressure around the Earth, into which moon is pushed by the external environment. And we can also see that on the curve there appears a pit. And the moon is in this pit, and probably this determines the moon's orbit. At the same time, there is an area of the potential barrier between the Earth and the moon, and because of this barrier, the moon does not fall to the Earth. So it turns out that the Earth does not attract the moon, and the environment field provides gravity between the bodies. The pressure of the external environment attracts the moon to the Earth. If we consider the Moon-Earth-Sun system, then during a solar eclipse, the moon is between the sun and the Earth, and the gravitational force acting on the moon from the sun side is more than 2 times stronger than from the Earth side. But then why haven't we lost our moon yet? In the solar system, everything is fractal, so the distribution of medium pressure in the Earth-Sun system will be similar to the Earth-Moon system. And here, a hole appears on the solar curve. The field pressure decreases near the planets, and the Earth will be in this hole, in this pit. After all, each planet is surrounded by vortex field currents. And the moon must kind of like move away a considerable distance from the Earth in order to fall under the influence of the sun's gravity to overcome the potential barrier that we see between the moon and the sun. This paradox shows well the unacceptability of the concepts of the empty space and long-range action in gravity. Interplanetary space is filled with a medium. There is a rarefaction region of normal pressure around the Earth into which the external medium pushes the moon. All the planets all together with their satellites are themselves rushing towards the sun. They're pushed toward it by the pressure of the interplanetary medium of the electromagnetic field. And in fact, the electromagnetic field and gravitational field are interrelated. We have already mentioned that the electromagnetic field of the Earth consists of 2 components, a strong one formed by the motion of iron in the outer core of the Earth, and the weak one formed by the atmosphere. And if the Earth loses the atmosphere, the atmospheric electromagnetic field disappears. And accordingly, the characteristics of the vortex around the Earth change. Hence, the medium pressure and medium pressure distribution in the Sun-Moon-Earth system will also change, and this will cause the moon to fall or to move out of its orbit and be captured by the sun's gravitational field. In fact, gravitational field and electromagnetic field are of the same nature and arise as a reaction of the medium to the rotation of the planet's course. And in science, there was no understanding of how they are related until recently. And if talking about gravity, it is well known that gravity is different in different places of Earth. Satellites were used to study changes in the gravitational field, but they were interpreted in terms of changes observed on the surface and in the near surface layers, such as melting of glaciers. But quite recently, some works appeared showing how the changes of electromagnetic and gravitational field and rotation of the outer core of the planet are connected. This was made possible by the Grace and Champ satellites, which were simultaneously in orbit and monitored changes in the electromagnetic and gravitational fields. Processing of data allowed us to establish that the change of gravitational and electromagnetic fields occurs synchronously. And today, we can already say that the electromagnetic and gravitational fields are formed due to the processes occurring in the Earth's core and the interaction of the Earth with the environment which moves to our planet.
Thank you, Anastasia. And to continue the topic, the postulate of the law of universal gravitation that all bodies are attracted to each other is actually proportional, you know. It was proportional to that postulate that the bodies are attracted to the masses the force proportional to the mass has not been affirmed by recent experiments. Dozens of satellites of our planet in the solar system and asteroids, they show no sign of their own gravitational pull. Also, objects and instruments on artificial satellites and like some instruments and the International Space Station, they've been in weightlessness relative to Earth's gravity. They do not experience gravitational pull either inside the spacecraft or into the outer space. But why? How can this be explained, actually? And what does the internal gravitational force depend on, and how the orbits are formed? You know, there are currently more than 20 theories of gravitation. Scientists have different opinions, and there is no universal answer. There is an assumption that the universe is an ionized environment with electric charges everywhere. And relative to the cores and surfaces of the planet, these charges are different. As a rule, most celestial bodies are negatively charged in general. And these bodies, in most cases, are surrounded by a more negatively charged double layer, which in turn is surrounded by a even more negatively charged galaxy or interstellar plasma. Applying this concept to the Sun, it turns out that in the solar system, Sun is the most positively charged object. Consequently, planets and comets can be seen as negatively charged bodies relative to the Sun. According to Coulomb's law, bodies with different charges will be attracted to each other, while those with the same charge will be repelled. In nature, the priority of attraction forces is observed not only quantitatively, but also in terms of magnitude and distance of action. As a result of the priority of attraction forces, the bodies can approach each other, but as they continue to approach each other, they encounter a repulsive force, which prevents them from approaching even further. So they occupy the minimum possible position towards each other. Speaking from the point of view of primordial ALLATRA physics, such phenomena indicate the presence of an internal potential of material objects. An internal potential is a certain primordial value of energy and information program of existence of a material object. All material objects have an internal potential. Otherwise, they cannot be material. It is the quality of internal energy that characterizes a material object. For example, if we purely hypothetically take a planet and a star of the same mass, destroy them, let's say rip them apart, the planet will release a small amount of destructive energy, while the star will release a huge amount compared to the planet. A similar result will occur if you rip apart an electron and a positron. Or let's take, for example, an atomic bomb. With a small amount of matter, an explosion of enormous power occurs. That is, the release of the negative potential of the atom. In order to understand how internal potential of an elementary particle is formed, let's take an example of an electron. Scientists assume that the electron is an invisible particle, but in fact, the electron is made of 13 fundamental particles, the pore particles. More information about the structure of the universe and the structure of the material world can be found in the primordial ALLATRA physics report. So the electron is made up to 13 pore particles, which move in a helix. That is, the energy of an electron's internal state will be equal to the sum of the internal potentials of all pore particles it is composed of. And this helix, the same one, can be twisted either to the left or to the right, depending on the location of the charge in it. Due to this helix shape and the possibility of changing the location of charge concentration, this electron easily goes from a particle state to a wave, and vice versa. Imagine an orange peel, peeled in a circle, and on the surface of which there is an external charge in the area of point A, while in the internal charge is in the area of point B on the other side, namely on the white side of the peel. Any external charge in the point A on the orange side, instant internal change, but will be in the opposite in power and influence, but to the point located in the white side on the peel under the point B. And as soon as the external electron charge decreases, the helix becomes stretched under the influence of the internal potential, and the electron goes into wave state. When the external charge reappears, which is formed due to an interaction of waves with matter, the helix compresses and the electron goes into particle state again. In the particle state, the electron has a negative external charge and a left-handed helix. And in the wave state, it has a right-handed helix and a positive external charge. The external potential is continuously replenished from the vacuum. That is, the energy reserve of the particle is constantly renewed according to the program embedded in it. The difference between the internal potential and the external charge creates the orbitals along which the electron moves around the nucleus of the atom. Similarly, the difference in internal potential and external charge creates stationary orbits for both planets around the Sun and electrons around the nucleus. Otherwise, objects would simply stick together or fly apart. The Sun and the Earth passing through the thickness of the gravitational field cause it to perturb and swirl, thus creating an electromagnetic field, which in turn forms an external charge according to the internal potential of moving bodies. And let's check our version. The Earth's external charge is known to be negative, and it is around 500,000 coulombs. It creates an electric field at the Earth's surface with an average strength of about 130 volts per meter. Due to several processes in the Earth's atmosphere and outer space. According to the data on the proton flux of solar wind, it is estimated that the Sun has a positive charge, which is assumed to be about 3.33 multiplied by 10 to the 19th power coulombs. In other words, the Earth, as well as an electron, has negative external charge and positive internal potential, but the Sun, on the contrary, has positive external charge and negative internal potential. And here a question may arise. How can the Sun have a negative internal potential? Can energies be negative? In the interview for ALLATRA TV, academician Gennady Ivanovich Shipov states that they can. I quote, "Usually we formulate thermodynamics assuming that there is positive energy, no more than zero. But if it's a negative energy, then according to the electrodynamics, it is possible to create a perpetual motion machine of a second kind. Because this system is open, there are negative energies, you pump them out of the vacuum. Such energy never decreases, it becomes more and more negative, and you can take positive energy and use it for your own purposes," and for quotation. And you know, the fact that the Sun receives energy from space was calculated by Nikolai Alexandrovich Kodarev in his work, The Nature of Star Energy on the Basis of Analysis of Observed Data. Another quotation. "There are no energy sources in the stars. Stars radiate as if they were expending thermal and potential energy from their reserves, according to the Kelvin-Helmholtz mechanism. However, these reserves are very limited. For instance, for the Sun, its lifetime turned to be only about 30 million years, which strongly contradicts to the data of geology and cosmogony. So in fact, the loss of an energy does not lead to the rebuilding of the star. There are processes emerging in the compensating the losses, with which its state does not change on the average in time, and the star appears as a machine generating energy. End of quotation. So the sun does not fade out because there is a constant renewal of matter's internal potential. But in the core of the planet is also renewing itself. Renewal is due to the existence of an information frame embedded in the internal potential of the core. As long as this program is running, the sun and the earth will exist. Nikolai Alexandrovich Kozyrev associated the energies that sustain the life of stars with time. But what kind of was it? Let's explore it further.
Thank you, Alexander. So, the time, space, and gravity are closely related. They're inherent to the entire material world. And in this material world, time and gravitation can be considered as the most powerful forces or energies. And it is known that the maximum possible speed of motion of material objects or transmission of any signals is the speed of light in vacuum. It is almost 3,000 kilometers per second. So light spreads due to the gravitational field. And when viewed from the perspective of time, light moves in jumps, slowing down at the transition point in time and speeding up afterwards. So this proves that gravity is greater than the speed of light. In 1977, Nikolai Alexandrovich Kozyrev, which Alexander talked about, set an interesting experiment. So its essence was the following. The light from the distant star travels to Earth many light years. And when we see a star in a telescope, it is at this time already in another place from which it must also emit something. That is, when we look at the starry sky, we are looking into the past. So to be clear, the blue dots on the image that you're seeing here are the actual locations of the stars in relation to the observer on Earth. And the red ones are what we see. So Nikolai Kozyrev, he directed the telescope not where the star was visible, but to the place where it should be at a given time. And he found a reaction on the instrument to some unknown signals. So subsequently, this experience was confirmed by many observatories. But what kind of superluminal signals did Nikolai Kozyrev register? Einstein once proved that superluminal speeds violate the classical principle of causality. So it was believed that such speeds could not exist. And we are used to the fact that in time there is first the cause and then there is the consequence. But it turns out that if there is superluminal speed, the cause and consequence can change places. You can see more details in the diagram of this experiment. So we see that the diagram shows the direction of time from the past to the future, and that visible light signal from the star to the relation to us is in the past. It is the consequence. And the true location of the star, the present time, on the timeline, is the cause. Well, and here it looks like as if the cause and consequences changed places. So we can imagine, for example, if the source of light was a mirror reflecting our life. We would first see the events of yesterday, then the day before, and so on, so on, so on. We might see, say, an old man gradually turning into a middle-aged man, and then into a young man, and into a teenager, then into a child. That is, time would turn backwards, and we would move from the present to the past. So cause and effect, the consequence, would have switched places. But there's also a third signal on the diagram. Again, coming from the future position of the star, indicating that future has already been formed in the present. So we assume that these signals are nothing but gravity. So back in the 30s of the last century, scientists theoretically substantiated the existence of the graviton, a particle that would be responsible for the gravitational interaction. In the history of some peoples, such as the Dogon, not only the graviton is mentioned, but its physical characteristics are also described in some detail, as the graviton is the Bohr particle, what they called, of which the entire universe is composed. So there's an interesting description of gravitation in the book As a Osmos. Let me cite this. So in the very initial impulse of the Bohr energy generates time, a leap of energy occurred from the present to the future, meaning from the present to the consequence, to the effect, from cause to effect. And it determined the single direction of time. So owing to the same Bohr particle which has generated time, also appears the elements of gravitation. So, in other words, a cause is pulled by the gravitational forces to the present, thus creating the gravitational field. At the same time, again, thanks to the inner impulse of the Bohr particle, meaning the Bohr as a osmos, which generates time, a leap from the present to the future takes place. That is, the cause transforms into the movement of energy of time. So let's find out. So in nature, there are two fundamental types of particles that make up everything in this universe. And the first particles are the stationary Bohr particles that you can see on the screen that form a spatial frame, which is variously called ether or exosmic grid or physical vacuum. So the second type of particles are the phantom Bohr particles, of which all elementary particles, including those that form physical bodies, are composed. So phantom Bohr particles are constantly moving along this grid. And the moment a phantom Bohr particle flies over the stationary one, it gives it some of its energy, as well as information. So in turn, the stationary Bohr particle begins to generate gravity. Thus, one of the versions is that gravitation is a reaction of stationary Bohr particles to the phantom once they pass, and it's formed not by macro objects, but at the micro level. Another manifestation of gravity may be the informational program, according to which the phantom Bohr particles, the gravitons, gather into a single structure and form a microcosm. So particles like the electron, positron, proton, neutron, and so on. So depending on the given program, okay? And the general field is formed by the field of stationary Bohr particles, which contain information about each object at any point of this field. And reading the information from a particle, the system, well, so to speak, compares it to the cause of the past and forms the future. So let's take a human being as a material object, which also has an inner potential. But unlike the planet Earth, has the ability to independently change his inner potential from a destructive, negative to positive or creative one. And human beings' inner potential leaves an imprint on all his interactions with the surrounding material objects. That is, feelings, mood, emotions, etc., in which a person performing this or that action are imprinted on in the form of informational trace into the environment and the septon information field of objects with which this person was in contact. So being in the Earth's gravitational field, we also shape the future of our planet every second by our choices. So, and to sum this up, gravity is the work of this septon field. If we learn to understand its principles, we can manipulate energies to our advantage. But do humans have the ability to interfere with the septon field? Well, our next speaker, Jonathan, will tell more about that.
Thank you, Alexei. So, rotation or spin is a characteristic of all objects, from elementary particles to stars and galaxies. The spin of elementary particles behave like a miniature gyroscopes and can be either positive or negative. Spin in the inherent momentum of particles, and spin can only take one strictly specific value. A spin equal to 0, it's a point. It looks the same from all sides, no matter how you spin it. An example of a spin equal to 1 can be found in most ordinary objects without any symmetry. If such an object is rotating, let's say 360 degrees, it will return in its original state. An object with one central symmetry axis has spin equal to 2. It rotates through 180 degrees and will be indistinguishable from its original position, so that in one complete rotation, it becomes indistinguishable from its original position to time. When spin equal to half, the system returns to the home position after 2 complete revolutions. That is, after a 720 degrees rotation. Also, thanks to spins, elementary particles, atomic nuclei, electron shells of atoms, and molecules possess magnetic moment, which means they can create and perceive magnetic fields. Like miniature magnets, particles can flip around and in an external magnetic field, attracting or repelling them. Particles with half integral values of spins are known as fermions, and the whole value of spins are known as bosons. Have radically different properties. One of the most striking differences is that bosons have no power prohibition principle. Roughly speaking, they can be no more than one fermion at a point of space, but as many bosons as you like. For example, helium, helium-3, and helium-4. Helium-3 is a fermion, and helium-4 is a boson. The fermion density of helium-3, when it's at the boiling point, is half the density of helium-4. But the helium-4 boson is superfluid to a low temperature. And this is because of the property of bosons, the ability of all particles to be in the same states. Modern science is not yet able to answer the question of what is in an elementary particle that rotates. However, thanks to the ALLATRA primordial physics knowledge, we can say for sure that it is a spiral motion of the phantom pole particles, each of which also has a rotational motion. Phantom Poe particles moving in the exoismic cell envelop the real Poe. This enveloping is caused by its own septons fields of real particle Poe, which sets a spiral motion of phantom Poe, and which is all objects and phenomenal of the material world. And this is no coincidence, because it is the spiral that is the best way to store information. We can find evidence in the nature, like the DNA molecules, for example, and it's a biological macrostructure, but a similar way of storing information has already started to be used in non-biological objects, such as digital signature. It is a kind of symbolic language formed from patterns of different frequencies. It is the internal rotation of object that is the programming factor in the behavior of material objects. For example, by controlling internal rotation, one can influence the mass of matter. Here is an extract from the interview with the academician Gennady Shipov.
Mass depends on the rotational movements occurring within it. You take scales. I had scales with an accuracy of 1/100th of a gram. I took a toy gyroscope. I had a toy gyroscope which I bought in Thailand. And you weigh it. Scales can be electronic, shielded from the outside influences of airflows. And you weigh it. And so we weighed it. And we had this toy weighing 76 grams. The gyroscope didn't rotate. It was just a weight without rotation. Then we did an experiment and rotated it at about 200 to 300 revolutions per minute and put it on a scale. Well, it stood upright without having this kind of movement called precession. The weight remained the same, 76 grams. And the third experiment, we took it and made it precess, meaning the axis of the gyroscope made a rotation of about 2 to 3 revolutions per second. And we detected a decrease in weight of the gyroscope. Nikolai Kozyrev was the first to do this in the 1950s. It was then repeated by many, including the British and so on, and especially by the Japanese. They showed that the gyroscope loses weight. The reaction of the support of a precessing gyroscope will be less than the one which does not precess or does not rotate. So these experiments tell us that in this system, in the gyroscope, the internal rotation changes the weight of the gyroscope, and precession is not the gyroscope's own rotation, but the rotation of its axis, which is the internal rotation of this gyroscope. But if we learn to control this internal rotation, we can control the weight. So yogis, with their consciousness, after all, what are we? We're a set of gyroscopic systems, microgyroscopes, because every elementary particle in us, from the electron to the nuclei of which we are made up, has a spin, which means that all these microparticles, all of them rotate at enormous speeds, by the way. All these gyroscopes rotate. And spins are directed chaotically, depending on how the interaction of these particles is arranged inside us. And so, if we can, let's say, with our make spins line up in a certain direction first, and then, with our consciousness, make them precess, then we will lose weight. There is an experiment by American doctors. A yogi sits on the scales. The scales are balanced. There is a line, 0, which means that his weight and the reaction of the support of the scales are balanced. He sits and begins to meditate. And suddenly, the arrow starts going down at first, meaning the yogi's weight increases. Then it starts to sharply increase, going up, which means that the yogi's weight decreases by 1.5 kilograms. So, a human is capable of decreasing or increasing his weight. Some increase it so much that they cannot be moved. So, you see, these are all real phenomena. It's not fiction, it's not defamation, it's reality which should be studied. Because if we understand how a yogi can lose weight, we will understand how we can fly in outer space, just like unidentified flying objects do.
Indeed, spinor fields, inertia fields, and torsion fields have unique property of storing and transferring information. These fields are directly related to gravitational field. And this is a kind of skeleton, a matrix, in which combination of certain energy, gravitational characteristic of an object are recorded. This field is coarser in nature than gravity, as it is a kind of generalizing field, but it is more subtle electromagnetic field. Any substance, as experiments have shown, has its own torsion field, which is characterized by the spatial frequency structure. Our Earth also has such a matrix. The physical state of our planet directly depends on what state the energy matrix is in. The field is holographic. That is, each fragment of such a field contains detailed information about the object. When photographing any object, failing on photo emulation together with electromagnetic stream, own torsion fields of these objects change orientation of atom spins of emulation, so that spins of emulation repeat the spatial structure of its external torsion field. As a result, in a photo image, apart from the visible image, there is always an invisible torsion image. Using certain technology, this image can be read out and used for various purposes, including transfer of information. It will also be possible to release energy from the septon field through torsion perturbation and control the force of interaction of entangled particles. And this means that it will be possible to get free energy at any point of space and control various processes occurring in the matter. For instance, in the case of precessing gyroscope considered above, the information overload of the gravitational field presumably takes place. That is, there are more than 2 phantom particles in the exosmic cell. Real particles do not have time to process all information, and that lead to changes of information about interaction of the rotating object with the environment. And this in turn leads to a change of mass of the object. This example confirms that the described fields are not limits of existing interaction in nature. Today, science often tries to explain the invisible by example of the visible, but not all processes occurring in the universe can be observed. And without intrinsic knowledge of the intangible foundation of the universe, modern science will continue to stagnate.
Today we've heard a lot of facts from the speakers about what's going on with the planet's core right now. These facts are confirmed by years of research by scientists from around the world. The situation is critical. The climate and the geophysical state of our planet are changing inexorably, and people, for the most part, continue to do nothing. Why? Don't we want to live?
We wondered what is keeping us from perceiving the information and assessing the situation that humanity is in right now. What is this mechanism of total denial or ignoring the problem? Where is the main deceiver who has been conceiving on us for so long that there is nothing wrong and this is only a temporary difficulty that will soon be over? I suggest us watching the movie The Perfect Storm.
How about another game? What if I lose? No, this time I'll win for sure. Shit, I've already lost so much. No, this time you'll definitely nail it. That's what I thought last time too. How about a blitz? I'll take white. Moreover, you'll have a head start, bishop and rook. In 3 minutes. Not enough. 5. Let it be 5, okay? Let's go.
Tell me, do you like when you are lied to? If you manage to deceive a person, it doesn't mean he's a fool. It means you were trusted more than you deserve. And what do lies and trust have in common? A lie is a deliberate distortion of the truth told someone, while trust is confidence in someone's sincerity, good faith and fidelity, and based on this trust an attitude toward the other person is formed. These words might seem to have diametrically opposite meanings, but as we see, lies could not exist without trust. After all, a person is the easiest to deceive when he trusts the deceiver. Who do we trust the most? First and foremost, ourselves and our close ones, those who we share our secrets with, and also those who we shift responsibility to, various authority figures who, as we think, know more and better than we do. And all these cases have exceptions. After all, when people follow an authority figure, they often find themselves in difficult situations and sometimes even die. Fear of taking responsibility for our lives and laziness to figure out what is happening make us delegate the right to control our own people. What is it like? It's childlike behavior. Quite often, being grown-ups, people continue being children. After all, a child always needs an adult and protection, someone to lean to. A child is always easier to fool, but why? What's the difference between a child and an adult? It is knowledge and experience. If a child doesn't acquire them, he will forever remain dependent and controlled. there is a widespread phenomenon in the world called captainism. This is when team members give in to the opinion of the leader, who they consider to be entitled and supposedly more competent. It also shows that leaders often fail to notice the impact their status have on the people around them. Such behavior is extremely dangerous due to the inaction of the crew members when the captain makes an obviously wrong decision. Experts studying accidents have repeatedly listened to recordings of disasters, indicating an obvious mistake of the captain, which wasn't corrected by another crew member. Let's take, for example, a well-known case of the crash of Air Florida flight, which happened near Washington, D.C. in 1982. On October 2, 2022, Forbes magazine published a conversation of the crew recorded by flight recorders before the crash.
Let's check again if the wingtips are icy. We've been standing here too long. No, I think we should take off in a minute. Still, there is something wrong here. No, that's not right. No, that's right. Well, it may be so. Larry, we're going down. I know.
This sound claimed the lives of the commander, the co-pilot, and 76 people. This is just one but tragic example of how team members give in to the opinion of a leader, a legitimate and supposedly more competent one. Despite the fact that the co-pilot had experience and knowledge and clearly saw the disorders, nevertheless, he agreed with the opinion of the authority represented by the first pilot. The criminal habit of shifting responsibility to the leader devalues the lives of other people and often leads to their death. In this situation, the co-pilot blindly trusted his commander. The effect of captainism worked for him. He thought the captain knew better and would make the right decision, and believed these thoughts. Even if something goes wrong, the captain will be responsible for it. Think about it. It was only a suggestion in the mind of the co-pilot to shift responsibility to the commander. Agreeing to this proposal cost the lives of everyone on board. A reasonable question may arise: who gives suggestions in our head, and who decides whether to agree with them or not?
I recall when there were investigations regarding sinking ships, or when there were investigations regarding wrecked airliners, airplanes, an important problem was revealed. This problem is called captainism. When crew members knew perfectly well how actually to avoid the threat, the fall and the crash.
What to do, but waited for an order.
Yes, but they relied on the captain, who was incompetent at that moment. Therefore, we understand what kind of responsibility everyone has in such a turbulent time. After all, in times of uncertainty, people look at each other, in fact. But how to react to such situations?
Do you know what the most interesting thing is? That now, in the times of uncertainty, and we are really in the times of uncertainty, my friends, we are in the crossroads period. We are only approaching that stone in order to decide where we should go. So, the most unpleasant thing at this time is that each of us knows where we should go. Each of us knows what we should do, but we are like sheep. We rely on our captain, shepherd, to give us an order. Isn't that true? Each of us can do much more. Each of us is capable of a lot. But we are waiting for someone else to do that. Yes, those, let's say, intelligent, wonderful people who have managed to find themselves in this jungle of the world, they're doing everything right now in order to wake up the rest. After all, let's dig deeper. Since 1996, more and more people have been involved in studying that very climate. So many scientists have been involved in this and are still involved now. And how many of those who wanted to tell the truth came out and started speaking up? Our friends, those scientists who worked with us, how many of them were killed? And who killed them? A simple question. It was actually those who lied to us and programmed us so that others would not even dare to open their mouths while they are stealing our money, hiding behind some mythical climate change caused by the anthropogenic factor, that supposedly carbon dioxide had destroyed everything here. After all, smart people realized even back then that those are lies, and that it's not a minor cycle that takes place almost every millennium, that the temperature rises, then falls, then there is cold, sort of little swings that our planet undergoes. Well, this is really a serious problem, the one that we were warned about millennia ago. And we are entering this cycle. In fact, we're not entering it, but we have already entered it. It's already the year 2022, and it has shown itself. There is an ancient Italian proverb, "Lord, protect me from my friends. I can take care of my enemies." After all, we are usually betrayed by the closest people, those who we believe and trust most of all. And again we encounter trust. Why is it harder for strangers to deceive us than for those close to us? Because we do not trust strangers. Although in difficult times we are helped and rescued by both close people and complete strangers. The meaning of the word trust, given in dictionaries, does not correspond to the meaning in which we use this word. After considering many examples of the use of the word trust, we can conclude that trust means a permission to someone or something to gain power over something that belongs to the one who permits it. Trust means giving access to a person's possessions, not only material ones. Entrusting life to a doctor means a permission to a doctor to have power over our life and do with it as he considers right. Trusting a secret to a friend means giving a friend access to a secret. If there are many objects of trust, then people usually do not list them, but simply say, "I trust this person." But this phrase always implies specific things that are entrusted: personal information, material property, health, well-being of a child, etc. The phrase "I trust this person" does not indicate that completely everything is entrusted to him. The notions of trust and confidence are often equated, but this is wrong. Trust is based on confidence, but it is not it. First, a person gains confidence that the one to whom he is going to entrust something has necessary qualities to dispose of this thing correctly. And then there is trust, that is, permission to gain power over this thing. So where is the truth in all this? After all, trust is a very important feeling in relationships between people. It generates a sense of unity. It generates a feeling of love. After all, to love means to be one. How can we learn not to be mistaken about people, maintaining a childlike purity and openness? How can we get out of this vicious circle? And where does the most skillful liar live that gets us into trouble all the time, both with the people around us and with ourselves? The answer is simple and complicated at the same time. The greatest enemy will hide in you would ever look.
Check. Here we go again. I'm sick and tired of all this. Your move. We can't miss it. The same trap again. No, no. I'll win it back. I'll definitely win it back. Check. Why am I losing again? And do I want to know the truth? A lot of knowledge and a lot of sorrows, and you have enough of them already. One more, one less. I'm sick. I want to know. This party is part of a big game. We're all in this game. Everyone plays. So what's the point? In any game, there's always the one who leads the game and the one who gets played. And if you don't see who's being played, then you're the one who's being played. What's the trick? To take everything. To take everything. You only get an offer. Remember. You accept it. It's a lure. What do you mean? Okay, recall the story with the crypt. The same suggestion to start a game. You agreed. Yeah. That went well in the beginning. That's a lure. Do you get it? I think I'm starting to get it. But what's the connection? The more you believe that you yourself are running the game, the less you control it. It's just a suggestion to believe. The first rule of the trick is to suggest to your victim that he is the master of the situation. Is there a second one? And the second one, and the most important rule, is that the victim should not guess that this is just a suggestion which he may not agree with. Stop. Who do I hear?
Have you already guessed where your worst enemy hides? That's right. The deceiver hides inside of us. It is our animal nature, consciousness. Is the one who thinks inside us, talks, shows pictures and images inside us, and with their help commands us. But in essence, a human is personality, the one who observes all this and chooses which of the proposed by consciousness to give their attention to and what to start implementing, what thoughts, words and deeds. Perhaps now, when you know this, you will want to get rid of consciousness and remove the evil deceiver. We have to disappoint you. It won't work. Fighting consciousness will only make it stronger. Everything you struggle with only gets stronger. Consciousness is what controls personality. Until personality understands all the intricacies of this cheating. Consciousness is that adult who we, as a mature personality child, rely on, trust, and listen to its advice. Consciousness is the one who we trustfully consider to be the commander of the airliner and give ourselves the place of the co-pilot. That would be all right, but consciousness is not our friend, it is our real enemy. More precisely, it is a sneaky parasite that clearly deceives its host. The essence of any parasite is to take vital energy from its host. Consciousness wants to get all of our energy. That's why it does everything to make personality completely dependent on itself. The only way consciousness can dominate personality is through deception. The main deception of consciousness is to speak on our behalf, to pass off its thoughts as ours, to pass off its emotions as ours. But in fact, it is not personality that depends on consciousness, but consciousness is totally dependent on human personality. It is personality that sustains the life of consciousness with its energy. So what to do? How to get rid of this dictator? how to put it in its place. It was mentioned earlier that in order for child personality to grow up, one needs the knowledge about the dual nature of a human, about his energy structure, about the soul, about what consciousness is, and how to control it. This is necessary in order to, first of all, get out of its slavery, secondly, to take it under control, so that this tool serves personality, rather than personality is like a milk cow for consciousness. There are many illustrative examples from life. Almost everyone has encountered a situation when drawing up important documents, they have caught themselves thinking that it is not necessary to check them. After all, they are drawn up by competent people. And how many disappointments and problems they get later when they find mistakes in the text at the most inopportune moment. For example, an error in just one letter in a document can lead to the fact that in the end it will be two different people according to the papers. Or another example, a person simply forgot to pay his electricity bill, listening to the thought in his head that I'll pay later, but it was only a suggestion from consciousness to bring you out emotionally in the end. As a result, the power was cut off, and a lot of nerves, time and money were spent on fines to bring it back. That is the purpose of consciousness. The more we let emotions burn in us, the more energy consciousness gets, and we, as personality, irrevocably and pointlessly lose it. These are just little episodes of life, but how many times does consciousness deceive us every day, and how many problems and troubles are caused by that? That's exactly so. A small lie from consciousness turns into a global deception, and it is not someone who is deceived. It is you, dear friend, who is totally deceived. And if you look at humanity as a whole, it is globally deceived. In order to get out of this global deception, it's necessary to study how our consciousness works and how it manipulates us. And to do this, it's important to understand that consciousness operates with conclusions, and it is very afraid of facts. There are a huge number of global deceptions in today's world, and one of the worst deceptions of today, in which all humankind is involved, is the distortion of the causes of climate change on Earth. As a consequence, we are taking the wrong actions, which will ultimately lead to the destruction of all humanity and our planet. Our consciousness plays not the least part in this deception.
In recent decades, the Earth has been accelerating its rotation by leaps and bounds, which means the centrifugal force is increasing. As a result, at the equator, the planet is expanding and increasing in volume. This causes the Earth's crust to crack and geological faults to activate. At this time, processes similar to blood cavitation occur in the Earth's interior with magma. Blood cavitation during Kyson disease is a life-threatening phenomenon known to divers during rapid ascent to the surface. Due to the sudden drop of pressure, the dissolved gases in the blood are released instantly, causing the blood to boil. The resulting gas bubbles destroy the walls of the blood vessels. In the Earth's interior, sudden pressure drops are associated with an instantaneous increase in centrifugal forces during a sudden acceleration of the planet's rotation. This causes magma to rush abruptly towards the Earth's surface. Lithospheric plates are destroyed by cavitation, microbursts of active gas-saturated magma. Just as the walls of vessels are fused by the bubbled blood of a diver, this process accelerates itself, affecting deeper and deeper layers of the mantle. That is why we are seeing ever more powerful and deep earthquakes and seismic swarms. The proof that this process is increasing and accelerating can be seen in the massive double-deep earthquake in Peru. Meanwhile, the expansion and intensification of the pressure on the crust due to the cavitation of the magma serves to intensify the erosion process. What does that mean for us? Soon, we will see eruptions and earthquakes of a magnitude that our civilization has never experienced before. The countdown of the clockwork mechanism of the magma bomb inside our planet has already started. Under the onslaught of a massive attack from the Earth's interior, the thinner oceanic crust is already giving up its position. The ocean has so far restrained this power, but eruptions are moving into the terrestrial phase. Tonga is vivid proof of this. It has the highest number of deep focus earthquakes, and the eruption of the Hunga Tonga, Hunga Hapai volcano on 15 January 2022 alone affected 80% of the population of the surrounding region. If one volcano can do that, what can we expect from a massive eruption of terrestrial volcanoes? After all, already now, we observe their synchronization. The thicker continental crust is holding the line for now. Won't last long. This threatens to bring on a volcanic winter and a new ice age. The magma's violent power has already awakened volcanoes that have been dormant for hundreds and thousands of years. Our planet is looking more and more like a minefield, where shells are beginning to detonate like a chain reaction. But an even greater threat is fraught with those volcanoes that have not yet woken up. Giants, such as Yellowstone, Campi Flegrei, Elbrus, Flach, Kikai, are called doomsday volcanoes because the eruption of any of them could lead to the extinction of all life. The power of the Earth's interior for a millennia, but now they are showing signs of activation. When the magma beneath these volcanoes reaches a critical point, the scale of the catastrophe is hard to imagine. Our planet is splitting apart, yet we are busy with something else. Endless problems of the consumerist format cover our eyes, not allowing us to see the main thing. We are deceived by data manipulation. Earthquake statistics are manipulated in the same way that temperature data is. Those who do this keep quiet, some for the money, and some, perhaps, not to scare people and spread panic, so that people live out their last days in peace.
Because it was so suffocating inside, I couldn't breathe.
People die inside the dead body inside the house.
It's a nightmare. Well, I'm pretty well fucked. I fell through that hole.
So that we go straight to the precipice with our eyes closed while someone knows but deliberately hides or is afraid to voice the truth.
And what thoughts do we hear in our head when we get information about the true causes of climate change and climate disasters occurring on Earth?
It's somewhere far away.
We certainly won't have that.
And what if it's true?
It's already happened and it's all over.
They're making it up again. It looks like it's all true. What should we do now?
I'm sick of their scaremongering. They've made up another end of the world.
They are distracting us from important issues.
Globalist sectants made it all up.
What will be, will be.
can help us.
Our government would have warned us. It's all montage. It's not our problem.
Isn't that what you hear in your head? It's just a raging storm of emotion, accusations, doubts and fears. A real storm in your head. So what is the truth? It's better not to believe someone, but to figure it out yourself. As we said earlier, consciousness is afraid of facts. Therefore, in order not to get lost in the speculation, it is necessary to study the issue for yourself and get familiar with the available facts in order to make your own conclusions on this issue. Otherwise, we will become hostages of authorities, on the phenomenon of capitalism, and we may simply die, relying on the wrong opinion of leaders. As they say, trust but verify. And that's right. Who keeps us from verifying and why? Our consciousness turns on laziness and mechanism for shifting responsibility so that we don't get to the point. It is important for any deceiver to be trusted. How does consciousness train us to trust it? Consciousness is a tricky adversary and a skillful manipulator. If it only offered people a lie, they would soon stop trusting it and get out of its power. But consciousness doesn't always lie. Sometimes it tells the truth so that the personality starts to trust it again and, being guided, get involved in its game. It also tells half-truth, and half-truth is worse than lies because it completely confuses people. And as soon as personality loses its vigilance, consciousness tends to set it up, suggesting wrong conclusions, and can lead a person to a pitiable situation in which he will suffer great material and above all emotional losses. To prevent this from happening, you need to study the way your consciousness works and control it, since consciousness is a beast. It can and should be trained to do the right work for personality. And how is the beast trained? By cutting down on its food supply. In the case of consciousness, it is the control of the amount of attention that personality gives to consciousness. Attention of personality is vital energy of a person. Personality shares this energy with consciousness in order to personality. But a parasite is a parasite. As a rule, it tries to transfer all the vital energy of the host to itself, leaving him a little, just so he doesn't die. So should we trust our consciousness? A person as personality can believe an outright lie or not believe the truth. Maybe it is better to check and make decisions based on knowledge, on your own experience and facts.
Who do I hear? And who am I playing with? Yes, you won't make a mistake. What does it all mean? The more sophisticated the game is, the more sophisticated the opponent is. If the opponent is truly good, he will drive the victim into a situation in which he can control it. Find a weakness in your victim and give them a little of what they want. At this point, the victim loses vigilance and begins to trust. This is the most opportune moment for a trick. The more desires a person has, the easier it is to drive them into a corner. This is how the system distracts the victim while they are squirming in the arms of its own greed. It seems to people that the trick can't be so ancient and so large scale. Otherwise, so many people couldn't have fallen for it. But it's the system, and we are all in it, and people feel it. but no one dares to admit it, even to themselves. By the way, check. Any next move of yours means check and checkmate. 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 In the place where you least look for him. Checkmate. Checkmate. An opponent?
What is the main trick for humanity? So, dear friend, the greatest absurdity lies in the fact that the personality of a human lightly allows to deceive itself, being unaware of the consequences, sometimes fatal one to itself. Very simply, when consciousness offers to shift responsibility for your life to someone else, when it suggests you to ignore the facts of climate disasters and suggests you to continue pretending that nothing is happening, this is the main trick of our time, equivalent to suicide. But remember, shifting responsibility is only an offer from consciousness. The price of agreeing to this absurd proposition is our own and only life. Every person feels that there is something wrong with this proposal, feels a catch, but not everyone admits it even to themselves. What is the way out? First of all, to be honest with yourself. Be open to the perception of different information and force consciousness to comprehensively check the information. Then the truth will become obvious. My dear, the truth is that when your neighbor's house has already burned down and danger, a real danger, is looming over yours, instead of ringing the alarm bell, the voice in your head is treacherously silent or is lulling you into thinking that this will never happen to you. But the point is that the raging disasters have no borders, no territories of their own and others. Everyone is equal before them. They don't care about your status, your religion, or your financial capabilities. They sweep away everything in their path, sparing no one. Having perceived this information, consciousness can immediately plant the idea that this is just another scare. Remember, this is just a suggestion to believe consciousness. Be vigilant. Do not trust consciousness. Make it work. Let it sort out the facts. What is going on with the climate? And then you will see for yourselves. Everything we say is the objective reality of today, and we have almost no time left. The surest thing is to get confirmation of our words from an independent source. We are trained to the idea that in a difficult stalemate situation, someone, emergency service, the police, or just some hero will come and save everyone. This program has been imposed on us since childhood, and when disaster strikes, personality habitually remains immobilized. It just waits for someone who will do everything. Consciousness in this case plays the standard game. It offers us programs to adapt to new uncomfortable conditions. And how does personality react to this? Personality habitually listens to suggestions of consciousness instead of making it work in order to change circumstances. This is precisely the main goal of a trick from consciousness: to immobilize personality of a human, make it its slave, or a slave of circumstances, which is the same thing. But this is only a suggestion. To agree with it or not is your choice. There's such an example. If you take a toad, put it into a pot with water, and begin heating it, you'll see something interesting. The toad adapts to the temperature of the water, stays inside, and continues to adapt to the rising temperature. But when the water reaches the boiling point, the toad, which would like to jump out of the pot, cannot do that, because it has become too weak and tired of the effort it has made to adapt to the temperature. Some will say that it was the boiling water that killed the toad, but in fact the toad was killed by its inability to decide when to jump out. And personality of a human does the same. Instead of acting, goes along with the consciousness, which suggests programs of adapting to uncomfortable circumstances, unloved work, and now to the climate. But we must act. We need to stop adapting and waiting. The one you hope for won't come and save you, because that very someone is you. And it is only up to you what kind of world we'll live in and how our party will end.
Your time is over. Wait! And what does that mean? I can hear you. Come on! He can hear me! You're alone, idiot! You're the one who hears yourself. Wait, so what? What does that mean? Explain it to me. I have you figured out. Me? Haha! It's you, yourself! You have yourself figured out. Okay, you have me figured out. It's all nonsense. Come on, let's go. We have so many things to do, so many meetings. Everything is just beginning. No, what? What? We're a team. We're buddies. We've been through so much together. Remember what we've been through. Do you want to get rid of me? Do you really want to get rid of me? And do you know what your life will be like without me? There won't be any life. I protect you, but also control you. I tell you to do something, you obey. If I tell you that you are scared, you're scared. Without me, you'll become weak. Get rid of me? Do you want to get rid of me? Do you really want to get rid of me? Do you want to turn me into your enemy? Do you want to get rid of me? Of me? I'm still here, and I'm around. How long I've looked after you, how much I've helped you. You can't win without me. No. Do you know why? Because I am you. You're not me. Come on, I'm your best friend. I am you. I've figured out your trick. You've made me believe that you are me. But I'm not you. I don't obey you anymore. I myself will control you. How about another game?
Our consciousness is constantly lying to us. It now convinces us that there is nothing wrong with the climate and that things will soon be back to normal, thus depriving us of our last chance for survival. You do not have to believe us. If you have some doubts about any information in this film, check it out. Check the media. Check scientific data from various sources. As the saying goes, trust but verify. On November 12, 2022, an international forum was held where independent researchers, scientists, and eyewitnesses from around the world presented facts and dynamics on climate change. This information can be found here. And remember, the sneakiest cheater is inside all of us. It's our consciousness. It has no form, although it is represented in various cultures, in various images, and appears under different names. It is called demon, devil, or Satan. Consciousness is a field, energy informational structure, which has no energy source, and it is attached to a person as a tool to perceive the three-dimensional world, possessing self-identity and pursuing its own selfish ends. Consciousness wants to survive at the expense of a person's life energy, but not just to survive, but also to be in the role of a master. That is why it has professional skills of manipulation, through which it holds a person under complete control so that he is not even aware of it. In order to see the real picture of the world, you need to get out of the power of consciousness and make it provide real information about what is happening. And this is work with facts. Force your consciousness to analyze the facts, not to use ready-made conclusions and assumptions if you do not want to be deceived. We would be grateful if you could write your opinion in the comments. Refusal of hasty conclusions will help avoid both personal and global tragedies. Today, we as a whole humanity have arrived at what might be called a perfect storm. We are caught in a vortex of adverse factors, as a result of which we have reached the bottom. In order to survive, we all need to push off from this bottom and dive out into the light, into the creative future.
Yes. In this situation, our consciousness sets us up and deceives us. It convinces us that everything will be all right and makes us do nothing. But as soon as the situation becomes critical, consciousness falls into a terrible panic, turning people into animals. And animals are easy to control because they are guided exclusively by their instincts. A state of panic not only does not help in solving problems, but exacerbates them. To the problems on the mental level, the problem with the physical health of the body are also added.
Yes, Anya, everything in our sphere is interconnected, and even small changes in the Earth's core, and consequently in all the layers of the planet, inevitably affect all living organisms. Accordingly, these changes affect every human being, every one of us. Nowadays, scientists are recording a decrease in the magnetic field. Now Anna will tell us how it's affecting people.
Greetings, dear friends. It is known that the Earth's magnetic field protects us from the devastating effects of cosmic radiation, but it can also have a direct effect on human body, both beneficial and negative. One might wonder, why should we care about the strength of the Earth's magnetic field? Because that relates directly to us. As the strength of the magnetic field affects the duration of our lives, according to Mikhail Vasilyevich Kurik, PhD in mathematics, director of the Ukrainian Institute of Human Ecology. The fact is that each molecule in the magnetic field stretch and polarize. One end of it becomes the north magnetic pole and the other the south. In such a state, each particle of living matter enters into electrochemical reaction easier and proper metabolism is maintained. When the external magnetic field is weakened, the body appears in a critical state. Employees of the Clinical and Experimental Medicine Research Center of Rams, under the direction of academician Vladimir Petrovich Kazanchev, created and tested chambers with magnetic isolation, where they managed to reduce the Earth's magnetism in 50,000 times. The experiments showed that cellular structures live and develop for no more than 8 or 10 generations, and then they degrade and die. Under Lev Moiseyevich Nepomniashkin, an experiment was conducted with mice placed in sealed chambers. In just 24 hours, their tissues began to decompose. The babies of these mice were born bald and grew sick. The same experiment was conducted by American scientists. They placed the mice in 2 chambers, one of which was surrounded by a powerful metal screen that reduced the strength of the Earth's magnetic field by hundreds of times. In the other chamber, normal conditions were maintained. After several months, it turned out that the mice in the shield chamber became sterile, went bald, and died earlier than the control mice. In 1968, there was a front-page Los Angeles Times article about 2 scientists from the Hahnemann Medical College. They placed a group of mice genetically belonging to the same strain aluminum cylinders about 6 inches in diameter. Half of them were placed in an environment with the magnetic field in which we live, and the other half in an environment with the magnetic field that corresponds to the magnetic field midway between the Earth and the Moon. Both sets of cylinders had the same physical environment, the same number of male and female mice, the same food, the same lighting, the same play environment, and the same water supply. Only the magnetic field was different. After 3 months, the mice in the low-density cylinders showed the same effects. More than 35% had visible cancer. No internal organ cancer analysis was performed. Although they had plenty of the same food as the mice in the cylinders with the normal magnetic field strength, they preferred cannibalism. Mice in normal cylinders treated each other normally and ate only the normal. As for humans, the situation is as follows. Short-term stay in the room with a low electromagnetic field, 15 to 20 sessions of 20 minutes each, has a beneficial effect on the person. But a longer stay has a deleterious effect. As a result of numerous experiments, it was concluded: protein nucleic life is impossible without electromagnetic environment. Humans have a complex electromagnetic structure and magnetically sensitive blood. Therefore, even a periodic change in the Earth's normal magnetic field readings has a negative effect on a person's psychophysical state. Human blood is an aggregate representation of its physiological qualities and psycho-emotional state. Blood is a magnetically sensitive substance, and the blood system is a magnetic antenna. Responsible for this property is iron, which has a certain molecular structure. Today, this antenna conducts an information exchange among the human, the planet, and space under complicated crisis and distress conditions. The magnetic field is part of our body and environment. Each of us has magnetic energy, which is different not only in individual person, but also in separate parts of the body. The famous scientist Franz Anton Mesmer, in his work on the medical application of the magnet, published in 1775, wrote that invisible magnetic energy penetrates the universe and all bodily fluids, and the human body is like a magnet with poles. Inconsistency of these poles with the general flux can lead to various physical and emotional sufferings. In the 19th century, the theory of the electromagnetic field was created, and the concept of the Earth's magnetic field was given. The human electromagnetic due to the fact that neurons in the nervous system are carriers of electric charge, and there are metal ions, charged particles, in various cells of our body and in blood. External magnetic fields largely determine the state of our internal magnetic fields. Magnetic fields of man-made and natural origin influence circadian rhythms, that is, biological clock and physiological function of a human, which ultimately affects one general state. Under natural conditions, man is only subject to natural electromagnetic fields, which he has tuned in throughout the process of evolution on planet Earth. When artificial sources of magnetic, electric, and electromagnetic fields interfere with this interaction process, the synchronization is disturbed. Physicians and scientists, experts in the field of physiological process occurring under magnetic fields in the human organism, pay special attention to the influence of magnetic fields on the human's blood vascular system, efficiency of oxygen transfer by blood, and transportation of nutrients. However, the nervous system is the most sensitive to magnetic fields. Many other body systems also react to magnetic fields: endocrine, cardiovascular, respiratory, musculoskeletal, and digestive systems, sensory organs, and blood. Due to increase of ionic activity in body tissues under influence of magnetic fields, there is stimulation of cell metabolism, namely increase of metabolic rate. The Earth's magnetic field varies with a frequency of 8 Hz on average, although this value can fluctuate considerably. Our body is already tuned to perceive this frequency and consider a natural background. Our cells are thus sensitive to this frequency of magnetic field exposure. Various scientific studies have shown that a low frequency, 2 to 8 Hz electromagnetic field affects the speed of human response to an optical signal. A magnetic field in the range of 5 to 10 Hz changed the reaction time of the human's brain. When the human body is exposed to a short-term alternating magnetic field with a frequency of 0.01 to 5 Hz, there is a sharp change in the character of the human's brain electroencephalogram. Under the influence of peak alternating magnetic fields, a person's pulse rate increases. A headache begins to occur. The general sense of well-being deteriorates, and weakness is felt throughout the body. In this case, a strong change in the electrical activity takes place. During magnetic disturbance of the Earth, during magnetic storms, low-frequency variation of the geomagnetic field have a negative impact on human health and well-being. On the day of a magnetic storm and during the following 1-2 days, the number of people with cardiovascular problems and deaths increases significantly. Our body does not react to the impact instantly, so the peak of visits is not on the day of the magnetic storm, but on the first or second day after it. Changes in the magnetic field itself also have an effect as well. Frequency, amplitude, and modulation of which change as the magnetic storm passes and recedes. Depending on solar activity, the number of leukocytes in human body changes. During high solar activity, the leukocyte concentration decreases. Daily dynamics of radiosensitivity is the subject of many studies, which have shown that the result of radiation exposure to a person at any time depends on the state of the geomagnetic field in the immediate place of research. If a healthy body can still cope, that is, adapt to the effects of magnetic fields, the more weakened the body, the more significant the effects become. The one walked, fell, and died. Sounds like a phrase from a bad joke, but it's true that thousands of people die in the world every year. Only a few dozen of them have a chance of being saved, and that's if they get to the hospital in time. Today, something unexplainable by science is happening. Many countries have sounded the alarm. Young and healthy people began to die suddenly and unexpectedly. At autopsy, no organic damage is found, no aneurysms, scarring of the heart, blood clots, or ruptured vessels. It is as if the heart was just switched off. This phenomenon has been called sudden adult death syndrome. Previously, this post-mortem diagnosis was only made in pediatrics. Now it is increasingly being diagnosed in adults. Doctors can't find an explanation for this phenomenon. And it really is a very serious problem today. Doctors are discouraged by the number of cases that occur. There is already talk of introducing a specialty such as climate cardiology, which would study these relationships between the climate and the effect of the cardiovascular system. There are several versions of what can cause sudden death. For example, sudden arrhythmic death syndrome, genetic mutation, Brugada syndrome, post-vaccination syndrome, emotional burnout. There are various theories of the occurrence of this phenomena, and the scientific world is striving to find an explanation for what is happening. But despite funding and research in these areas, the number of sudden deaths in the world continues to skyrocket. All that tells us that the cause is in completely different process, which we still do not know. According to the American Heart Association, more than 350,000 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests occur each year in the United States. The Australian state of Victoria alone records about 750 cases of sudden cardiac arrest each year in people under 50 years of age. Unfortunately, there is no unified world statistic on this problem. What is this unusual phenomenon and what is it related to? We found the answer in the program with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Responsibility of the Last. Let's watch a fragment.
Because the number of sudden deaths is increasing.
Absolutely
It is
right.
literally the sudden adult death syndrome.
It was introduced just recently.
Yes, this very concept, and it happens locally. I mean, all over the world, but it is somehow tied to certain regions. In particular, the latest situation, they sound the alarm and become worried in Australia about the cause of this, because absolutely healthy people, as autopsy shows, they're fine, and everything is fine with their heart, and all of their organs are in a wonderful condition.
A person is sort of simply turned off.
He's just turned off, so they don't understand what's going on, what this is related to, how to counteract it all, and whether it is possible to counteract it.
Before, it often took place during the last 10 to 15 years, but it happened more to children, whereas now it's adults. This is really true, and it's not happening locally, it is all over the world. It's just, I will tell you as someone who has been in healthcare for a long time, I'll answer this very simply. We cannot have anything without an explanation, you see? And pathologists were actually supposed to find a cause and identify it. If there is no cause, then you are not an expert. But who would want to not be an expert so as, well, how could a pathologist give a conclusion a person died because of a sudden death? It was incomprehensible, you see? That's why it has lately become more and more frequent, and already to the extent that they start talking amongst themselves, behind closed doors.
The media also talk about this.
And again, how, yes, somewhere it had to come out and had to be mentioned, so medical doctors have said that.
It's just that when people don't know and cannot find the cause, they actually look for it in some kind of plane, that maybe it's the influence of third forces, or maybe it's because people run out of prana so quickly due to some circumstances, or as we've said,
The tank is leaking, right? A person has burned out. Someone has put an evil eye on
or
him.
it is something emotional, he has burned out, or perhaps it is third forces that take away people's
Yes,
lives.
third forces too. This may also
But
happen.
how is it in actual fact? Why?
Climate, the cycle.
And how is that related?
It is definitely related. We are part of nature. Far and wide, when a person gets into, well, let's call it tension zones of electromagnetic waves, which our planet radiates. There is the so-called stationary, radiation. It is when an electromagnetic wave flows and it is stable.
Right.
And there is the migrating one. So when a person suddenly gets into such a zone, his life simply ends. Let me give you a simple comparison. I think it will be clear for many people. Everybody knows nowadays what an MRI machine is. You know, imaging machine. It's a big electromagnetic coil. So if we take your tablet, for example, put it in an MRI machine and turn it on, what will happen to your tablet? It will stop functioning. Why? Because the high voltage electromagnetic wave will simply destroy the ability to, in short, the brain will melt down.
It will format it.
Not just format it,
but
it will simply stop working. Its boards will burn out. So the same thing happens to a person when he gets into these zones. Actually, these zones appeared not so long ago. If we take past times, well, what past times? 20 years ago. 20 years ago, there were almost no such zones. As for even earlier time, that didn't exist at all. Why? Because we had a more or less stable electromagnetic field. However, after the late 1980s, when our core became destabilized, and its destabilization was again due to external impact, thus, as a result of these, again they occurred due to external impact, these so-called migrating waves emerge. Naturally, it's an unstable magnet. So naturally, these zones emerge. When they overlap, and if a person gets there, almost the same thing happens to him that will happen to your tablet in an MRI machine.
Wow.
In other words, a person is simply erased.
Influence of electromagnetic fields of certain strength on the human body cannot pass unnoticed. After all, there are principles of functioning of organs and systems based on electrical phenomena in the human body. The brain, the central and peripheral nervous system are the first objects that can be affected by external fields, not to mention that undesirable effects in other parts of the body and changes occurring at the scientific hygiene specialists have found that an electromagnetic field of sufficient intensity can alter the pattern of higher nervous activity of the human brain. Researchers have identified deviations in the electroencephalogram signal, desynchronization, and changes in the frequency of basic rhythms. How do electromagnetic waves work? Scientists until the mid-20th century did not take into account electromagnetic radiation, considering that its quanta emit less energy than the thermal motion of molecules and are absolutely safe for animal and plant life. Today, electromagnetic waves have become a problem for all mankind because their adverse effects are manifested both at the cellular level and at the level of the human body. The mechanism of their effects is still not fully understood, especially with regard to low-intensity radiations. It is believed that passing through the body, electromagnetic waves excite electrons in substance and activate their chemical processes in the human body. For example, 850 MHz frequency waves increase the activity of water molecules by 11 times. This increases body temperature, ionizes molecules, and causes secondary, weaker electromagnetic radiation in living tissues. Since each organ works at certain frequency, heart 700 Hz, brain in sleep 10 Hz, while awake 50 Hz, the source of electromagnetic waves working at a different or similar frequency can disrupt the normal functioning of the organ and lead to the development of disease. Today, due to the increasing instability of the planet's core, migrating electromagnetic waves will occur more and more often and anywhere, and therefore there will be more and more sudden death. It is impossible phenomena. The question arises, but what to do? The phenomena requires a comprehensive study and unification of scientists from different fields of science to save people's lives. The only way out is to stabilize the Earth's core.
You know, previously I haven't even thought that climate change is not only about visible processes, floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, etc. It turns out that there are also invisible radiations which we depend on. How they affect the health of people all over the planet, we will learn from the video Health and Climate Change. What is the connection between them?
Today, on our planet is in danger because of rapid climate change. And it is not just typhoons, tornadoes, tsunamis, and floods. The climate has invisible weapons, and every one of us is at gunpoint. Bacteriological weapons. Unknown viruses and bacteria are released from the ice captivity. Permafrost is a very good preserver of microbes and viruses because it is cold, there is no oxygen, and it is dark. Pathogenic viruses that can infect humans or animals might be preserved in old permafrost layers, including some that have caused global epidemics in the past. In glaciers, which are more than 15,000 years old, have discovered 33 viruses, 28 of which were previously unknown to science. Now, the permafrost is melting at a catastrophic rate. Revived viruses are dangerous due to their extreme resistance, which allowed them to survive extreme conditions. Are we ready to confront new unknown diseases? Is our science ready to protect us? The consumerist format has already proved inadequate to combat the insidious virus. New pandemics could escalate into another disaster of a planetary scale. Are you ready for this?
In glacial ice melts that could have trapped bacteria, we may have no immunity at all. So we could be setting forth the risk of a global pandemic with pathogens, bacteria, viruses, other types of pathogenic microbes that could potentially be a very, very serious health hazard and could get it going. I mean, if humankind doesn't have immunity to those kinds of pathogens, disasters result.
Destruction of the ozone layer. In recent years, the warnings it's dangerous to be out in the sun have become more frequent. The ozone layer is being destroyed at an alarming rate. The flow of biologically active ultraviolet light, which is dangerous for the human body, has increased. This radiation affects the eyes like welding. It causes a burn of the cornea of the eye and serious pathologies of the organs of vision. A person can go blind forever. About 16 million people lose their sight every year due to cataracts alone, whereby up to 20% of cases can be attributed to ultraviolet radiation. This radiation leads to the development of skin cancer. Due to the action of such strong ultraviolet radiation, even the most harmless spot on your body can develop into a melanoma, which is the most aggressive malignant tumor that metastasizes faster than others.
But we see a lot of the type of cancer that is most common with ultraviolet light, and that's skin cancer. Now, a lot of the skin, that's common down here, amazingly common. But ultraviolet light can also cause a much more deadly skin cancer called melanoma. And we see a lot of that again down here, an awful lot of people that get melanoma we can't cure, and it's horrible.
Every percentage of ozone lost
causes an increase in skin cancer rates up to 6%, which means hundreds of thousands of people. No one is immune to this radiation. A single exposure to the sun is enough. When exposed to biologically active ultraviolet light, a rapid loss of immunity occurs. Our body becomes defenseless.
Can you name at least one scientist now who, when talking about weather anomalies, would start with the state of the ozone layer? Nothing will work with us without attention to the ozone layer. We will now show you the maps of monthly mean anomalies in total ozone content in Northern Hemisphere. In March 2011, we see here 35% of the average monthly ozone loss. And in March of 2022, it was already 50%. These numbers that I'm giving you, they are crazy, simply insane. That's a colossal destruction, but hardly anyone cares about that. Now, we know, and because of the Montreal Protocols adopted, that every percent of ozone loss means a 10% increase in the so-called photogenic diseases. All diseases, because one of the effects of ultraviolet radiation is a widespread decrease in immunity.
Change in the Schumann resonance. Schumann resonances are the natural electromagnetic frequencies of the Earth. They are necessary for the synchronization of biological rhythms and normal existence of all life on Earth. That is exactly why Schumann waves are artificially created at space stations to maintain mental and physical health of astronauts. The basic frequency of Schumann resonance corresponds to the rhythm of the brain in a calm and relaxed state. The frequency changes in Schumann resonance is one of the reasons for such conditions as suicide, depression, insomnia, chronic stress, and various types of acts of aggression. With an increase in these frequencies, the imbalance of the whole body begins. Schumann resonances are closely related to solar activity, the state of our atmosphere, and the Earth's magnetic field. Therefore, any changes in them is reflected in Schumann resonances, and consequently, in people's health. Weakening of the magnetic field. The human body always reacts to changes in the Earth's magnetic field. The most sensitive are blood as well as nervous, endocrine, and cardiovascular systems. To date, the strength of the magnetic field has already decreased by almost 10%. That's a lot. As the magnetic field is weakening, the number of such diseases as hypertension, coronary heart disease, asthma, Parkinson's, and Alzheimer's, thyroid disease, and diabetes is increasing. Most of them are in the list of the most common diseases that result in death. Deadly radiation. Due to the weakening of the Earth's magnetic field, we've become defenseless against hard cosmic radiation. It can destroy all living things. The strong magnetic field of the sun shielded these destructive rays well, and we were safe. But right now, the sun is at its protracted minimum.
What we know for sure is that there is now galactic radiation which is called galactic particles. They are closely related to the cyclical nature of solar activity that we are studying. We know of the solar cycle of 6,000 years and 12,000 years. What is happening now, solar physicists call it the grand solar minimum. During the maxima of solar activity, there are less particles of galactic radiation that reach us, because the field of the solar system shields from them. During a minimum, like we have now, this radiation is not shielded. Usually an 11-year solar minimum lasts a year or a year and a half at most. The one we are having now lasts for over 10 years already.
How does this threaten us? Cosmic rays penetrate your body, piercing your skin, muscles, and bones. They damage the structure of DNA, causing genetic mutations, and kill us at the molecular level. Cells of the body can no longer divide normally and die. The most sensitive tissues where active cell division occurs are bone marrow, gastric and intestinal mucosa, gonads, and lungs. Cosmic rays are high-energy radiation. In your body, it significantly accelerates the process of all diseases.
We doctors see very alarming statistics. Diseases are getting younger, developing faster, and general immunity is decreasing. The number of intrauterine malformation, genetic diseases, and childhood oncology is growing.
Against the background of reduced solar activity, weakening of the Earth's magnetic field, and depletion of the ozone layer, more and more dangerous cosmic radiation is coming to our planet. And this means a high level of radiation that brings death. Our solar system is inevitably approaching a straight jet of deadly radiation coming from the center of the universe. This is related to the cycle of 12,000 years. Before direct exposure to the jet of galactic radiation, we have not thousands, not hundreds, but only a few years left. Meanwhile, in scientific circles, the nature of this radiation is still not understood. We are under the threat of total destruction, and we are not even aware of that. Do we want our planet to turn into a lifeless Mars? Today, our main enemy is the climate. Are you ready to fight such a cruel and merciless enemy alone? To win, we need universal mobilization. Scientists, become the voice of the truth. Stop being silent. Today, the fate of the entire civilization depends on each person. We need to unite and direct all scientific, technical, and human potential towards the realization of a single goal: to save our lives. Such unification is possible only in the creative format of society.
We have seen how a human body reacts to the slightest changes in the Earth's sphere. And Tatiana Zinchenko, PhD in psychology, will tell us how these changes affect people's mental health. Tatiana, you have the floor.
Hello, dear friends. I think that many are interested in the following question. How is the planet's core destabilization leading to climate change and disasters linked to a mental health crisis? A study of 10,000 young people between the ages of 16 and 25 from different cultural, economic, and climatic backgrounds was conducted in 2021. Structured interviews and surveys were conducted to find out what emotions they felt about climate change, how it affected their daily lives, and how they thought about the effectiveness of governments in climate crisis. The results were shocking. Over 50% reported each of the following emotions: sadness, anxiety, anger, powerlessness, helplessness, and guilt. However, almost 60% said they felt very bad or extremely worried about climate change. More than 45% of participants said that their attitude towards climate change had a negative impact on their daily life and functioning, with many, 75 to 83% of survey participants, reporting high levels of negative thoughts about climate change. Here's what the authors of this study write. Distress about climate change is associated with young people perceiving that they have no future, that humanity is doomed, and that governments are failing to respond adequately, and with feelings of betrayal and abandonment by governments and adults. We are talking about climate anxiety. There is nothing pathological about this condition. On the contrary, it shows a healthy instinct that you feel and understand everything properly, that there is trouble in our common home. The life of our planet hangs in the balance, and this situation demands active and urgent action. Anxiety is an emotion that warns us of danger, which can make us look for more information about the problem and find possible solutions. But where does the energy of anxious young people go? To the protests against greenhouse gas emissions, to the fight against CO2. Empty and ineffective actions are frustrating without results, and people give up. Anxiety gives way to hopelessness and despair, climate depression. I understand. Once deceived, it is not easy for someone to overcome their skepticism and doubts and continue searching for reliable climate information. But please, continue. Explore of you and closely examine the results of the multi-year, multidisciplinary research of the Global Climate Science Platform of the Creative Society Project. The results of this research have been presented at conferences and forums in the Global Crisis series. The important thing is to take the proper steps, and by joining forces we can not only avoid tragedy, but also build a better world. Apart from purely informational impacts that cause chronic distress, physical factors also affect nervous system functions, people's mental state and behavior, and the entire body as a whole. Destabilization of the planet's core under the influence of aggressive cosmic rays leads to decreasing or reducing the geomagnetic field strength. Human has their electromagnetic field, which constantly interacts with the external magnetic field of the Earth. Changes in the geomagnetic field affects the entire body, but the nervous system is most effect. Dr. Koichi Nakagawa has described magnetic field deficiency syndrome, MFDS. Most people have felt the effects of this syndrome in the last decade. The symptom complex described above correlates with chronic fatigue syndrome and psychosomatic neurotic disorders, most likely different words for the same phenomenon. Intense cosmic radiation of as yet unknown nature is affecting the entire solar system and the Sun itself. When there is a general decline in solar activity, there are often solar flares which cause geomagnetic disturbances in our magnetic field and solar storms. Low-frequency magnetic fluctuations also cause autonomic nervous system and emotional disorders. Healthy people may become irritable and have unreasonable anxiety and reduced performance, while emotionally unstable people may experience panic attacks, increased and increased psychiatric hospital admissions. Studies show that during magnetic storms, the number of suicides and crimes involving bodily harm to other people increases up to and including murder. This phenomenon began to be studied in detail and described in his works at the beginning of the last century by biophysicist and founder of heliobiology, Chizhevsky. He even conducted a comparative analysis and discovered the correlation between changes in solar activity with disturbances in our magnetic field and historical events, wars, revolutions, coups, large-scale catastrophes, and epidemics. Waves of extreme heat that last for days or even weeks have been experienced by an increasing number of people in various countries in recent years. At high temperatures, an increase in discomfort leads to an increase in hostility, aggressive thoughts and actions. There has been more violence and shootings in hotter cities than in cooler cities. A review of 35 studies on the impact of extreme heat on mental health in different countries found the most robust increased risk of suicide as well as an increased risk of morbidity, hospitalization and mortality due to mental illness. For 30 years there has been an unprecedented increase in mental disorders worldwide, a trend that has persisted in countries with diverse populations regarding economic well-being and cultural and religious backgrounds. The epidemic of mental illness is an inevitable consequence of all the manifestations of the global crisis facing humanity today. Above all, the effects of climate change, exacerbated by economic insecurity to the point of starvation and the impoverishment of billions, the upsurge of wars, violence and brutality in society, and the forced migration of populations due to all these factors. To investigate the effects of climate change on mental health and behavior, we began a statistical study. We found that an increase in mental illnesses worldwide was being hidden. The question arises, who is doing this and why? Let's take you through the results. So what did we encounter? There is a statistical resource, the Global Burden of Disease Database, funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which positions itself as the most extensive study in terms of country coverage and the number of mental disorders analyzed. However, according to this resource, the prevalence of mental illness worldwide and in each country has remained virtually unchanged since 1990. When we look at the prevalence, however, we see an almost flat line on their graphs and interactive maps. Except in pandemic years, they show an increase in the prevalence of some diseases, particularly depression and anxiety disorders. While it's understandable, the constant stress, fear, isolation, and socioeconomic instability. So, there was no crisis before the pandemic. Sleep well, dear friends. To put it mildly, we have doubts. Or, more simply, this is a complete distortion of reality, a manipulation of public and scientific consciousness. This prompted us to do our own independent research, and we found that the data was distorted. When we examined the prevalence of individual mental disorders in the various countries in which statistics are well collected, we found an upward trend over the last 30 years in most studies, and there has been a particularly significant increase over the last decade among adolescents and young adults, with a shift in the onset of mental illness to an increasingly young age. In the United States, for example, data from a qualitative nationwide study indicate that the frequency of major depressive episodes diagnosed in the year prior to the study increased by 52% over an almost 10-year period from 2005 to 2017, and by 63% among young adults aged 18 to 25. Various forms of suicidal behavior increased significantly over the past year among adolescents and young adults. Completed suicides increased by an average of 47% among young adults. The prevalence of severe psychological distress in the same age category increased by 71% from 2008 to 2017. Please note, the graphs and tables show a steady increase from 2005 to 2009, and from 2014 to 2015 a sharp jump, an exponential increase in the prevalence and incidence of mental disorders, especially among young people. This same trend is confirmed by another study that showed an increase in depressive symptoms among adolescents in the United States from 1991 to 2018. Necessary measures of emotional stability, mental health, and behavioral disorders are the rates of suicide, autoaggression, and homicide aggression in society. According to data provided by the U.S. National Center for Health Statistics, the overall suicide rate in the United States increased by 35.2% from 2000 to 2018. However, in the category for children, adolescents 10 to 14 years old, it tripled, and among youth 15 to 24 years old, it increased by 87%. Suicide was the second leading cause of death among 10 to 14-year-olds and 25 to 34-year-olds, and homicide in the 15 to 24-year-old category second only to accidents. There has been a significant change in the cause of death statistics for children and young people in the United States in recent decades, which shows an unprecedented increase in aggression, autoaggression in our society. We see that accidents and injuries are the leading cause of death in the 1 to 24 age group. But what are these accidents? For over 60 years, road traffic accidents have prevailed. However, since 2017, firearm-related injuries have become the most common cause of death. Overall, 2/3 of these deaths were homicides, 30% were suicides. In 2021, 7 children per day were killed by firearms. In the first 6 months of 2022, there were more than 300 mass shootings in the United States, including the shooting at Robb Elementary School in Texas. Every single time I walk into a classroom, the first thing I do is find the nearest exit, says Osadolor Hernandez, the student from the University of Chicago. Instead of being focused on her professor's lecture, she finds herself constantly glancing around to see if anyone looks suspicious. Every single time anyone just reaches into their backpack, there is a sense of panic that I feel, she says. It's extremely frustrating to have to feel this way, and it's extremely hard to live with this reality. Mental health assessments of Canadian youth show an approximately twofold increase in mood and anxiety disorders and suicidal behavior. There has also been an increase in the number of people seeking mental health services. Canadian experts in Ontario have seen an 89.1% increase in psychiatric emergencies since 2006, particularly among young people from 14 to 21 years old. By 2017, there was a 135% increase in the proportion of young people aged 13 to 17 committing acts of self-harm. According to a UK NHS report, long before the COVID-19 pandemic, rates of mental illness were already rising slowly and steadily. The percentage of adults with mental health problems increased by more than two-thirds between 2000 and 2014. According to the 2014 survey, the prevalence of psychotic disorders such as schizophrenia and affective psychosis has also increased over the past year. Mental health services in England received a record 4.3 million referrals in 2021 alone, with the number of people accessing mental health services steadily increasing. In just 4 years, from 2017 to 2021, the prevalence of mental health problems among children aged 6 to 16 increased from 11.6% to 17.4%. Thus, approximately 1 in 6 children had at least one mental health problem in 2021, compared to 1 in 9 in 2017. The same pattern of continuous increase in mental health problems is seen in the population of European countries. In Germany, for example, between 2000 and 2013, an increase in hospital admissions for all categories of mental disorders, except psychotic, was observed in the age group up to 19 years old. In Belgium, the prevalence of depression increased from 6.73% in 2000 to 9.20% in 2019. Regarding the incidence of depression, there was a decreasing trend from 2000 to 2015, followed by a sharp increase from 2015 to 2019. A steady increase in mental health disorders has also been observed in Australia over the last decade. Between 2020 and 2021, the mental health situation for Australians continued to deteriorate. More than 2 in 5 Australians aged from 16 to 85, that's 43.7% or 8.6 million people, had suffered a mental disorder at some point in their lives. Anxiety was the most common group of mental disorders, followed by depression. Most disturbing was the fact that there was a shift in mental health disorders to a younger age group. It was in the 16 to 24 and 25 to 34-year-old category that all mental disorders, addictions, suicidal and self-harming behavior were most prevalent. The same trend we see in other countries as well. According to the Gallup Institute's annual Global Positive, Negative Emotional Experiences and Well-Being Survey, people worldwide felt more anxious, stressed and sad in 2021 than at any time in the last 16 years. Negative emotions, a combination of stress, sadness, anger, anxiety and physical pain, reached an all-time high last year. But according to Gallup head John Clifton, the global rise in unhappiness began long before most of the problems hit the headlines. Unhappiness has been on the rise for a decade. Humanity over the past decades has been sinking into emotional darkness, losing adequacy in relationships, thinking, perception and behavior, getting bogged down into various forms of increasingly dangerous addictions. And we don't care? What are they trying to hide from us? Whenever the truth of growing mental health crisis comes to the surface, some convenient explanation is given. A pandemic, a war, an economic crisis. Of course, these all matter, no one disputes, but they are not causes and not predisposing factors. In addition, mental health problems continued to grow outside the context of all these factors. We specifically cited studies before the pandemic and from countries with more stable economies whose populations were not involved in military conflict. Isn't it time to look deeper and find the root of all these problems? Look at the graphs from different studies. From the early 90s, 2000s, the prevalence of mental disorders gradually increased, and between 2012 and 2015, until now, there was a dramatic jump. It is starting to grow exponentially. Such dynamics are only comparable to climate change graphs. Those who hide statistics are interested in keeping us from getting to the bottom. They're interested in keeping as many people as possible in a constant state of stress, anxiety, and tension. Indeed, emotionally destabilized and addicted people are much easier to control. We are faced with yet another global hoax under the guise of scientific research. Manipulation of statistical data is one of the most sophisticated forms of manipulation because in most people's minds, trust in statistics has been built up for years as an indisputable fact. As it turns out, the data can be easily falsified. More than 30–40% of people, in some countries this figure reaches 50%, suffer from mental disorders in their lifetime. More than 20% in the last 12 months, teenagers and young people suffer from anxiety, stress and depression, lose the meaning of life and interest in whatever, cut up their bodies, commit suicide, become victims of violence or show aggression themselves. And this is only according to official figures. Only 25–30% of people with mental disorders go to official psychiatric services, and only 5–10% of those with addictions. We don't even realize the true extent of the prevalence of mental disorders. There is nothing we can do in the consumer formative society on a global, social level. Even a free scientific discussion in this area is impossible. The only way to mental health and well-being is to build a creative society, where we can find solutions for all crises, stabilize the climate, and create safe living conditions. The information space will be filled only with truthful and constructive content.
Yes, unfortunately, we still live in a consumer society format. And due to climate change, there are more and more people who have lost everything. Their homes, their livelihoods, their jobs, their loved ones. And all these events are happening for all of these people suddenly. I suggest you watch a video to find out how people actually behave in extreme conditions and what kind of support those who were affected by climate disasters receive.
We are slightly less than 8 billion. We can safely say that already over 2 billion, and quite far beyond 2 billion, are people with pronounced mental disorders. Many of them are irrevocably, unfortunately. A great many people have a decline in immunity, cancer, and a lot of other diseases that have begun to progress precisely because of the climate. Why does this happen? A simple question. Because not only is there a direct impact of what affects our planet, but there is also a weakening of the electromagnetic field. Well, it's not a secret, everyone knows this, it is written in many sources. Yet, what is a magnetic field for our body? Well, experiments have been conducted, friends. Those who are interested can see what this leads to, the famous experiments on mice, and so on. I'm not saying that people will behave like those mice, because in that famous experiment which was conducted
in the year 1960 something, even...
Yes, of the last century, so to say. It was conducted back in the past millennium. So the decline in immunity and the development of oncology were clearly and vividly shown there.
Very serious development of oncology.
Right.
It showed almost a 35% increase.
Aggression, pronounced aggression.
Violence, cannibalism.
Moreover, when there was enough food and everything else, we are not saying that people will behave like that, but they already behave that way, and this is only the beginning.
You know, Igor Mikhailovich, I very well remember a comment actually given by scientists within the framework of this study that the first people to feel this effect would be those with a low empathy level.
Right.
That they would be the first to be exposed to those aggressive outbursts, so to say, to this very violence, and that's scary. You know, in one of the videos, we talked about compassion and empathy, that consciousness was drawing a picture for people that the further it goes, the more of these cataclysms happen, and the more people die, then probably some kind of compassion will turn on. And you said, on the contrary, empathy will turn on.
Of course.
This is where you realize that precisely these people with inhibited empathy will not just fail to show compassion towards others, but they themselves will actually be the cause of many troubles, aggression, violence, and cannibalism. This is scary.
We watch the videos and think that it will happen someday. But this is happening already now.
During Typhoon Yolanda, people are also killing each other already. For what reason? They're killing each other because of food. They're killing each other because of water. There was looting already. If they can see a grocery store, everybody will attack there without paying already. They will just steal everything that they can get. It was a big mess. It was really an uncontrolled area, and there is no law enforcement. Is not there anymore. It's like a killing fields already, until military came in bringing those tanks. And it was also very sad because some did not die because of the typhoon. Some died because somebody stole their food. Some died because somebody stole their water.
If we think of our society as a single organism and compare it to the human body, it is like cutting off our left hand in the hope that there will be more room for the right one. This is absurd. Instead of solving the problem together, we fence ourselves off from the people facing the tragedy in the hope that we will live more comfortably. A false system of values was imposed on us and we supported it. And that's what it leads to. The situation in Haiti was a shocking example for me. On January 12, 2010, there was a massive earthquake there. The most terrible thing is that a lot of people died not because of the disaster itself, but because of the struggle for the piece of bread and a sip of water. I visited this country 3 years after the cataclysm, working on a sea vessel that delivered rice there. But this picture of hungry people trying to get under the cover of night for this rice, while armed guards were driving them away. We brought in rice, while neighboring ships brought tanks to contain population. It was impossible to leave the port because you would simply be kidnapped. At the entrance to the port itself, a huge number of people were crowding, hoping to get a job for food. And this was already 3 years after the cataclysm. There are cases when people killed each other for rice. Looking at them then, I could not even imagine that all of us would be like that soon. At least they were provided with rice, but no one will provide it to us. Having lost everything, in the lack of food and water, we will also be like that, and we will cut our organs from the stomach and eat each other. Are there any doubts? Look at the examples in modern history. There is an opinion that the trouble will unite us all. But the truth is that extreme conditions strengthen in a person what dominates him every day. Take a look around and pay attention to how we behave today. What prevails in us every day?
We live in a world where climatic disasters and military conflict can break out anytime in any country. That's a fact. Do you know how it feels to be left alone in your misfortune and forced to flee a climatic disaster or the horror of war, and fleeing of fear, a feeling of helplessness, powerlessness, and complete vulnerability.
Чувство страха, чувство беспомощности, бесправности и полной незащищенности. Беженец. Беженец — это человек, который вынужден покинуть свой дом из-за стихийных бедствий, войны и разрухи, которая в одно мгновение лишила его абсолютно всего.
И
практически на тебя всем плевать. Ты просто брошен, а впереди только неизвестность. Да, беда пришла, но ты выжил. В этот раз тебе повезло. И ты человек, у тебя есть права. Но проблема в том, что все эти права, они есть.
In the consumer format of society, no one is more unprotected than people whose home is in trouble. Let's look at statistics. In 2022, the number of people displaced from their home exceed 100 million. The most displaced people find themselves unwanted in a foreign country, often for years, not if not decades. Their problems are rarely spoken about. These people do not receive the assistance they need. This is according to a new report by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP. In countries such as Haiti or Papua Guinea, events in the first half of 2022 have already caused more displacements than in 2021 at all. By the end of June, more than 1 million people has been displaced in Bangladesh, where 7.2 million people were affected by severe flooding. In China, which has been hit very hard by floods in 2022, some 310,000 people has been displaced, were reported in a country's southern province in May, and more than 1 million people were already displaced in June. Historic flooding along Australia's east coast, particularly in southwest Wales and Queensland, caused displacements of some 42,000 people in February and March. Disaster caused significant displacements in America in the first half of 2022. In Brazil, for example, hurricanes and floods displaced 656 people. This is the highest number ever recorded for this country. This year, in Pakistan, about 33 million people, including 16 million children, have been affected by torrential monsoon rain, causing floods and landslides. More than 100 million people have been internally displaced. This means that 1 out of every 78 people on the planet has been forced to flee another territory and start life from scratch. The consumerist format of society ruthlessly destroys people just for losing everything at some point in their life and having to flee from their homes. Often we hear about refugees. We think that they will be definitely helped because there are so many different organizations that have been set up to help people. We rely on them. We have believed in this, and we have put our responsibility in those organizations. But what happened in reality? And the fact is that for some people, shelter is a flat or a house with facilities. But for most people, it's just a tent. And what will be provided to us in case of need? Where on the planet are these places to escape to, where we would be welcomed with love and compassion and could live safely. The climate apocalypse is teaching us a lot. Here's what one of the refugees said. Earlier, we didn't feel responsible for anything. After the cataclysm, the displacement, we realized our responsibility not only to our parents or families, all people. We now feel responsible for every child starving or catching a cold in displaced personnel camp. And for the other sufferings, the same things as us. I suggest to watch an extract from the program Climate, Future is Now.
You're watching just a video, and your consciousness is saying that this doesn't concern you, while someone is going through it right now. Can you be sure that tomorrow this won't happen to you, and you won't be a part of similar disasters? And someone will be watching a video with your participation, and just like you now, will doubt that this is happening. Refugees, people without bread, without a penny in their pockets, are forced to illegally migrate to other countries in order to survive, while you are now being warm and comfortable. Consciousness is telling you, who needs poor beggars, and even more so in my house? But the truth is that this is a common misfortune, and it will affect everyone, including you. And tomorrow you, together with them, will be looking for a safe place to survive. Now you're looking at this as it's something alien, but tomorrow you will be forced to walk among this crowd. And after tomorrow, you will be forced to live together with those whom you came to, and who wasn't happy to see you. You wonder why this is happening now. Where is the civilized attitude towards people? Where is the help of international organizations that must take care of people? Where are they? Where is it all here and now? The truth is that the bureaucrats to whom the society entrusted the solution of these problems are also people of consumer thinking, who sit and watch videos in their cozy offices. And instead of actually helping people, they keep writing fakes for the world mass media. Is that already tomorrow they will be walking alongside you among the crowd of refugees and repent that they did nothing when they had the opportunity to change a lot. And this is inevitable as the sunrise. All you've seen is just a part of the events that took place within 1 year. And if you don't want to notice this, if you turn away from other people's misfortunes, then it doesn't mean at all that tomorrow this won't happen to you, your home, and your family.
Today, there are a huge number of organizations and foundations dedicated to help people. The largest of these, the United Nations, positions itself as the safeguard of peace and security. For decades, we have been hearing beautiful slogans and promises from high tribunes. If you listen to these loud statements, it would seem that we solve all of the problem, there would be no more poor, no more hungry in the world. War will end, and we will all live well. There are over 100 international organizations working under the umbrella of the United Nations to solve the world's problem. For every new problem, a new organization is created. The member states of the UN pay huge sum of money to these organizations every year. In fact, it is the money out of our pockets. This is the tax we pay to the states. From 2010 to 2020, according to 44 UN organizations alone, raised $540.4 billion. Contribution to the UN organization have increased by 58% in 10 years. But let's look at what we have achieved over that period of time. The largest amount of money today is directly towards solving the problem of hunger. The main UN agency, the World Food Programme, and the Food and Agriculture Organization, they have raised $79.8 billion over the last 10 years. But people continue to die. According to the World Health Organization, nearly 690 million people got hungry and 750 million suffer from severe food storages. The Food and Agriculture Organization itself predicts even more hunger until 2030, 841 million people. The World Food Programme estimates that funding needs for 2022 will already be $13.9 billion. So they say there will be more hungry people, so we need more money. I mean, this raises a legitimate question. How is that with an ever-increased funding, the problem itself is not only not being solved, but it's getting worse? It's only getting worse. Is it that it's as if we were actually funding the problem of hunger ourselves? Let's look at how the refugee problem is handled. The number of refugees has doubled in the past 10 years to 82.4 million in 2020. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees deals with refugee issues. In the last 10 years, fundings for this organization has increased by 56%, reaching $4.5 billion in 2020. Let's take a look at what kind of assistance they provide to people. One of the areas of refugee assistance is housing. On their website, they state, at UNHCR, a core part of the protection mission is to guarantee access to adequate shelter in humanitarian emergencies. We provide tents, distribute plastic sheeting, and develop emergency strategy, tools, and guidelines, and rushing in emergency aids to those who need the most. One cold night or hot day or help may be the difference between life and death. Isn't it cynical sitting in warm offices to develop strategy and recommendation when people in tent camps live for years in inhuman condition with no hope of a future? Because of a lack of even basic sanitation, people are dying of infectious diseases. Who benefits from the problem not being solved? Well, the one who make money out of it. As long as there is a problem, there is funding. And if the problem is solved, there will be no funding, and therefore no organizations. As long as there is financial interest, as long as someone is making money from it, no one will solve the problem. The UN itself is very much like a multinational corporation in its structure. There is a parent company that coordinates and manages the activities of its other companies, subsidiaries. But each branch, each brand, in a separate business entity. In 2020, more than $3 billion was spent into maintaining the UN bureaucracy itself on salary, health insurance, holidays, business class flight, and other expenses for staff and management. For the renovation of the Palais des Nations in Switzerland alone, where the UN headquarters is located, $871 million is planned. With this money, 174,000 houses could be built using 3D printing technology. How many refugees family this housing could have helped? But sadly, building for those in need is just not a priority for their assistance. What do we have in the end? Numerous organizations on which we have entrusted the responsibility to solve serious problems of humanity. On a closer look, turn out to be just a business structure. It is clear that there is a vested interest in making the problem worse and worse. In other words, it is someone's interest that people starve, survive, and fight each other. And that is the cynicism of the consumerist format of society. Creating the appearance of solving a problem without the real aim of eradicating it. Under such condition, it is equivalent to an anesthesia for a fatal disease. And even closing or reforming any organization or firing individual will not save the situation, as new one will come in their place and do exactly the same, earn on our lives. And the climatic cybers is already walking around the earth, destroying everything in its path. And at any moment, every one of us could become a refugee. Do you really want to experience at all? I think that the main reason is that we behave very inhumanely to man, to mankind. We do not appreciate life. And what is needed now is a change in the format of the society, from a consumer format of society to a constructive society. How we humans are interconnected with the planet, and how can we change physical properties of the environment through our inner state and thoughts. The next speaker will talk about it.
Greetings. Today we have heard from previous speakers what is really happening to planet Earth nowadays and how this affects people's lives. A question arises: how are we humans connected to the planet, and what impact do we have on it? The Earth is a living organism which is in interrelation with the Sun, the planets, and the center of the galaxy. It experiences pulsations, that is, compression during the summer solstice, expansion during the winter solstice, seasonal variations at the rate of diurnal rotation, and its solid surface fluctuates, sinking or rising at a rate of 3 to 5 millimeters per year. This way, the Earth's crust is a real living structure. It experiences constant seismic oscillations, which periods of change correspond to geomagnetic and cosmic rhythms. The Earth's crust may be compared to the bark of a tree. It has the important function of transmitting information from the outside environment into the Earth's interior and back. Electric energy from the ionosphere flows through the Earth's crust into eternal structures. An important attribute of a living organism is the Earth's breath. This is neither a metaphor nor a fiction, but a real process studied by Professor Ludovenko, a research assistant at the Institute of Physics of the Earth. Working in cooperation with a group of scientists, he discovered that the nodes in the energy carcass of the Earth are actively involved in the energy exchange of the planet with the energy emission of the Sun. Even more striking facts were also discovered. The Earth's breath reacts to events that take place in near-Earth space. For example, in March 1997, when there was the Hale-Bopp comet in the vicinity of the Earth, the period of planet breathing has decreased from usual 30 to 40 minutes to 1 minute. In the figurative expression, the Earth gasped like a hunted horse, had a heavy breath, and so it continued until February 1998. No less impressive were the results which were obtained during a space experiment in the Moscow region. In order to determine wind conditions in the upper atmosphere, clouds of colored gas were periodically ejected from a satellite. For every such emission, the Earth reacted with a regular rhythm. It sneezed at each occurrence of an alien cloud. From these observations, it follows that the Earth is not indifferent to what is in the space around it. Perhaps a huge amount of flying machines and space debris, currently space garbage, which fills the near Earth space currently, affects its behavior and energy state no less than the pollution of air, water, and soil. An important role is played by hydrosphere also. It is the water surface which covers 2/3 of the globe. It is known that water has a memory and a response to cosmic influences. Therefore, it is reasonable for scientists to conclude that the Earth is a superpowered, fast computer with an absolute memory of the past and a complete vision of the future. The Earth has also a mind. It is in the memory of the fluid structure, liquid structure, and this mind accumulates information about everything, including each of us. Since most of our body is made of fluids, all data about us, our thoughts, emotions, our health, and DNA matrix, all of this is stored in this memory of ours. Repeated experiments have been conducted with water to explore how our thoughts, words, emotions, and feelings affect the structure of water. In the book The Message of Water, Masaru Emoto recounts his sensational experiment that shocked the world public. The basis for this experiment was the work of American chemist Lee Lorenzen, who in 1980s managed to find out that water can receive and store any information which it receives. In our previous Kaleidoscopes of Facts, we have repeatedly told about Masaru Emoto's experiments. In the process of long research, a group of scientists led by Dr. Emoto managed to find out that two words are best able to influence the water, which are love and gratitude. Konstantin Korotkov, Doctor of Sciences, Professor, Academician, also said that he conducted many experiments with his team on the influence on water samples by various factors: magnetic fields, electric fields, various objects, including human presence and human emotions. And it turned out that human emotions, both positive and negative ones, have the strongest impact on water. Numerous experiments on the impact of human emotions on water have been conducted in Professor Korotkov's laboratory, after which the conclusion was made that love increases the energy and stabilizes water, while aggression sharply lowers energy and changes it. Also, other experiments have been conducted on the human influence on the environment. The Doctor of Sciences, Professor, Academician Konstantin Korotkov himself will tell us about it in detail.
We have a device. The device is called BioWell, which is a modern development of the Kirlian effect, which, if anyone still remembers, there was one like that. I can talk about physics for a long time, it's all clear. It's all published and known. There are a bunch of articles on this subject, and there is a special sensor for this device. So the sensor that I once patented as a sensor for studying the parameters of the atmosphere, it is also built on very interesting physical principles, I should say. It is based on the principle of propagation of standing electromagnetic waves in the space, and the signal is measured depending on the parameters of the environment. I've been testing different variants of this sensor for many years, even dozens of years. In the end, we came up with a certain variant, we are releasing it now, and it turned out that it's really very sensitive. For example, it can be used to measure the impact of meditation. I've just recently sent an article to publish. We had a big seminar, first in Madrid in autumn, then in Mexico City, and there were about 30 people at each seminar. At a certain point people began to meditate, and there were these sensors, not one, but in one case 10 sensors, and in another case 5. They were located in different places in the room, and these sensors recorded this moment of meditation. And a very important point is that it wasn't just one sensor, and you could always say, well, that's something, vibrations of some kind. No, they were in one case 10 sensors, in another 5.
What did they show? What was happening to the space?
You know, the sensor signal is changing, meaning the entropy of the space is changing. So you have to understand that these are completely physical quantities. The concentration of ions, the concentration of some particles that we can of course measure later, that's all possible too. But this is a complex effect, which means that there are a lot of factors. In order to make it clear what this sensor actually shows and how realistic this phenomenon generally is, I will tell you about one experiment that our colleagues conducted. So there is a society where people learn to meditate. They gather together to meditate. And one of the members of that society turned out to be some kind of major figure in aviation. And he arranged that a military plane took them practically into the stratosphere, that is to an altitude of 12,000 meters. And we know that civilian planes fly at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Although it would seem that the higher it is, the easier it is to fly. But the higher you fly, the greater the radiation is. And at 10,000 meters, the level is quite reasonable for passengers. Yet the higher it is, the greater the dose for pilots and passengers as well. Of course, military planes fly much higher, and they measured the radiation levels. Everyone had sensors, meters. Then 5 people started a collective meditation. And after 5 minutes of their meditation, the radiation level in the cabin dropped sharply. And while they were meditating, the radiation level was low. Then it gradually went up again.
As we can see, a human is able to change physical properties of the surrounding space by means of his inner state and thoughts. In the book by Dmitriev, Fiery Recreation of the Earth's Climate, there are curious results obtained from a research ground in the Altai Mountains. 2 people took part in the experiments. One was a persistent optimist. He saw only good in every situation, while the other one was a pessimist, and everything that was happening was bad for him. Scientists decided to test how positive and negative thoughts, as well as memories, affect the strengths of the electromagnetic field. A magnetometer was placed at the location of the Earth's active points at a distance of 6 meters from the tested subjects. The pessimist was placed first at this active spot. The tools, the devices immediately showed the magnetic field decrease strength by 90 nanoteslas. Then the pessimist was asked to exert strength to make his best and recall the happiest event in his life. The devices recorded a rise in tension of the electromagnetic field by 35 nanotesla. The second was the optimist. When trying to recall the saddest event in his life, he managed to decrease the field by 16 nanotesla. When he had a joyful memory, the devices simply went off the scale. The indicators showed over 1,000 nanoteslas. Scientists have concluded that a person's emotional state affects the strength of the Earth's magnetic field. There are also other science studies. In the United States in 1977, Professor Persinger, a specialist in psychiatry, put forward the concept of geopsychism. Its essence is as follows: our consciousnesses enter into psycho-resonance under strong emotional arousal. In other words, if you expose a group of people to the same emotional impact, you can control their mental state. And the most generalized emotional state that unites all people into one group of feelings is fear. It was discovered that if 500 to 600 million people are frightened simultaneously, the geomagnetic field of the Earth will actively react to this joint fear by switching into a magnetic storm mode. Fear causes a specific geomagnetic excitation of the Earth. If you count how many sources of fear there are on Earth right now, and how many new fears actually are being provoked, we can understand what a powerful effect humans exert on the magnetic state of our planet. Nowadays, it is known that our brain waves in a relaxed state oscillate in the same rhythm as Schumann waves, which are part of the electromagnetic field of the Earth. We humans also influence Schumann waves with our brains. There is a mutual influence, a quantum entanglement. Our brain is directly connected to the electromagnetic waves of planet Earth. Every 30 seconds, there is a synchronization. The interconnection lasts for 300 milliseconds. Optimal synchronization occurs under an important condition. The more relaxed we are, the higher this coherence is. As experiments show and confirm, mental energy affects the entire environment. If we ignore cognition and management of this energy, we become toys of fate and can even be a source of serious disasters. And by knowing and managing this energy, we actually participate in the management of nature. I wonder if we all together can have an impact on stabilization of the Earth's core with our attention. Is it actually possible? Here is an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Can people, with their positive thinking, by gathering together, 90% of the planet's population, by generating only positive thoughts and positive memories, can they stabilize the Earth's magnetic field?
No.
No.
It won't work. Do you know why, my friends? Because the aggregate amount of energy in our sphere is much smaller than the external impact that is now going on.
That's interesting. In other words, the energy which should counteract this impact is not present in a human in such amounts at the moment, despite the fact that a human is a tremendous well.
Humanity has no access to this kind of energy at all. That's how I will answer. As of today, I mean exactly today, we cannot accumulate such an amount of energy we need, regardless of energy sources, using all methods, means, and ways available to us. We will not be able to counteract the external impact which is coming to us. Let's say impact X by means of such an amount of energy N. We won't succeed. Our amount of energy is many times smaller.
Where can we get so much energy in such a case in order to counteract the impact?
Well, as a matter of fact, there is plenty of energy. There are inexhaustible sources of this energy. Let me give you a simple example for understanding. It is not quite relevant, but it gives an understanding. Let's suppose, as you say, 90% of people unite and start thinking positively and saving the planet. Here we can get closer to the source of energy. Do you know in what way? By building the creative society. Okay, Let it be any other society that would lead us to the formation of civilization. It doesn't matter what we will call it. But the point is that we actually become one united civilization. And our energy resource immediately increases manyfold. You see?
New prospects open
And
up.
the question is how? New opportunities open up. This is literally the first stage of civilization. The next stage of civilization development increases the energy resource of civilization as a whole by 100%, or even more, and so on.
That's interesting. Well, at least this positive thinking favors the fact that people will be able to at least unite and become friends.
But you've actually said whether they will be able. They won't be able to stop cataclysms and to balance the electromagnetic field. No matter how hard they strain themselves and how hard they try, they won't succeed. Yet, to come to that, owing to such a unification, yes, it is possible.
Creative society.
By building the creative society. Of course, not necessarily creative. Perhaps people will not want to build the creative society, but they may come up with something else, not creative, but some kind of positive society, no matter what is posed and where.
Efficiency is higher and productivity is higher when people unite and start not just thinking positively, but start acting both through their words and through their deeds.
Sure.
And you know, a lot of people certainly want to have those miracle working abilities. Some want them for themselves, others proclaim lofty goals such as to save humanity. But you actually realize that precisely in this unification, when people are on a positive note, when people are not strangers to each other, when they erase those boundaries between allegedly friends and foes and begin to act, then this enormous synchronization of people takes place.
Then true miracles take place.
Yes, the power of people's attention when they are on a positive mode with a good attitude towards each other, invested in the building of the creative society, can unite the entire humanity. And today, we, people who live on the planet Earth, have just one goal: to implement the creative society project as soon as possible in order to save the planet and humanity from the approaching cataclysms and to start living. Thank you for your attention, and I give the floor to the hosts.
We humans are part of the planet. We interact with the Earth information field and influence each other. A person's inner state is reflected in the Earth biofield. It depends on our choice whether the information field of the Earth will be filled with anger and hatred or with joy, kindness and love. The cyclical nature of global cataclysms is nothing new. Humankind has faced this problem more than once.
Yes, Anna. There were civilizations that nearly perished due to cataclysms. But there were also the ones that survived those disasters because they managed to stabilize the core of our planet. People themselves, their intellectual and spiritual development play not the least role in that. Since ancient times, there have been places which facilitated this important process of inner transformation. The true temples. How did the spiritual work of people of the past help them to overcome global climate disasters? What tools did they use? On January 13th, 2023, there will be a Kaleidoscope of Facts on the topic, The Mystery of Sacred Structures. Friends, we kindly invite you to watch the trailer.
Temples. What do we know about them? Who built them and what is the purpose of these structures? Are they places of worship or energy accumulators? What do temples dedicated to the one God have in common? Why is Islam's famous shrine, the Kaaba, shaped like a cube? And why is the pearl of the Orthodoxy, Saint Sophia Cathedral of Kiev, shaped like a pyramid? What do cubic and pyramidal shapes have in common? The physics of space and shapes. How does it relate to the accumulation of energy? Circles of power. What do we know about them? The Templars' temples. What is the connection between rock-cut temples and a human energy structure? True temples. What are they like? Why did Christ call the human body a temple for the soul? January 13, 2023, live broadcast, Kaleidoscope of Facts, the mystery of sacred structures, initiated by participants of ALLATRA International Public Movement from Moldova and Romania. It's time to bring the truth back to people.
Нам известно, что мы не первая цивилизация.
We know that we are not the first civilization to go through a cycle of cataclysms. Megalithic structures that are tens of millennia old are found all over the globe. Alexei and Ksenia will tell us what they were built for. Ksenia, the floor is yours.
Greetings, friends. Today, we have several times heard that every 12,000 years our planet enters a cycle of cataclysms. During this period, humanity faces the threat of total annihilation. However, in the history of humankind, have there been periods when it has passed through this cycle without losses and significant destruction? Let's find out about this from a fragment of the program with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
It's just that our friends who studied the cycles based on those very ice cores said that they could clearly trace and see that some 12,000-year cycles are more clearly visible. Some are sort of less traceable. But does this indicate that people succeeded, that there were civilizations which managed to stabilize the climate situation beforehand and save humanity, let's say?
I'll put it this way.
Save themselves.
We are not the first civilization on this planet. There were civilizations that almost completely vanished, while there were those that simply left our planet. This is actually not news. After all, traces of their activities of past civilizations are still there, and the most interesting thing is that, let's put it carefully, their traces also contain instructions on how to make sure that even the cycle wouldn't prevent us from surviving and achieving the creative society, well, and even the ideal society. After all, on those very let's not delve into details. Let's say on our planet, there remain too many traces of past civilizations. Yes, there are attempts to organize it all for us and so on, but we are, let's say, free people. We are able to assess the situation sensibly, and we understand perfectly well that despite the modern technologies of our civilization that has reached such a serious development, including technical and scientific development, we are incapable of reproducing what was done back then. So, in addition to what the past civilizations left specifically for us as an indication that they existed, those structures that won't disappear anywhere, there are a lot of artifacts and a lot of indications of how to really make sure that in this cycle we manage not just to put a tight collar on the Cerberus, but to put it on a short leash. It's all there, friends. And it's true.
You once said that if some task is given
Absolutely.
to a civilization, to humanity,
I'll put it as follows. A human and humankind task for which there is no solution. I mean, any task always has a solution. The only thing is That if it's a minor task which we can solve on our own, that's one thing. Or if there is a task that requires a small number of people, that's a different matter. But when there is a global task, and it requires joint effort of the entire humanity, this is already serious. You see, the most complicated task is the one that requires joint efforts of all of our humanity, like nowadays.
The confirmation of what is said, namely that there were civilizations that were able to stabilize the climate situation in advance and save humankind, is the graph that we have already seen today. It clearly shows that the cycles of 48 and 60,000 years have much less than the others. What does this indicate? That humans in those cycles were able to restrain the growing cataclysms. Traces of this civilization have survived to the present day. There are megalithic structures, including pyramids. They are located on all continents, have a different shape and a clear orientation to the parts of the world. According to the book by Anastasia Novych, many pyramids built artificially, which are nowadays revealed by modern people, and those ones which are still not unsealed and not found are far from being chaotic buildings. Though built in different time, they were located in strictly determined coordinates, with a strict orientation in time of building at certain stars. Globally, it is a kind of a map. Of such pyramids were people who possess this knowledge. All the pyramids are linked into a single world structure, linked to the two main pyramids. One of those pyramids is Mount Kailash. Kailash is a sacred place for members of 4 religions: Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and the local Bon religion. The total number of followers of those religions exceeds 1 billion. Cosmologists and myths refer to the mountain as an axis linking heaven and earth. This axis is a center and birthplace to the entire world. An interesting feature of this pyramid mountain is that it is bordered by concave stone surfaces, so-called mirrors, extending over several kilometers. They are perfectly shaped like a modern parabolic antenna. Such a shape allowed focusing various kinds of energies over long distances. All the pyramids were built at different times by various civilizations. Michael Salla believes that some of the oldest pyramids are located in Antarctica and Primorsky Krai, on the shore of the Sea of Japan, at the intersection of 3 tectonic faults, are the brother and the sister pyramids. Their age, according to the Library of the Alternative History, is more than 40,000 years. Such location enabled them to perform their main function. Alexei will talk about it.
Yes, thank you, Ksenia. So, according to numerous scientists, the main function of the pyramids is to reduce or prevent various kinds of catastrophes, and including climatic catastrophes as well. So let us present a few statements. So, engineer Vladimir Turin-Novinsky and Alexander Pichonkin, they said that pyramids are designed for protection against earthquakes. Another opinion from Professor and Doctor of Physics and Mathematics Sergei Siparov, who says, besides energy concentration, the pyramids dampened seismic vibrations, well, probably other types of negative natural energy as well, and protected the territory from natural cataclysms. Another engineer and physicist, Andrei Sklarov, says that pyramids work like a lens which concentrates seismic vibrations, and mechanical vibrations can be transformed in any other type of energy. And pyramids can save us from catastrophes. So this is a common opinion. Another candidate of technical sciences, Dmitry Pavlov, says that the movement of lithospheric plates can lead to earthquakes. If these energy emissions are passed through the pyramid temple system, an earthquake can be significantly reduced or avoided. And the Nile river bed is a geological fault. So it acts as an energy source and simultaneously as a sensor reporting the state of the lithospheric plates in the region. So the system of geological fault energy converter temple pyramid is formed, and the pyramid provided the stability in geological processes of the whole region. Researcher Alexander Petukhov states that pyramids could have been originally built as protective structures against cataclysms. And they were a sort of planetary system which served all mankind for protection against cataclysms. And they could control the release of energy that accumulated at the joints of the lithospheric plates, preventing volcanic eruptions. And overlay of maps of pyramids, location and borders of lithospheric plates has confirmed that the majority of the pyramids were erected near the joints of these plates and geological faults. And the conducted experiments show that the pyramids worked as a single system, unified system. Michael Kostinsky, the author of scientific works, he participated in the experiment during which the impulse emitted from the Khufu pyramid, being reflected from the boundaries of geological layers, was sequentially received by the Khafre and the Menkaure pyramids, as a result of which the interaction of all three devices in a single scheme was noticed. Thus, the whole system could work as a georadar or acoustic interferometer, periodic lithospheric oscillations. As a result of calculations, the values of depths of occurrence of borders of reflection of a probing beam for Khafre and Khufu interaction was 3,500 meters, and for the Khufu and Menkaure, 7,000 meters. So the internal structure of the pyramids was designed to strengthen the function of seismic oscillation suppression. Okay, and additional investigations of the Khufu, the Cheops pyramid, conducted by American and Egyptian scientists with the help of the latest devices, allowed to establish the presence in the pyramid of hollow niches filled with carefully sifted sand. Sakuji Yoshimura, who is the president of Higashi Nippon International University, an Egyptian archaeologist and professor emeritus at Waseda University, he was invited to Giza for consultation and believes that these niches serve as additional shock absorbers, dampening the vibrations of the ground in case of extremely powerful earthquake. Alexander Batantsev, in his book Ancient Pyramids, The Key to Suppressing Catastrophes, says in particular that pyramid complexes are some kind of stabilizers of the earth, protecting it from earthquakes and cataclysms occurring approximately every 13,000 years. At the same time, the effect of the cataclysms decreases from worldwide to local ones. And many people are concerned with the question whether the ancient pyramids and megalithic structures work now. Well, in his dissertation, Hassan Mahmoud Ibrahim, the candidate of geological and mineralogical sciences, presented a map comparing the centers of ancient earthquakes and the pyramid's location. So this map was made back in 1994 by researchers from Cambridge University in the UK, embraces Melville and Adam. So Alexander Matansev, PhD, who we mentioned previously, produced the same maps, but for several time periods, starting from periods before our era. As a result, he came to the conclusion that, well, first, pyramids lost their power after 1750. The radius of their effect before the year 1500 was 450 kilometers or more. And before the year 1500, the effect of the pyramids could be such that major earthquakes became minor. Well, surprisingly, the pyramids' technical devices have not worked for several centuries, but the shape effect continues to work. And it is registered by various devices and also by failures in the operation of electronics. For example, the planes flying over the pyramids often have malfunctions or failures of steering controls. There are constantly observed cases of failure of cellular phones and other electronic equipment near or inside the pyramids. And the effect of ionization of air above the pyramids is observed as well. Also, it was noticed that noises are amplified and separate sound frequencies resonate practically in all megalithic structures. The pyramids as technical devices do not work for several reasons. Well, they are covered with sand or landmass due to deliberate destruction as well, because the exterior cladding and the pyramidon, the top part, and other technical devices have been removed. And of course, now there are no qualified people, operators of the pyramids, without whom the work of this complex is very limited also. And also another point is that the physics of the interaction between Earth-Sun and Earth-Moon has changed. So back to you, Ksenia.
Thank you, Alexei. Yes, that is correct. Proof of the change in the Earth-Sun interaction can be the case that occurred in the temple of Ramses II in Abu Simbel. This temple is famous for an incredible game of light, which occurs 2 times a year. On the February 22nd, the birthday of the pharaoh, and on the October 22nd, the day of his accession to the throne. All the rest of the time, the rooms of Ramsesopolis are in semi-darkness, and only on those days, with the first rays of the sun, the stone face of Pharaoh Horate and Amun is illuminated by sunlight. The play only lasts a couple of minutes, but eyewitnesses claim that the king's face lights up in a smile during this time. February 2016, for the first time in many thousands of years, the sun did not illuminate the statue of Pharaoh Ramses II. Alexander Matansev believes that the reason of the sun's beam did not reach the Shire of Ramses was due to the shift in the Earth's axis. In his book, Ancient Pyramids, The Key to the Suppression of Catastrophes, the author provides a map with the trajectory of the sun before the shift, the blue line, and after the shift of the Earth's axis, yellow line. The calculation was made for the city of St. Petersburg. Today, we have already heard from the speakers that the Earth's axis has shifted, and seen the map with this change, the yellow line. The complex megalithic structures was multifunctional The first task, protection against cataclysm, earthquakes, floods, stabilization of the Earth's magnetic field. At this point, we would like to make a digression. Pyramids do not influence directly all those processes. They influence a core, which is disturbance leads to change of the magnetic field and climate changes. Second, providing a long-range space communication. The Ica stone shows how the pyramids work. They take energy from the sun and dump the extra energy through the facets. The third, interplanetary communication. Fourth, the energy source. The fifth, a geophysical instrument to detect changes in the ionosphere and lithosphere. The sixth, transmission of knowledge to the future generations. The pyramid's parameters encoded the number Pa, the number Phi, golden ratio, and the size of our planet. Archaeometeorologist and author of Anatomy of the King's Chamber, Bernard Pitch provides stunningly sophisticated and comprehensive proof that the dimension of Mercury, Venus, Earth, Moon, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, including their orbital periods, are encoded in the dimensions of the stones. The seventh, effect of the human condition. The eighth, a source of ionization of the air or other environment. The pyramid collects, transforms, and retransmits the Earth's energy through the base magnetic disturbance and transmitted along the facets and cancelled out at the peak or released to the outside. In this way, they stabilize the magnetic oscillations. The column of the magnetic energy must have escaped into the atmosphere and then into the ionosphere. That is, that would have been wonderful ionization over the area where they were built. And since they were built in different parts of the planet, it's likely that the protective field could have been over the entire surface of the Earth. The ninth, source of sound, electromagnetic and other waves. The tenth, the pyramids as an observatory. 11th, the production or condensation of water. Pyramids have a property of condensing the water from the air. Water is needed for several purposes. As the first one, a source of raw materials for the production of hydrogen. The speed of sound in water is 4 times greater than in the air. Another purpose is that the water and the impurities carry electricity and can transmit seismic vibration for 500 to 1,000 kilometers. Such versatility was ensured by the complexity of construction and compliance with a number of conditions. The main condition is the allocation of lines of tectonic breaking, ley lines, places of force. The pyramids were placed at the interesting intersection of the main tectonic plates, so they had to have massive dimension to effectively dampen the destructive waves. Dolmens, columns, Stonehenge, and other megalithic structures fulfill a role of screens on the concrete plates and were part of the global gravitational lattice, which served as a giant protective screen for all the Earth. Alexei, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ksenia. And also the pyramids could be a source of energy, as you said. So moreover, they could also work as a sort of cell phone, but much more powerful. So the person would lie down in the granite sarcophagus and then the pyramid had to be turned on. And it is switched on from a node which is accorded to the frequency of our planet. So the pyramid begins to vibrate from the sound of this node. And further, thanks to the quartzite filling of the granite blocks it is made of, there is an energy stream that arises. It excites high-frequency oscillations in the pyramid, or in fact torsional, which are capable of transferring any information, whether sounds or images, over great distances. So, having studied works of a dozen of scientists and researchers, Alexander Matantsev, in his book Pyramids, the Key to Suppression of the Catastrophes, writes, the materials with different physical and chemical properties were used to build the pyramids. So this led researchers to the conclusion that the pyramid is essentially a powerful antenna resonator that amplifies the energy flow emitted by the Earth's core in a certain frequency range. According to ancient Egyptian texts, the pyramid resonates with the frequency of our planet's vibrations, meaning that it works in the range of its frequencies. So as soon as the pyramid began to vibrate in unison with the heartbeat of our planet, it turned into a connected oscillator and could perform transfer of terrestrial energy almost or not at all consuming its own energy. The energy source inside the pyramid is a device having an internal energy source designed for several thousand years, operating also in a low frequency range of waves, connecting it with the planet's core as well. So through the planet's core, and due to gravitational, electromagnetic, and other, including resonance interactions, the connection between planetary and galactic systems, which are part of the unified energy information space of the universe, is performed. So this is the main mechanism in the system of energy information interaction carried out through the pyramids. So this is the end of the quote. Researcher Stan Tenen says that the Great Pyramid is built in harmony with the molecular structure of its building materials. Most of the blocks are limestone, so it is calcium carbonate, and the formula is calcium CO3. Its molecule has an angle of splitting of 52 degrees, which means that the pure crystal splits along this angle. And the angle of inclination of the sides of the Great Pyramid is 51 degrees and 51 minutes. So such an angle of inclination brings the whole pyramid's shape into harmony with the molecules of the matter it is made of. So such a connection between the micro and microcosmos enhances the effect of the pyramid itself. Also, quartz, the material used to build the pyramids, played a major role in the functioning of the pyramids. This mineral is a piezoelectric and is capable of transforming various types of energy. So it connects the world or the worlds of mechanical and electromagnetic vibrations. So as a crystal, it also can store and transmit information and mental state. So where do these properties of quartz come from? Well, quartz has a lens effect. So the symmetry axis of a quartz forms a spiral. So several projections of the main energy center appear in the crystal, meaning one center receives energy and several distribute it or send the energy. So the symmetry of the crystal's external shape, or the faceting, is determined by the symmetry of its atomic structure, which also determines the symmetry of the crystal's physical properties. The external shape of a crystal is such that by rotating 100 degrees or 240 degrees around axis 3, which you can see on your screen, it aligns with itself. So it is also aligned at 180 degrees rotations around axis 2x and 2w. So the symmetry of a crystal appears not only in structure and properties in real three-dimensional space, but also in the characterization of the energy spectrum of the electrons of the crystal. And the next figure in the center shows examples of symmetry operations. A, rotation, B, reflection, C, inversion, D, fourth order inversion rotation, and E, fourth order helical rotation, and the last, F, sliding reflection. So we are interested in the helical turn. So in the picture it is scheme E, highlighted by a red circle. Because it is this symmetry that forms a spiral. And as we know from the Encyclopedia of Primordial Knowledge, the book ALLATRA, spiral structure is one of the most convenient forms of long-term storage of information. And from a scientific paper by Valery Viktorovich Orlov, PhD in chemistry, the age of natural modifications of quartz, we learned that quartz belongs to a group of minerals which were formed in a very early period of Earth's formation. That is, its age is close to the historical interval of 4 to 3.6 billion years ago. It turns out that quartz, as a crystal with spiral symmetry, may contain information about this historical period. And as you can see in the illustration on the right, the DNA molecule also has spiral symmetry. But unlike the structure of DNA, which has only left-handed forms of amino acid molecules, the structure of quartz can have both left and right-handed spirals. Externally, these crystals differ in the arrangement of some of their facets. Another interesting feature of quartz, the structure of its molecule is that some as that of a water molecule. It's the same as the water molecule. So the similarity of these two substances determines their resonant interactions as well as resonant interactions with the pyramid itself. Researcher Vladimir Babanin makes a correlation between the structure of the water molecule and the structure of the pyramids. So in the structure of the water molecule, the angle between hydrogen atoms is 104.5 degrees, okay, as you can see on the image here. And if you draw an axis, then the angle to the right of the axis between the hydrogen atoms is 104.5 divided by 2, 52 degrees and 25 minutes. Now let's remember the angles in the pyramids of Giza. Angles in the pyramids of Giza are as follows. Khufu pyramid has the angles of 51 degrees and 52 minutes, Khafra pyramid 53 degrees 12 minutes, and the pyramid of Menkaure 51 degrees. As we can see, the angles of the inclinations of the sides of the pyramids, well, they practically match the angles of the arrangement of the atoms of the hydrogen atoms relative to the axis in the water molecule. So this is not a coincidence at all. These angular dimensions contribute to the resonance properties of the pyramid and the physiochemical properties of water. In the book Ancient Pyramids, The Key to Suppression of Catastrophes, there is a scheme of energy flows going towards the pyramid. It is interesting that the author depicted, you can see it on your screens, two pyramids, a straight pyramid and, as a prerequisite, an inverted one. So Ksenia will tell us more about the inverted pyramids.
Thank you, Alexei. Indeed, the inverted pyramids were discovered relatively recently. In the early 2000s, Professor Go, using resonance geohydrodiagnostics and geoholography method, discovered a complex of underground megalithic pyramids located near Sevastopol and Yalta. Among them, there were inverted pyramids. The inverted pyramid was built by a technically advanced civilization to stabilize the core. However, today they are not functional. The inverted pyramids were filled with the stone spheres of different sizes. What those orbs are and why they are found, we will find out in the following video.
Sizes and weights of the spheres. We find spheres of various sizes, from 10 centimeters to 2,057 meters, with weight from several kilograms to 20 tons. This is the biggest sphere found so far in Costa Rica. It was discovered in the archaeological site of El Silencio. Because of their different sizes and weight, these spheres are considered to have been of particular importance or use. The location of the spheres today. Work aimed at discovering these spherical monoliths has been carried out in close proximity to a settlement of indigenous peoples of the Diquis Delta. Since their discovery, most of the spheres have been displaced from their places of origin. There are many places in the southern part of Costa Rica Pacific region where these spheres exist. However, not all areas have been studied well enough. Many of these spheres have been brought to the city of San Jose, the capital of Costa Rica, and are located in museums or important government buildings, while others have been moved out of the country. Some of them have been repatriated, but most of them are in popular destinations. We know that similar spheres were found all over the planet. Surprisingly, people have recently discovered places with spheres of similar size and weight. It is interesting that they were found at a great distance from each other, scattered on different continents. This encourages us to study more deeply their possible use and function they could have in various ancient civilizations. This is an opportunity to study and understand their worldview on life and the universe. However, there is also a possibility that these spherical bodies could be used in the ways unknown to us for a common purpose or benefit. In many cases, spheres were found in areas adjacent to the pyramids. And the remnants of archaeological monuments of ancient civilizations or in places of rites.
These balls filled the entire inner volume of inverted pyramid. They were made of different types of stone, including dark quartz morion. This mineral was also on the top of the pyramid, in the form of crystals of different sizes. Alexei will tell us about the morion.
Yes, so morion is a variety of quartz that was formed in the period from 3.6 to 2 billion years ago, and it is a dark or black in color. So the coloring of Morion changes when it is subjected to heat. When slowly heated to between 250 and 300 degrees Celsius, the color of the Morion changes gradually, becoming lighter and lighter with increasing duration of exposure. At 400 degrees Celsius, the stone becomes colorless. And the dark coloring can be restored by exposing the stone to the harsh X-ray radiation spectrum. The opacity and dark coloring of the Morion is due to the presence of other elements, and its unique properties are due to a change in the charges of these nodules, not atoms, in its crystalline lattice. So these changes occur under the influence of an electric field. The unique properties of Morion allow to use it as operating substance of quantum amplifiers and oscillators. And the use of Morion in quantum amplifiers makes it possible to considerably simplify the process of frequency tuning of the working signal. The properties of the Morion are due to the presence of defective tetrahedrons in its crystalline lattice, which are formed as a result of the substitution of some atoms of tetravalent silicon for trivalent aluminum. So it's the formula is silicon 4 plus is being replaced by aluminum 3 plus. So thus a defect is formed in the crystal, and the next figure will show the structure of quartz on the left and a depiction of this defective tetrahedron Morion on the right. So we have the silicon 4 plus atom is replaced by the aluminum 3 plus. And the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 show the positions occupied by atoms of oxygen. So this substitution results in the pair aluminum 3 plus, oxygen minus, which are highlighted in red in the figure. So which represents an electric dipole. So since the aluminum atom is connected to 4 oxygen atoms, the electric dipole can discretely change its orientation of the aluminum-oxygen chemical bond. It can occupy positions 1, 2, 3, and 4, as shown in the figure, and each position of the oxygen ion corresponds to a certain electric level, the energy of which is determined by the formula shown on the screen below. By changing the polarity of this constant electric field acting on the crystal, it is possible to change the direction of the dipole, so thereby bringing the Morion into an active state. In this case, the radiation passing through the crystal will not be attenuated, only intensified. Okay, so thus the mechanism of the operation of the pyramid could be as follows. At the bottom of the pyramid, in its inverted pyramid, in its top, were Morion crystals, and walls of a pyramid are covered by mica, which is an insulator. Thus, we get a waveguide or the transmitting antenna. All internal volume of the pyramid was filled by the stone spheres. And these stones also came in motion during the movement of the lithosphere, caused by processes in the mantle and core of our planet. So while moving, they accumulated static electricity and also exerted pressure on the Morion crystals. And being under mechanical influence, let's remember that these crystals, they're being piezoelectric, they transformed it into electricity, they generated electricity. So the external electric field generated by the let's say, balls by these stone spheres reverse the direction of the dipoles of the Morion in a certain way, creating directional radiation. And this radiation was amplified by the shape of the pyramid itself, acting as an antenna. Since the pyramid is directed inwards, so this radiation flowed to the center of the planet Earth, affecting the core. Thus, the core was stabilized. And that is, the more the core was destabilized, the more intensely the inverted pyramids radiated energy, which stabilized the core. And in the history of mankind, two ways of core stabilizations by means of pyramids are known: technogenic, the inverted pyramids, and metaphysical, the use of a complex of pyramids with Mount Kailas being at the head. If in the first purely technogenic case, the participation of people is necessary only for the construction of the inverted pyramids themselves, in the second case, the complex cannot be activated without operators, spiritually free people. And looking at the history of our humanity, we again come to the conclusion that we have much to learn from our ancestors. Thank you for your attention, and I give the floor to Natalia.
Thank you, Alexei. Greetings, friends. So today we have already learned that gravity is formed on a micro level. It has also become apparent that the radiation that destroyed the core of the planet also acts at the micro level. This radiation cannot be observed with known devices. However, we can see its effect as a consequence in the change of matter. The energy coming with this radiation is enormous, and if we don't learn how to control it, it will destroy our world. By studying the behavior of matter in the quantum world and trying to understand its laws, perhaps we can find a way to protect ourselves from this radiation and a way to control it. Maybe by the indirect signs of the reaction of matter to this radiation, we will be able to understand its nature in order to use the energy of this radiation for the benefit of all humankind. For example, as a source of free energy, which will allow us as humankind to jump to a new stage of development. In quantum mechanics, there is a well-known reaction of quantum systems to measurements of particles by a laser beam, directed beam of photons. It is a well-known meteorological paradox, which is called the quantum Zeno effect, and perhaps study of this effect will help us to understand how to influence processes taking place on the scale of our planet by controlling various radiations at micro level. The quantum Zeno effect means that the more often we measure the state of quantum system, the more likely it is that it will not change its state. Let's watch a short video to get a better idea of what we're talking about.
It is completely obvious that everything in this world has its development program. A seed becomes a tree, a caterpillar turns into a butterfly, and a chick hatches from a chicken egg. It is no secret that since ancient times people have wondered, is it possible to influence the development program, and if it is possible, how can it be done? To date, many branches of science already have some progress in this direction. For example, the food industry uses preservatives to increase the shelf life of products. And in cosmetology, hyaluronic acid is used to keep a youthful skin. But the main problem scientists have encountered in their attempts to solve this question is that they have failed to find a universal way to influence the development program of any material object. And it was so until 1989. It was in that year that a research team led by David Wineland conducted an experiment and proved that the measuring of a quantum system allows its evolution to be stopped. In simple words, being measured, It was as if the system froze in time and did not change its state. This fundamental discovery, which was called the quantum zeno effect, suggests that if it is possible to stop the evolution of individual atoms, the same is possible for any material object. After all, everything around us consists of atoms. Therefore, everything which is subject to the aging effect, from our bodies and food to space, will all exist in that state and for that period of time that we need. Quantum technology for the benefit of people is our future in the creative society.
The quantum zeno effect was predicted in the 1950s and experimentally confirmed in 1989 with the development of more advanced measuring instruments. For quantum computing, physicists use ions inside special traps. It is a complex and cumbersome machine which creates conditions for measuring particles. These are constant magnetic and electric fields of necessary strength and ultra-low temperatures. But among recent advances, there are successful experiments under conditions of altered diamond crystal structure, which allows to get rid of cumbersome and complicated devices. And Alexei was speaking about a similar phenomenon. Let's try to briefly explain the meaning of this effect. Atoms have their own set of energy levels. Each level differs both in its own energy and in the value of the spin, rotation of the electron in that state. Under the conditions of a trap, an additional fine splitting of the energy levels of atoms takes place under the impact of an external magnetic field. And in the second image, we see different energy levels at which an electron can be located when impacted in this way. To transfer an electron from one level to another, light quanta can be used. If they are absorbed, the energy increases, and if the electron emits a quantum, it goes to a state with less energy. Microwave radiation can also be used, and scientists used it to change the spin of the particle in the experiment. In the experiment with the diamond lattice, the structure, which scientists assembled of a laser, several special light filters, and a microwave antenna made of gold wire, made it possible to control electron transitions in any desired direction. Such control can completely change the properties of matter. It turns out that it is possible to operate the energies of quantum system with the help of photons, that is, to control matter at the micro level. It no longer sounds so fantastic as teleportation, for example. This effect is named after the similarity to the famous arrow aporia. With proper selection of frequency and speed of measurement, a quantum system kind of freezes in time, as if a program of its development rolls back all the time. But can a person control time? Let's see an excerpt from the video for everyone with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Igor Mikhailovich, what is actually time? It seems to be a fundamental concept in physics, but neither scientists nor common people know what time is. What is time and what causes the existence of time in general?
Time. Time is closely connected with space. Why? And what is time in general? How to substantiate it?
Nikolai Kozyrev said that time and energy are actually like two sides of a whole. Let's say a single whole that has not been studied in any way.
One in the same whole. And what is a single whole? It is the time expenditure of a lot. That is, the outflow of a lot generates time and space, because the outflow of a lot is always a movement.
The speed of its expenditure.
The speed of its expenditure. Right. This is what causes time. Well, again, time. Now we have touched upon an interesting subject. Do you remember we were even going to conduct a time experiment at XP NRG? Well, let's go back to time again. Time is multifaceted. There is a unified time for the universe. Any material object becomes dependent on time and space. The duration of its existence is based on that. Yet, time itself is the speed of expenditure of a lot, or the outflow of a lot. If we take our entire universe, there's a certain amount of a lot. But it is additionally brought in by human-like beings too. There's a little phenomenon here. So, the universal time, the universal allot, is calculated from point A to point B along the whole radius of the movement of matter, its origination, emergence, movement, and until complete annihilation. In other words, it comes to an empty state, and then everything that existed simply disappears. Space disappears, and everything else. But there's one factor that can prolong the existence of the universe. I'll digress a little bit. According to all the laws of physics, there was an explosion. Everything began to form and to fly apart. But there are laws saying that it should slow down. And it should have started slowing down a long time ago. Then, as some physicists say, it should come back together, come again to a point. Whatever. Having accelerated, it should slow down, but it only increases. So, the motion of our universe, this process of flying apart in different directions, the divergence of galaxies from each other and so on, accelerates. The question is why? Because it is conditioned by different physics, by completely different physical laws, which we don't know yet. So Kozyrev was right. Time and energy is the essence of one and the same thing, but energy and the energy of time originate exactly from the outflow of a lot. It is the transition of a lot from the material universe to what a lot is a constituent part of, meaning back to that world where it came here from. And this is the cause of the entire flow of time. But there is also individual time. In other words, time is diverse. Yes, we are all subject to the linearity of time. But, for example, let's take our Earth as a sphere. It also has its own time depending, shall we say, on the filling of what? Again, our planet is inhabited by human-like beings. Every human-like being, apart from being spiritualized, is also soul-filled. In other words, there is a source. In addition to the presence of a lot, there is also a source of that a lot, or that which we call the soul. Yes, these are microparticles, but excuse me, it's a part that has tremendous power. And when we are united in it, then excuse me, we can significantly decelerate time in our sphere, while if we were united in the entire universe, we could slow down this accelerating expansion. Well, sort of the inevitable end of the universe, we could restrain it. This is a slightly different physics. We know it poorly so far. We as humanity merely start guessing, seeing, and observing something. Well, Kozyrev noticed that. Do you understand? Why? Because few people have touched upon the subject of time. Few have studied it. Why? Because they do not understand from which side to approach it. Kozyrev approached it correctly, and he understood. But previous civilizations that existed actually knew about time. Not all of them, but they knew. We can see that from echoes from the past, right?
In the Vedic culture, it is very well said that every part of the universe has its own time and every object lives in its own field of time. So every person also has his or her individual time.
Absolutely right. It's human as a sphere, a microsphere, also has the fluidity of his time. Fluidity of time. That's the point.
As the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov said, this is already a completely different physics, physics of other dimensions, and to understand and accept it, you need free scientists. And this is only possible with the development of the creative society. We have all the prerequisites for a scientific and technological breakthrough, for understanding how to control material processes on the micro level in order to save our planet. We will learn more about why it is so important to unite free scientists. Thank you very much for your attention. I give the floor to the hosts.
As we can see, contemporary science has come closer to controlling processes at the micro level. This is exactly the level that is affected by cosmic radiation. In order to counter it, we need to understand what that radiation is and what we can counter it with. Humankind is never faced with a task which it is unable to solve. This solution requires joint efforts of all humankind, and we can't do without scientists. I give the floor to Camila.
Greetings. Yes, cosmic radiation, which causes instability in the core and climatic cataclysms, is a serious problem that all of humanity is facing right now. Because changes in the core, as we have seen today, directly affect our lives. And if we do nothing, these changes will lead to the death of our planet. Humanity is threatened with total destruction. We have only one enemy, global climate change. And the time to solve this problem is becoming less and less with each passing day. Just over 13 years until hydraulic impact, that is, before the Earth turns into Mars. This is the time that the planet has. We have even less time to do something. But about this a bit later. We don't scare you, we inform. Because when you understand the real picture and the factors that pose a threat and cause a crisis, then it is possible to find the right solution and overcome all crises. As the speaker said earlier, we need to bring together scientists, the best minds of humanity. We need to create conditions in which they can work together in a creative and friendly way, with access to the latest research, discoveries, developments, and unlimited access to material and technical facilities. Only in this case, when scientists are united by a common goal, will they be able to understand what this radiation is that affects the Earth's core, study it, and find a way to shield the Earth from its destructive effects. It is clear that in today's consumer society, this is unrealistic. No country will give up its best scientists and provide all the latest developments. We are not even touching the issue of financing. A true unification of scientists is possible only in the creative society, when there will be a unification of all humankind, when the division into ours and others will disappear, when each person's life will become the main value. As mentioned earlier today, most of us just live our lives, not particularly interested in the events going on in the world, in what is going on around us, unless, of course, it's affecting your life and the lives of your loved ones at the moment. We just think there are people out there who can solve all of our problems. In fact, we have shifted the responsibility for our lives to our governments, to our scientists, to various world organizations, to religious leaders. And what do they tell us? Today we are told that our biggest culprit in the climate crisis is man-made CO2. To fight CO2, we are offered to close plants and factories, stop heating our homes and filling our cars with gasoline, stop taking showers and stop eating meat, shut down livestock farms, believing that cow feces emits many greenhouse gases. On top of this, the World Economic Forum, WEF, is now calling for the killing of millions of cats and dogs worldwide to reduce the carbon footprint they produce from eating meat. CNN recently published an article on its website titled "Our Pets Are Part of the Climate Problem." We are also told that we can breathe less, stop having children, and generally reduce the population of people on the planet. And of course, pay more taxes. The more the better. On top of that, as of November of this year, Google is banning advertising and monetizing content that denies climate change caused by human activities and CO2 emissions. Lies about CO2 have given rise to new, in quotes, ways out. Today, they are already talking, and not only talking, but also gradually introducing digital control in the legislation around the world, recording all human actions and evaluating its so-called carbon footprint. For example, you yourself as an organism emit CO2, use transport or byproducts during the manufacture of which CO2 is released. And if you exceed the established limit, you are deprived of everything: the use of your earnings, transportation, shopping, and so on. All leads to the fact that anyone can simply be thrown out of society without a means of substances. The banking system has already gotten actively involved. Already today, MasterCard has launched a carbon calculator that offers consumers an approximate carbon footprint for each of their purchases. Also, they recently launched the Canadian financial program, Vancity, which will track the estimated carbon dioxide emissions of its Visa credit card holders. Similarly, in Australia, the Commonwealth Bank has launched a program that provides a real-time carbon footprint to 250,000 users. What do you think of the actions of this anti-crisis committee, which actually leaves off the taxpayers? What else are our world leaders doing to combat climate change? This November, the 27th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was held in the Egyptian resort city of Sharm el-Sheikh, information about which was not well covered in the media. The conference brought together leaders from over 200 countries. These are the people who we hope for. There was a lot of talk about saving resources, reducing the use of hydrocarbons, reducing CO2 emissions. Yes, this CO2 scam again. Anyone can watch and read all the open speeches on the conference website. Everything is open, but do you know what they finally agreed on, at least what is officially announced? It was decided to create a fund to compensate for damage caused by climate change. It is planned that the fund will be used to pay for losses and damages resulting from, for example, rising ocean levels, increased storms, and other phenomena related to climate change. In the end, a working group was just created to finalize the idea of the fund and submit suggestions to the next summit. And what does setting up a fund mean? It's not like they are operating with their own money. It's a new burden on the taxpayers. So we have to tighten our belts. They see this is the solution to all their problems. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking, and we lose valuable time, which in the end may not be enough for us to save ourselves. It is simply amazing. It costs a lot of money to organize and hold such a summit, which would be enough to solve a lot of real problems. It turns out that the money was wasted. While they create the illusion of combating the miserable amount of CO2, millions of people are dying, cities are being destroyed, and the number of climate refugees is growing. And as we have heard today, there is no real help for them. Religious figures behind whom billions of believers stand are not far behind the secular elite. Dozens of religious leaders from all over the world gathered simultaneously in London, Sharm el-Sheikh, Jerusalem, and other places around the world to hold a groundbreaking climate change repentance ceremony, calling on people to repent and change destructive lifestyle to save the planet. The leaders marched together in a prayerful repentance march with scroll of the 10 principles of climate repentance, which in short say, reduce your carbon footprint, and in general limit yourself in everything and rely on God's gifts. A new eco-Bible has also been presented to the world, the information about which can also be easily found on the internet. Will it help us survive? How will the prayer or reduction of the use of hydrocarbons affect the cosmic radiation and stabilization of the core of the planet? Do you understand the absurdity in which we live? We hear everywhere that the solution to the climate problem lies in our limitations. I wonder, besides collecting money from us and limiting everything, do they have a real plan? And in general, do they have knowledge about the real causes of climate change or not? And if their CO2 theory is correct, then why are they building bunkers and shelters all over the world? Perhaps our leaders are not competent in this matter, or knowing and understanding everything, are they just lying to us? Look realistically at the world we live in, a world in which human life is worthless. As long as you're healthy and work 12 hours a day and pay taxes, you can still exist. But if something goes wrong and you don't have much to look forward to, you're offered a way out of life. Canada and Switzerland have taken a radical approach. For all people with terminal illnesses, psychological problems, and other difficulties in life, medical euthanasia is offered. For the convenience of this procedure, in quotation marks, Switzerland has even created the sarco-suicide pod with a trigger button built inside. It is interesting that the first state to introduce euthanasia in mass was the Third Reich with the Action T4 program. In addition to racial prejudice, the Nazis were also motivated by economic considerations. It was expensive to keep people in need of treatment. It was a tax burden. And all these anti-crisis, in quotes, measures will only help those who make money on this. And what will we do when the situation with the climate becomes hopeless? And it is not difficult to predict what will happen to people when the climatic Cerberus really opens its all-consuming mouth. Against the backdrop of the difficult climate situation, humanity is being prepared for total hunger and resource wars. It begs the question, aren't we sick of it? Don't we understand that we need to take responsibility for our lives into our hands? How do we do that, you can ask? It's very simple. We need to unite and build the society that everyone dreams of, where the main value will be the life of each person, where everything will be aimed at ensuring our rights, benefits, and freedoms. After all, we all want to preserve our world, ourselves, and our children, and we simply need to completely change the entire format in which we live now. Instead of the consumerist format, build the creative society. The unification of people and the building of the creative society is the key to survival of humanity. In the creative society, the conditions will be created in which we, as humanity, will finally be able to stop the competition for profit and power. And then we will be able to create the conditions for truly free genius scientists to work together. And this will give humanity, in the shortest possible time, a chance to find a way to counteract this cosmic radiation, to stop the destabilization of the core, and to stop the growth of climate catastrophes. Humanity has everything for this. In the video Keys to the Future, with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, the task that needs to be solved, first of all, was openly announced.
Let me give you a problem in which the answer is hidden.
So openly?
Yes, just like that.
Go ahead.
All in all, it's a very simple problem. Let's imagine 1 ton of $100 bills. You've imagined it, haven't you? That is 100 million. Let's imagine such a pallet weighing a ton. Now, we take elementary particles out of that ton of dollars. You know what the most interesting thing is? They fit on the very tip of a very thin medical needle, all of them. So we took elementary particles out of all the dollars and put them on the tip of the thinnest medical needle. Can you imagine how much smaller that is? I'll tell you even more. On the very thinnest tip of the medical needle, in addition to those elementary particles which we took out of the dollars, there will remain room, let's put it modestly, for all football players. Even not just football players, but all balls, all their houses, and all football fans together. There will remain room on this needle for their particles. And the most interesting thing is that the weight of the needle will not change, even by a millionth of a gram. It won't change at all, while dollars will simply disappear. Can you imagine that? A ton of dollars. Elementary particles were taken away which don't weigh anything at all. In fact, they haven't even increased the weight of the needle in any way. I'm not asking where the dollars have disappeared, that doesn't matter. Where has the ton disappeared to? Friends, a simple question. The answer to this question is actually a key to saving our planet.
Yes, the task is interesting. By figuring it all out, we will not only be able to survive and save the planet, but to build one civilization as we should be, to make another technical or rather evolutionary leap. an order greater than our current capabilities, which in turn will radically change everyone's life. We will be able to do things we couldn't even imagine and do everything to ensure that never again will such threats confront humanity. Now let's go back to how much time do we really have? We have much less time than our planet has. We, as humanity, have 2 years left to unite and start building the creative society, and about 3 to 4 more years for the united scientists to find the solution how to stabilize the core of the planet. Today, we live in a time of crossroads, a time of humanity's universal choice to live or to die. And this is no longer a joke. Time is short, but it still exists. And this time is unique in that we are all chosen today, and the fate of humanity depends on everyone's decision. We are free to choose to perish together with the planet without doing anything, or to choose another way, to unite and build a beautiful world of happiness and creation for everyone. Thank you for your attention and pass the floor to the hosts.
Yes, we really don't have much time left, but we have a chance to make things right. We sincerely thank Igor Mikhailovich for the tip. Indeed, what is mass? What is information in fact? And how can we manage it?
All right, and we have a lot more interesting things to explore. Answers to these questions will help us solve the problem of stabilizing the planet's core. This knowledge will be available to us in full only when we all, as humanity, unite into one family, a true civilization. And it is only possible when the creative society is built. Right now, the most important issue is unification of all progressive scientists for solving the problem of protection from cosmic radiation, which destabilizes the work of the Earth's core.
Our kaleidoscope is coming to an end. Many thanks to our esteemed speakers and everyone who participated in preparation of this episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts, everyone who worked on video scripts, video editors, translators, interpreters, design team, technical support team, and everyone who is now behind the scenes. Only thanks to the united and friendly interaction, today the truth about the true cause of climate change is voiced loudly all over the world. Only people themselves, realizing the entire responsibility that lies with everyone in these times, can change a lot by their own choice, by uniting to build the creative society. We sincerely thank all participants of today's conference. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much, friends. Together, we can overcome any difficulties and change the format of our society from the consumerist to the creative one. Together, we can save people's lives. We can stop the ruthless climate Cerberus and reach a new level of development of our civilization. Together, we can do anything. I suggest watching a fragment from the video with the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Yes, the Cerberus is an evil, ruthless creature. But no, as of today, something is happening that violates all the laws of physics
and even of the best science in the world, mathematics. Very serious, unexpected cataclysms take place, which ruin a great many things. Lots of people now suffer because of that Cerberus and its actions. Because of those destructions which it brings into this world, many people suffer. But thank God, very few die. However, this is all going to change, and very quickly. If we just consider the situations that are happening, this year, and even earlier, when there is a really serious disaster, and the number of human deaths is supposed to be quite high, then thank God, many times less people die than math tells us. Therefore, this Cerberus has not yet become what it's about to become. I'll put it carefully. But this period isn't long, and the math will prove itself out. Unfortunately, this is so. It's impossible to influence that Cerberus when all of humanity is suicidal. That's true. Therefore, friends, the crossroads is merely a time of choice. The choice of each and every one and of our humanity altogether. You know, it is here that we are divided by Shaitan. We, everyone individually and in small groups, we are divided. But for the spiritual world, we are just one unit. And when someone from this world comes to the spiritual world, he comes as a whole unit, as a representative of the whole unit. That's why the spiritual world perceives art in a completely different way. Not the way Shaitan perceives it, and far from the way we perceive it. The time of choice is a very important time. It's the time of unification, of at least the majority of people, of those who set the vector towards the future of all humanity on this planet. This is important. That's precisely what the crossroads is. And it depends on everyone's decision where we will go as humanity. Our task isn't simple, friends, but we have no one to hope for. If good people come to us and help us, that's wonderful. But if not, you and us will proceed from our own conscience and abilities. Believe me, a lot of people on this planet are competent, intelligent, honest, and decent people. That's whom we should rely on. As for all the rest, the opportunists, such spineless jellyfish who can only do harm, sting, or throw feces like a monkey in a zoo, why would we pay attention to them? We're actually talking about people. Therefore, friends, we have a lot of interesting work ahead. Busy days. I would say lots of meetings with good people, and that's already wonderful, right? So friends, let's just love each other. Love and take care of this world. And let's not shift our responsibility onto someone else. Let's grow up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Igor Mikhailovich.
Thank you, friends. Peace be with you.